You can join the box if you want to and speak on the topic. So I'm just asking, what would it take to unify Black and African people around the world? You know, it's so many lies about how we're so different and all that. Let's have a different conversation. Brody, what you doing in here? Mm, 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 mm. You guys can join the box. I guess I'm just waiting on someone to have a conversation. I'm not going to be in here talking to myself. You know what I mean? So, I may be still on this space. I may still have to show up. So in that case, I still may be on. Hey, what's up, Taylor? Oh, hey, Taylor, how you doing? Thank you for coming in. I'm just working, y'all. It's Friday and I am on the plantation. What you up to, Taylor? What you think about the prom? I know I'm gonna get a lot of pushback. Thank you. Thank you for liking the live. I'm gonna get a lot of pushback from I think I'm gonna get a lot of pushback from Black Americans. Even though 20 years ago I wouldn't have gotten a lot of pushback from Black Americans with this topic. I think now I'm gonna get a lot of pushback from Black Americans. I'm also gonna get a lot of pushback from Africans too. What's up, OJ? Because and the reason why I think I'm gonna get a lot of pushback from Africans because it's a big problem. We don't identify as African, and not me specifically, but just other Black Americans. Like we don't identify as African, so it's gonna be a problem. Oh, my bad. I actually invited him. I should have accepted you. What's up, Kevin?
Hey girl, I feel like what will take Black and African people to unify is when the Africans understand where we're coming from, and understand that when we tell them we are not African, we're not African. They can't try to force us or make us think what they think. Oh no, y'all all are African. We all Africans. And I'm like, no, that's not necessarily true. Like some people really did get an ancestral test and it confirmed that their ancestors were not African. They don't have African DNA. So it's like, I feel like that's the only way. Because us Black Americans, we don't have any problem with them, but we don't like how what they say about us and how they come to our homeland and just start disrespecting us, you know? So that's my thoughts.
Okay. I agree with that. I agree with that. I think that, like, they don't, do they force, see, my thing is that if Black Americans want to call themselves Africans or identify as Africans, let them do that, whether they want to or not. Like, if we want to identify as African Americans or we want to identify as Black Americans, like, can we do that and still work together? Like,
Right. It's like they don't want us to consider us Black Americans at all. They want us to say we're African and try to group everyone as African or in the African culture. But I never went to Africa. I was not born in Africa, wasn't raised in Africa. I literally don't know anything about the culture if someone asks. So how can I be African?
right, right. You know what? And the other thing is that it has to be a sense of sort of like respect. Because, and then the other thing is that when they come here, they identify as Black Americans, though. So, like, if you don't have a problem with a first generation Nigerian considering himself a Black American, I know damn well you shouldn't have an issue with Black Americans calling themselves Black Americans. If you guys can come here and claim to be Black Americans, then what's the problem with us calling ourselves Black Americans?
Right.
Do you find that? Do you get that a lot? That Black immigrants, when they come here, first, second generation, they call themselves Black Americans.
So you have someone in the comments trying to force African down our throats. Sir, just you know that you have Indian in you. That's the difference. I know that I don't have any African in me.
And
I
that's
don't know
another
what's
thing.
this thing about them thinking this is the YT man's way of keeping everyone divided. The YTs have nothing to do with this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how would you just come up and have a conversation? Um, okay, Mr. Six.
Hey, good morning. Good afternoon, excuse
Good
me.
morning. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for having me up. Good morning, Taylor, to you as well.
Good morning.
So, listening to the comments, and I don't know if you guys have ever read the book of Willie Lynch, but it speaks about things like this, about how to keep the black people divided by putting the North versus the South, the East versus the West, the light skin versus the dark skin, putting tattoos and gold teeth on certain slaves in order to identify them. You say that you don't know anything about the culture of Africa. It's a lot of things we don't know, but we pick up books, right, and we learn about different cultures, right? I'm not native to Asia, but I love reading about their culture. So just because, and we all are ignorant to a certain degree of something, right? Like I'm ignorant to brain surgery because I'm not a brain surgeon. So just because we're ignorant of something does not mean that, or does not negate the fact that that might be a part of who we are. So I think it's just my opinion. I think it's just another divisive tool to keep us separated. Whether we're from Africa or not, we all know that Africa is the original birthplace of humanity, a civilization. So we all originate from Africa. Now, whether you want to call yourself an African American is fine, but we cannot negate the fact that civilization, the birthplace of humanity, is Africa. So if that's where we're going from, then we are all descendants of Africa.
Okay. So tell me this: how do you think Black Americans? Because what's your ethnicity?
I identify as African American. I don't have a problem saying I'm African American.
Oh, okay, okay. So you're a African
Uh huh.
American, Black
Uh huh.
American,
Mm-hmm.
descent from chattel slavery, right?
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So how do you think we should identify?
I feel like you should identify however you want to identify. Like if you want to identify as FBA, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But my issue is we shouldn't like be at odds against someone else or have a problem. Like and to your point, they do come over here and they do look at us a certain kind of way. Some of their points are valid, right? My opinion, because we do take for granted the free things that we have here that they have to work so hard for over there. It's just like Hispanics. Hispanics that I know, like that are here, even Hispanics I know that are here that they didn't even graduate high school or middle school, get out of middle school. They don't like Hispanics that come over here illegally because they feel like they take all their jobs. I think it's crazy, but hey, that's how they feel about them.
Okay.
But what do you mean Black Americans take stuff, the benefits for granted? If
Like
you notice,
education.
they literally cater to illegal
Like
immigrants
education.
more.
So like
Hold on
education.
1 second, Mr. T6. Let her land her plane and ask her
Gotcha.
question, and then I'll give you a
Yeah,
chance to respond.
yeah, because I keep hearing this from multiple other, and it's just like, how is that possible when they literally allow y'all to come? Some of y'all get help once y'all get right off the boat or right off the plane. So I'm like, how do we take things for granted? But go ahead. You said education and what else?
Go ahead, Mr. Six.
Okay, so to answer your question about what we take for granted, we take education for granted here in America, right? We have thousands of kids every day that don't go to school. They skip school. Well, in Africa, you have people that don't even get a chance to go to school, right? They can't afford to go to school. Things like that. Jobs we take for granted, like a McDonald's job. People over here will literally laugh at you for working at McDonald's. Over there, hey, a job is a job as long as you can take care of your family, provide for your family. And so that's the kind of thing I think we take advantage of. Running water, a home, things like that. We
Excuse me,
take
if I
for
could
granted.
add to what you're saying, one of the
Hold
biggest
on, sir.
things.
Wait,
Hold
sir.
on,
Wait a
time out.
second.
I'll let you jump in after he's done.
But yeah, things like that. I'll wrap it up here. And once again, this is not me saying you're wrong for what you're saying. It's me saying that I don't think we as a people, because at the end of the day, they look at us, whether you're from Africa, where you're Aboriginal from Australia, dark skinned. They look at all of us the same way. They don't look at her. They don't look at you and say, "Oh, that's an FBA and that's an African." We're gonna treat her better than no. They're gonna treat both of us just like the way they perceive us and have been perceiving us. And I'll land my plane with that.
Okay. So, Taylor, I'm gonna let you jump in, but before I do that, I want to let Numbers. I don't know. You got to give me a name, sir.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll just add on to what I was going to add on to what he was saying. One of the biggest things I feel like to take advantage of is some of the public housing. We get in public housing and they'll turn the neighborhood into a hood, almost a war zone. And then they won't allow other Black people from different hoods to even walk down that block. That's one of the biggest problems I think they take advantage of.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to address before I go back to Taylor? Because I'm sure she wants to respond.
Nah, Taylor, say what you want.
Okay.
Host, I'll let you go ahead because I got to get my thoughts together. He said a mouthful, so I'm trying to respond to every point.
Okay. So for me, I think that it's not that we're taking advantage of the education. I just think that we are now at a position where we're thinking that. Now, I'm not going to say that there's no Black Americans, there's no Black kids that aren't, taking advantage of the education. But I think that the education in America is so poor, it's so badly ran that a lot of people aren't willing to participate in that. I think that's why we see a lot more Black people, Black parents homeschooling their kids and creating these sort of private schools. Of course, it's not as systematic as we would want, like automatically going to a private school. But I think that a lot of them are just not finding the need in school. And we could talk about how bad the school system is, but I do get your point because it is public school offered to us, but we don't control the public school system. I guess that would be the issue. But I guess like on a broader scale, I understand. But I guess I understand your point, Mr. Six. It's just that I think that on the flip end of that, it's some criticism that I have for the school system. Like as far as jobs too, jobs the same thing. I think that yes, if you wanted to go make 7.25, $10 an hour, that those jobs are readily available. But I think again, people are saying not just black people, but all people are. But we're talking about black people. Black people are saying like, I'm not going to go work at this job making $10 an hour, and it is. I don't think it's the money. I think it's the fact that they can work a full-time job, maybe even work overtime, maybe even have two full-time jobs, and they're still not able to financially support themselves, sufficiently. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but
So
yeah,
it's
but
kind of like they're
yeah.
working and
But my question to people who say stuff like, "Well, I can't make $12 an hour," but you're sitting at home making $0 an hour. I
that's
mean,
true.
so I mean, if I had a family that had two kids, and I was sitting around talking about, man, I can't make no $12 an hour, and my kids sitting at home and I can't even provide Pampers, I think that sometimes you gotta be a little humble and do what you can until you can get where you're trying to go.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I mean, I definitely agree with that. I definitely agree with that. And that's probably my pushback when people sort of complain about the job market and things like that. That's my pushback. That's my criticism is of course you're not just going to walk into the job market and get the job that you want. And sometimes you're going to have to, hustle a little bit. I'm just thinking about a time where I did Uber Eats when I was in between jobs, and like I had to like Uber eat for all of my bills. Like it paid all of my bills at some point. And I know that, I was college educated. Like I, had 2 degrees at that point, and I still was Uber eating. Like, of course that's not the job I want, but I had to do what I had to do to get to where the hell I needed to be. So I definitely agree with that. It's just I guess yeah, I agree. I agree. Go ahead, Taylor. You got it.
Yeah, so I'll address the education. We Black Americans do take advantage of their education. Even if they don't go to college, okay, they'll go to trade school or they'll go to a certification program or a license program. So it's not like we just get out of high school and that's it. And the second point where you say Americans clown each other for working at McDonald's or fast food or any, low whatever job, I could understand because some of us do, but then again, you got to look at it. If a legal person is coming from another country, they're gonna accept anything off rip. They they accept crumbs. I'm gonna just be honest, if that makes sense. It don't matter what type of job is it. They're willing to get played. They're willing to get taken advantage of just to say they have a job. And yeah, that's cool and all. You're making money for your family, but logically, why is that person having so many kids anyway for you to have to work as hard? But I get to your point. We will clown each other, but on the other hand, it's like at least we'll work towards getting a career or a better paying job or take the opportunities to get to the next path. With illegals, it just seemed like they're willing to accept anything, crumbs, pennies, whatever, and that's not necessarily good. Notice how a lot of them do get taken advantage of.
And I'll say the other thing that sort of hurts us too, because these companies, instead of paying us like what we want as citizens, they're willing to import people who are willing to work for half of what we're demanding. And so that kind of affects us a little bit. And I think that's sort of the immigration problem, is that if you have immigrants willing to come over here and sort of just work the jobs that we don't want, it's not that we don't want to work them. We don't want to work them for what the company is offering, the hourly rate. But if they were forced to hire us, they would have to pay us what it is that we are demanding as citizens. And that hurts us, because I think that they should be forced to hire us and pay us what they want, instead of being able to sort of cut the system and hire somebody
Exactly. And
out.
not
Yeah,
to cut
I
you
think it's
off,
fair.
experience.
Go ahead.
Mind you, the job market as we speak is going to shit. And that's because a lot of these illegals come over here, they get hired, they start hiring all their other illegals, and they don't want to hire black people. They don't want to hire no one else but, that specific ethnic group. So it's like that's unfair to us. So how can they call us lazy and ungrateful and oh y'all don't want to do nothing when y'all come over here and then hire everyone y'all know? And
Okay,
then it's like,
I can explain it to you. Let me ask you a question. I don't know. I know the host said she was college educated. I don't know if you college educated or not. You sound articulate. But would you go pick fruit if you lost your job tomorrow? Would you go pick oranges out of a orchid field to provide for your family
For how much?
for whatever they're paying, $10, $12, whatever they're paying? Would you go pick oranges right now? You know they
it
still have people
depends
picking
how
cotton. Would you
much.
pick
$10
I'm
is
not
cotton?
not a living
accepting no
wage,
$5
though.
an hour,
Okay,
$10 or
then. Okay,
$7
so
an
if
hour.
we're not accepting what they're accepting, we can't say they're taking our jobs. We got to say that we're not taking their pay. That's the difference.
But
Because I
what
know
we're
me
arguing,
personally,
hold
I'm
up.
not going to go pick no cotton. I'm just
Well,
not.
see, I was gonna go there if they paying me right. If they paying me a
If
living
they
wage
paying
where I
you
can,
$10, they paying you
yes,
$10
no,
an
but
hour to pick
that's
cotton.
not a living wage, and that's what
That's what
we're
I'm
arguing.
saying. So
No,
they
but
do. Go
because
ahead. I'm
you're not,
sorry.
I want to make sure that you understand what we're arguing. We're arguing, yes, the companies are paying $10. We're saying that we as Americans, we're not willing to work for that, and we want them to up the pay.
Right.
The company to up the pay to do these jobs, and then we will be willing to do it. Instead of upping the pay, they're willing to bring in people who are willing to
Yeah,
work for the amount.
that's the way corporate America is. They try to find any way to save a dollar. Like I work for corporate America right now. I'm at work right now as we speak. I work in a building. They took our forks away from us, forks, because they said it was an added expense. So corporate America is always trying to find a way to cut corners. I mean, that's the name of the game, to be rich, not to be in the business to lose money.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but that's what we're critiquing. We're not critiquing. I think that's the point that we're making is that these companies are sort of are greedy. They want to pay us less, and we're not. And the living standards have gone up, and they want to pay us what they're not paying us enough for us to be able to be self-sufficient. So no, we don't want to work those jobs. So we're
So can I ask you a
saying
question?
that they should increase the cost. They should
So
increase the
And
pay.
that's my thing. You miss what I was saying. I was saying illegals will come over here, get hired, and start hiring their other illegal counterparts, and they don't want to hire nobody else too.
well,
So it's the pay and that too. I live in New York City. At first, before I went to college and programs and all that, it was hard to get a job because New York is illegal immigrant capital. Everyone who's here, they all have family owned, or you go to a McDonald's, it's all Hispanics, or you go here, it's all Asians, you go here, it's all Africans. So it's like for Black Americans, that is discrimination. They don't want to hire.
so can I ask you a question? As a business owner, right? Let's say both of you ladies are business owners, and you used to paying one of your employees $25 an hour, but then you have a guy, he said, "Listen, listen, I'm here. I'll do this job for $10 an hour." Or are you gonna say no to the person that say they'll do that same exact job for $10 an hour?
Taylor, you can go first.
My bad. I'm responding to Tink. You could answer that.
Okay. So for me personally, as a person, right? It first depends on who the person that I'm hiring, because it's not all about money to me. But I understand that in a capitalist society, these corporation leaders, these people, they're money hungry. They want to save as much money as possible. So in a society, the society says that they're going to hire the person for $10. So of course, but for me, it's not simply just about the money. Like, of course I want to make money, but one of my priorities in like owning a business is going to be whether or not my employees can live afford to live. But I understand that's my personal view. That's not the universal society standard. You know what I mean?
What was his question? Because it just seemed like he's being dismissive with what we're saying and trying to deflect from what we're saying. Because what was his question?
His question is if you own a business and you have somebody working for you that makes $21 an hour, and then somebody approach you and say, I'm willing to do the exact same jobs for $10, what would you do?
I wouldn't give them crumbs. I wouldn't let them work for 10 an hour. No, they could also do the 21 an hour. Because that's unfair. That's unfair as hell, in my opinion. If I go to a business and say, "Oh, I'm broke as fuck. I just came from another country. I'm willing to work for anything, $5 an hour, $10 an hour," you're asking to get taken advantage of. Because it's a lot of people that do that. I feel like everybody should get paid the same amount.
I see, but see, that's that that is not the view of the capitalistic society, and that I get that, but to me it's like I don't see. To me, I come from that, like working minimum wage jobs and struggling. I come from the hood and all of that. The last thing I want to do is participate in something like that. So I guess
Right,
for
and
me
mind you,
it's
not to cut you
different.
off, because I saw a comment that said illegals are willing to work before they get on government assistance. That's not true, especially since where I live, they all are on government assistance. I don't even qualify for food stamps or cash assistance, and I don't got no kids, so I don't get nothing. So when they do come over here, the first thing they do is go to the welfare office.
And
Because
I
you can't
mean,
just come
maybe
here and just randomly start working because you don't have no documentation. You don't got no money. You get what I'm saying? So,
the other thing I would add is, I mean, maybe they do come over here working, but how much do they cost us? Because I know she's in New York. The last administration, their last mayor, that cop that y'all had in there, he let in a lot of illegal immigrants, and they got a lot of money from New York City. Am I
yeah, I
wrong?
think it's Adams.
Yeah, Adams, the cop. Yeah, Adams, the
Yeah.
puppet. He gave them a lot of money. Same thing in Chicago. Same
And
thing
then
in
now we have
Baltimore.
Mom Donnie. So he's definitely about to. New York is literally turning into every country in the book. And it's like, it's going to get worse. And I don't know. That's how I feel. I feel like we won't be united until they respect us. I don't know.
Who
It's a
who
lot.
who, who needs to respect us? We need to respect ourselves.
We do respect we do respect ourselves.
Not at all.
If we
Just based on the
respect
conversation we're having right now, with all due respect, like even right now with you and I talking, you've been kind of slightly slighting me sometimes. It just in the comments and just now when you just said that I was answering your question and you see I'm trying to deflect. Like we can't even have a conversation as adults without
That's not me coming at you though. That's just how I talk. If you're taking it the wrong way, then I apologize. But I'm not coming at you aggressively or trying to come at you. I did think you were deflecting because when we had answered your first question about them coming over, it seemed like you was deflecting about the whole job scenario, saying we were lazy, and I was trying to explain to you that we're not.
No, I never not once said we were lazy. It never came out of my mouth not one time. Never once. What
Well,
I
I mean,
did say was,
implied about the whole McDonald's thing, and I
yeah.
was telling
So
you.
so well so are you telling me I'm lying that if that a black person working at McDonald's they don't get shunned for that? Are you saying I'm lying about that?
No, I don't. I never said you were lying.
Okay, so why do you see I'm deflecting about the whole thing about people working at McDonald's then?
No, you said so many different points. I'm trying to remember
I
which
think
point
that
you were talking about.
he was saying that we don't appreciate jobs.
That's what I'm saying exactly. That's what I'm saying. We
Yeah.
don't appreciate what we have, and then like I said, right now, if I go work at McDonald's right now, and host, you tell me if I'm lying. If I work at McDonald's right now, is there a chance that maybe a woman might come in? I'm trying to holler at her, and she might say, "Boy, you work at McDonald's." Is that unheard of?
That's not unheard
That's
of.
not all Black
But that's
American
not
I
all
didn't
women.
black
say it
people
was all
have. So
Black America,
yeah.
ma'am. I didn't say that. I
Yeah.
didn't.
So
I'm not
yeah.
saying
So
it's
it
all
is
Black
a
America.
it is a portion of Black America who participates in that behavior that he speaks of. I agree with that. But I think
No,
that
I
she's
agree
saying,
too. There are
yeah,
women that will clown, men like you for working in McDonald's. But me personally, it
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that illegals aren't coming here taking jobs. I see it every day. I see it every day. I'm not denying the fact. But I'm saying is, and then my thing is, the illegals have never bothered me. They've been coming here for decades. This country was built on illegals. All of a sudden now, under this administration, It's a big deal because it's a fear factor that he's pushing to these MAGA people. Oh, you better get these illegals out of here. They're gonna take your job and do X, Y, and Z. These illegals been coming here for decades. So why all of a sudden now in 2025 and 2026, it's a problem with illegals? Like the whole thing about the illegals that this administration brought up about they was in Venezuela was in wherever they was at eating dogs and cats. Like, are we serious right now? Like, I mean, I'm not saying you guys believe that. I'm just saying, but that's the kind of nonsense that this administration pushes out, and people actually feed into that, actually eat that up, and believe it's true. So my thing is, why all of a sudden now are illegals like the main focal point of what's going on?
One thing I will say is that immigration is affecting really a lot of countries, like a lot of them, especially in Europe. So it's just not America. So every sort of all the citizens that are dealing with an migrant issue, they're sort of complaining about the migrant issue. I think that it's more like I would agree with you when you say like immigrants have been an issue, but like have they been able to like just like millions of them just like has it been this bad though that we're now the
Yeah,
citizens
like
are like
you can't take away from the fact that it's so many of them. Like America is influxed with them. Like
Okay,
before, it wasn't, but now they are
you
probably spreading word and telling them, yeah, come over. It's easy. They flying you out. You could get cash assistance. You could get food stamps, free housing. Just come, just come.
you from New York, right? Born and raised.
Nah, I was raised and born in Charlotte, but I live in New York.
Okay, so how long have you been living in New York?
7 years now.
Okay, 7 years. So I guess that's not really long enough, but we all know like places like New York, California, Texas. These are melting spots for all ethnic backgrounds. I mean, in New York, you can find an Italian place, you can find a Jamaican place, you can find an Arab place. That's been the makeup of New York for as long as I'm 42. So as long as I've been alive, and been knowing, New York has always been known to me as a place where it's multi-diverse with multiculturals. So,
but
and then
like look at
let
a
me ask you
place
let me
like
ask you one
Memphis
question.
though.
Let me ask you a question. Who on here right now? I know, ladies, you won't. So I'm not. This is who's going outside right now. It's 100. I'm in Texas right now. It's like 109. Right now, my next door neighbor is getting a yard cut right now by some Hispanics. What black person is going to have to go out to do that?
I think if you give black people, I think you give black men the opportunity to do that, that they would do that.
They
I
will. They,
don't.
they definitely
They
will. I got on my
will.
sons. I got on my
They
sons
will.
this summer about doing it,
But
cutting
I'm saying
grass.
even if you would give them an opportunity to start a landscaping company, if he wants to do landscaping or not, I think that they would take up on that deal. But they have to know that they're gonna get money from that.
Okay, so what about like even I don't know where you at, but we got the people out here that stand on the side of stores with the sign and just hold the sign, flip the sign, promoting the business for maybe $50 a day. Who's going to go do that job? I'm not.
But that's the problem. Nobody is doing that for $50 a day.
I,
But
I
if you
no,
give
I
somebody,
do
you
see
say,
Hispanics all the time.
right, yeah, because that is,
They're accepting that.
yes,
We're
they
Exactly.
are.
not.
No, but you're not getting our point at all because we're criticizing the company for offering low wages,
But
Yeah,
why?
we're
and
not
Why?
criticizing the immigrants for
Okay, so
accepting.
okay,
accepting
gotcha. So
it.
why criticize
So
a company? They're in the business of making money. So if I can like, okay, if I can pay you $50 a day to be an advertisement versus paying an actual billboard, well, they might charge me $1,000 a month. What would be the more financial, better decision to make?
see, and that's the criticism. That's what we're criticizing.
That the company is choosing is trying to find ways
So
to save money.
because they're not
Oh,
they're
But
not
they're
willing to
saving money,
provide.
taking advantage of people who are not that educated. I'm not I'm sorry. Let me try to change my words. That are not.
yeah. You said educated. I mean, that's correct because if it was probably more educated, they probably could apply for a better job. I can understand it, but at the
Yeah,
end
I'm
of the
not
day,
trying to be rude. You get what
yeah,
I'm saying?
no.
Like,
But
But at
yeah,
the
yeah.
end
they
of the day, no
are
one is
no,
forcing
they're
them to
being
take their
taken
job,
care of.
right?
But their environment is forcing them to take that job. Them being broke as hell is forcing them to take that
Look,
job.
my environment is forced me to take my job. I don't know anyone unless you're making maybe six figures a year that's comfortable enough where they can sit back and say, I don't need any kind of help. I mean, I'm a single father. I pay all my bills, no government assistance. I mean, I'm not well off. I mean, I make ends meet, but I mean, trust me, in this economy right now, I definitely can. I would take some food stamps right now if they gave them to me.
Yeah, me too, ASAP. I'm tired of paying out of pocket for
You hear
groceries is
me?
expensive.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I don't knock nobody for getting in where they're getting in at, right? Like I said, at the end of the day, and I'm gonna land my plane with this. At the end of the day, the immigrants have been here as long as I've been around, and they have never directly affected me in any kind of way. They don't get the jobs that I go for. Unfortunately, I mean, well, fortunate for me because I'm a little bit more educated, so I don't have to worry about them to get in my jobs. If anything, the person I'm worried about my job may be AI. So
You
Right,
in
I'm not
tech
but
worried.
too?
you realize that is an individualistic take on this position, right? Because you
Yeah.
realize that maybe it doesn't affect you, but maybe it affects 1,000 more black men in the city.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. But that's why us as a people should pull. And I hate the term "pull yourself up by your bootstraps," but we got to do better for ourselves. I mean, I remember at 30 years old, maybe right before I turned 30 years old, I was working in an ice cream factory, making maybe $8 an hour just so I can have a job. And I had at that time, I think I had four kids, maybe five kids at that time. And I was working just so I could have a job, just so I could take care of something of my kids. So I had to realize that I needed to do better by myself and for my kids, and I started doing better things and educating myself and started going for better jobs and careers.
I mean, I guess I see that's individualistic, but
So if you're honestly, before we get to the next person, so Mr. Six, because
Yes, ma'am.
I feel like a lot of, people do think the same way you do. So how do you think black and African people can unify? I
I think
didn't,
we got to take that divisiveness out. Like we're still the same people. Like I said, let me ask you a question, Taylor. If an African person get pulled over by a cop and a black guy get pulled over by a cop, are they gonna look at the African man and say, "Oh, you know what? He's just African. He's not one of these blacks over here," or are they
well,
gonna look at him the same
honestly,
way?
I feel like they 9 times out of 10, yes, they'll both get treated the same, but I don't
Okay.
think they're gonna look at him like black. They're gonna know like, oh, African, especially if they hear the accent. But yes, I will admit we will get treated the same.
Profile the
Skin
same,
tone,
correct?
yeah, profile, correct.
Yeah.
So I don't deny that.
So my thing is, let's curb the divisiveness. Like I said, this was wrote in the Willie Lynch letters. Like, let's get rid of that and let's focus on, like how you said, respect. Let's focus on respecting ourselves, building our own communities, holding ourselves accountable. The same way they build businesses to help themselves, let's build our own business. Let's go back how Tulsa was. Let's build us a Black Wall Street and employ ourselves.
But the
Let's do
thing
like the
about it, Mr. Six, sorry to cut you off
uh,
again.
come on, Taylor, let him finish, and then I'll let you jump
no,
in.
I'm saying it's just like the JEWSs. They spend their money in their community. The same thing with the Asian people. They spend their money within their community. Their money circulates the community by maybe 7, 8 times before it goes out. Whereas and I'm guilty of it myself. I don't eat in my neighborhood. I go out somewhere else to eat. So we need to focus on that. Focus on our own legislators in our own community. Focus on our elected officials. And I land my plane with that.
Oh, go ahead, Taylor. Then I'm gonna get to Mo.
I was just gonna answer, we did have a Black Wall Street. We do try, but racist people constantly tear that down. Notice how every successful black business or, successful black town gets built, somehow it doesn't last. And that's because people come and attack us and bother us. But I'll let the next person go.
Okay, go ahead, Mo.
Yeah, fuck all that. I'm here for Taylor Six, yes.
I'm gonna put you out. Answer the prompt. What's up, Bike Life? You gonna answer the prompt, Mo? Fucking.
I'm gonna answer
Mo,
Taylor.
just DM me.
I got you.
Oh, you know him for real, Taylor.
No, I don't. That's just so random. But I ain't want that to take away from your panel. So I'm like, just text me if you wanna, But what was your? I mean, I get where Mr. Six was. Yeah, I fuck with the directness. I fuck with Mr. Six. I understand. I like how we had a debate, but I feel like he was being a little bit dismissive, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
But Unity Africans aren't beefing with nobody. Nah. Well, honestly, Bala, it's been a lot of discourse all over TikTok about, the Black Americans versus Africans. And a lot of Africans have been saying spewing a lot of hatred stuff. I'm not going to lie. I've been in panels. They think we are ungrateful, lazy, disrespectful. I ain't even think y'all felt that way about us, for real. Yeah, they don't.
And the thing about it is, and they see this is my only issue with Africans. Like, of course, I've seen FBAs, I've seen Black Americans talking shit about Africans. I've seen you guys talking shit about us too, right? So I've seen it go both ways. But like, I hate when Africans try to make it seem like Black Americans started this beef. Like, let's be real. Like, you guys haven't liked us for decades at this point. We have always had a feeling, it's always been some animosity with y'all against us, and we're just now responding.
I
And now you
agree.
guys try to make it seem like we're the ones that started it. No, you guys have had these sentiments towards us for a long time, and we just never brought it up until now.
The thing about it, experience, they feel like they are like the superior blacks, if that makes sense. Like, oh, I'm different. I come from a different culture. I'm not American. My experience is different. I don't experience, white tea supremacists and all. You get what I'm saying? Like, we're
Mm-hmm.
black, fully black, but they are black as far as xenotype versus in reality they're African. So they think they're the better blacks.
Yeah, they
What's up,
think they
Bike Life?
they pretty much think they the real blacks. You know what I'm saying? Cause I had a debate on TikTok with a dude, and the way he got at me, he was just basically saying like they struggle is greater than our struggle, which you don't really know how it is in America. You know what I'm saying? We pretty much go through the same shit y'all go through with the politics. You know what I'm saying? With the, you know what I mean? The street shit. You know what I'm saying? It's the same shit. It's exactly the same shit. But how he was just trying to make it that theirs is just more superior, just like you were saying, Taylor. Like theirs is just more superior. What they go through is just more greater than what we going through. You know what I'm saying? It's all the same. You know what I'm saying? Like honestly, don't matter if you in fucking Spain, don't matter if you in Iraq. You know what I'm saying? It's the same shit that goes on everywhere. You know what I mean? It's just different races. That's all. And everybody, and all different races, kind of they go by shit a little differently. But at the end of the day, we all getting to the same motherfucking destination. You know what I'm saying? It's all the same shit. You know, I go back and forth with these people all the time, bro. And it's funny. I kind of get a kick out of it because they really be thinking they know what goes on in America.
Yeah, and
And
then they'll sit here. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, host.
I
Go
was
ahead. My
gonna say
fault.
this really quick, and I'm gonna give you the floor. It's crazy how they have empathy for the shit that they go through in their country, but when it comes to Black Americans in America, they have no empathy for the shit and atrocities that we've gone through. They understand why Africa is underneath, but they cannot understand why Black America would be underneath.
That's real.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
I
care.
was in a panel too, because I joined panels too about debates, and a lot of them do say disrespectful stuff. They don't know our history, but they see, they watch the news and everything else. So some of them even made fun of Sandra Bland, Trayvon Martin. They made fun of our people getting unalive, and I'm like, wow, that's low. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we don't talk about how in certain states or whatnot out that way where they at, how they own is killing each other. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about they wiping neighborhoods out. You know what I'm saying? They stealing niggas' wives and killing kids. That still goes on out there in Africa. Maybe not in the the city part, but more like what would that be like the country part? Like it's like California is more like the country Cause we got like the country part, like the desert part, like the valley. Then you got the city. Like you know what I'm saying? It's like, I kind of think it's like that in every country. You all got the dirty part where it's like dirty people is not as fortunate. Then you have your your city people where they're more clean and people's eating out nice spaces and stuff. It's like that everywhere. You know what I mean? You got your neighborhoods where where it goes down at. You know what I mean? It's all the same.
Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is, I guess. It's disrespectful when we bring it up, but they can talk about gang violence. They can talk about the shit we go through all the time.
Mm-hmm. But they want to be yelling nigga and shit like that. That's a American, not like that, but that's like
Mm-hmm.
our term. But they use it like how the Mexicans use it in California.
Like the Dominicans in the Bronx. And it's like, my thing is, they'll come over here, cosplay us, wear, our trendy stuff, and then turn around in our face and say, oh, but I'm African. Fuck y'all, Black Americans. And it's like, damn,
That shit
how
weird.
you.
That's weird word, bro. That's so weird to me. Like,
It's just sad. It's really Black Americans against everybody.
and what's really sad, we don't feel that way about them.
I didn't,
At
what,
all.
growing up, I didn't even think we discussed them in comment, like in conversation. Like I don't remember
We never. It was never brought up.
talking about Africans. I'll
Yeah,
be
just
honest.
block him, host, because he keeps spamming the same comment. Like,
I am. I'm gonna block him. I hate that, dude. If you wanna, I don't mind if you keep writing comments, but don't keep writing the same thing. I will mute you. Like I do not mind whatever you say. You can get up and say whatever, but do not keep spamming my comments with the same thing over and over again. Go ahead, King of Kings.
Let me answer the prompts. What would it take to unify black and African Americans? What is your position to unify? Well, I think it's possible, but until we understand that there is no superior blacks between us, Haitian, African, Jamaicans, we all have the same skin color. We might from different countries with different, perspective in life, but our skin color is the same. The white people look at me, they look at you, they only see a black person. They don't see nothing else. Until when I came to America, right? Black American is stronger. The Caribbean could be stronger because you know what? We're fighting the same oppressors. If Africa's stronger, all the other black countries can follow through. Just like look at Europe, right? If you look at the European countries, they all stand for each other. They all back each other up. They all support each other. And the division between us only gonna take us back in time. And the supremacy, white supremacy, they're watching, they're listening. They're watching everything we say, everything we do, and they're just waiting for a time for them to, whatever they're planning, to do it. But it's possible for us to be unified. We just need better leaders among us. That's all I could say.
Okay. Okay. All right. Did anyone want to respond to him? What I'll say is, yeah, I think it's possible. It's just there is a certain mindset you got to come into. Like, I think that we have to understand that there's gonna be plenty of differences. There's plenty of shit personally that we don't agree on. But if we can agree on one thing, then I think that will move us to the next level.
I agree.
He said fall back. Said absolutely not. Why not fall back?
I mean, I understand, King of, I appreciate you saying we have to stop this whole superior black because when the white tea supremacists get together, they against all of us. I get that. I just wish that, there are certain Africans that do feel like that. And it's like, I don't get how you could feel that way because if we so called go through the same stuff, against white tea supremacists, how are you better? You know?
Exactly.
But it make no sense though. It is sad because yeah.
Because think about it, right? If the white supremacy is treating black Americans, terribly wrong, when they get to Haiti, what do you think they're gonna do to a black person? They're gonna do the same thing because they look at me and be like, oh, it's the same fucking niggas. We could treat them the same way. And they get to Africa, they're gonna do the same shit. And that's how that slavery shit started because they look at all of us. Oh, they all freaking black. They all, they classified us as dirt. Not,
Yep, dirty
don't look
black
at us.
Americans say
Don't look
it.
at us as human. Yeah, I mean,
I'm
listen,
talking
there
about
are
slavery and
like
shit. I wish I had me a slave, bro. I would
and
beat that nigga.
Time
among my
out.
people,
Time
there's
I'll
a
out.
lot
beat
of
him.
Haitian that do
Time
Like,
out.
say a lot of shit.
That's a
get back to
troll.
work.
That's a troll.
Yeah, I got him.
What you were saying, Kings?
There's like a lot of us like Haitian among us that do a lot of that says a lot of shit, against certain, when they speaking and I don't condone what they said. You get what I'm saying? A lot of us Haitian, we don't accept when they downplay Black American or Jamaican or any black race or whatever. We don't accept it because at the end of the day, we all fighting for the same cause, to be free and walk free in this freaking world, and for our children to be able to succeed and do whatever they please.
Thank you,
But white
Bike
supremacy don't look
Life.
at it.
Y'all already know. You gotta share the wealth. You know what I'm saying? It starts here.
I agree, King of Kings. Thank you. I agree 100% with what you said.
Okay,
I mean,
we
I
got a
love.
new hello, King of Kings. If you wanted to go ahead because we got a few new people I wanted to get to, then we can go ahead.
Gotta be
Okay,
ready
go
to
ahead.
the host. You know what I'm saying?
You got it. You got it. Go ahead. King, go Kings.
The cap is too strong here. What's getting capped on though? What's getting capped about though? Like,
Who said something about Cap? Wait.
no,
Oh, you talking
somebody.
Nah,
about
he
Fall?
talking
You talking
about
about
Kings
Fall
because
Dance?
I
Okay.
think Fall that's a black American because he was agreeing with us.
Yeah, he is a Black American. King of Kings. Did you land your plane before I go to B Salt? Be like.
Yeah, I'm all good. You could go ahead.
Okay. You come up. You. What'd you say about him?
No, I'm reading off what he said. I mean that, and that's in every race, bro. You know what I mean? Don't get it fucked up. You got some in some areas in America where black peoples are strong. You know what I'm saying? And we're not against each other. You know what I mean? It's everywhere. It's like it's people gonna paint whatever narrative they want to fucking paint, and it's up to you to fucking believe the shit. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have your own mindset. Your own mindset, bro. Not running off and what the next person's saying. That's what a lot of this is. A lot of people hear something from somebody else and they just run with that. Don't know, ain't it no research, don't know a thing about what they talking about.
All right. Come on, mute. Okay, go ahead. Be Salt. Be Light.
Hi. So first, I'm African. I'm from Ethiopia, and I've lived here for like I don't know, 16 years, 17 years. But I think what I notice, what needs to change, is the narrative that I think Black people here, because in Africa, we don't have any negative. Most of us we don't have any negative thoughts about African Americans or like, oh, they're not. We don't see like, oh, I did not know race or racism until I got here. Like I thought a Black person is a Black person. You are African or like, we didn't see hate or difference in that until we got here. So I think we need to change that and then like accept one another, and then see each other for who we are and stop the negative, like research what he was saying, research, get to know for yourself, like the negative things they be spreading about Africa and like how Africa is like, it's now that they started showing what Africa actually looks like or how it's actually very much prosperous country instead of what they teach us. So we need to stop that bias and accept one another and stop the hate and then calling each other name. But nobody else is gonna unify us. No white person, no white organization is gonna unify us except ourselves. Until we accept ourselves, this is who we are. We are all one. Until we become that, and there won't be any unification. That's what I think.
Okay. Then I'm gonna go to Mally.
Yeah, what's
What is?
going on?
What's up?
Yeah, so as far as the unity thing, like there's zero incentive. Like there's got to be an incentive, right? Because there are a billion people over a billion. Matter of fact, there's like 2 billion people, right? And most of them are poor. What incentive is somebody from America What incentive do I have? It's like saying me and the guy that I walk past on my way to work that's begging for change. Maybe we have some similarities in appearance, maybe we don't. But it's like saying, why don't you unify with that guy? Well, because there's no incentive for me to do that. And there's actually things that disincentivize me to do that. For example, there's only 40 million. Now, mind you, my mother's from Jamaica and my father's from America, right? So, but there's 40, I'm speaking about black Americans in this context. There's 40 million black Americans, right? There is over 1 billion black Africans, right? So you say to yourself, you say words like unity, but in function, 40 million cannot unify with over 1 billion. In function, what would happen is they would get absorbed and erased. And nobody wants that. Who wants that? And I land.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna challenge you on that, Mally, because that would say for example, that would be the issue that Black Americans would say about Jamaica. We could say that about Jamaica. What would be the incentive of Black Americans unifying with Jamaicans?
Well, there's actually a very real incentive there because Jamaica has a seat at the international table because they have a country that they run. Now, mind you, black Americans, their country is America in the United States, but they don't control the narrative, or they're not the spokesperson, or, they're not, it's not like, they don't even, honestly, there isn't even a state within the United States that's a supermajority black American. So like Black America, I will admit, has representation issues on an international and even a national level. And look, people in the Caribbean and people from the mainland of America, we're like ethnic siblings. So I mean, I could see how you can make an argument that maybe we should unify, but there is actual incentive there. There's zero incentive to unify with the continent of Africa.
Right, but if we say, okay, maybe not the whole continent, but if we say, hey, we want to unify with Ghana, they have a country that they're running, at least to have some type of recognition.
Let me say something based on what he said,
Hold
right?
up. Time out. I want him to answer the question.
Okay.
Then I'll go to you.
I mean, you can unify with Ghana if you want to, I guess, but then you want Ghana being your spokespeople? Ghana saying that you came from there as slaves and all that kind of weird stuff. You're not going to get that out of Jamaicans because that's not like we're not into that narrative. We're not into that, right? But Ghana, they're very much into that.
I'm challenging your logic, though. I'm challenging your logic. Like, your logic is, we Black Americans, there is an incentive to partner with Jamaica because Jamaica has a country that they're running on their own, right? Because initially you said we shouldn't work with Africans because they're poor. So I'm like, okay, but you're Jamaican, you have Jamaican. So what would be the Americans can say the same thing about Jamaica, and you're saying, well, because they have a country that they're running and they have a recognition by the international stage, they can offer us they can offer us representation. And I'm saying, well, Ghana could offer us representation as well. They're a country, they're independent.
Well, the numeric. If you want to, because mind you, the affinity that Americans from the continent of America and West Indian, Caribbean people have is closer. We share names. A lot of times we share ancestry. Africans are strangers to us. This is what you guys don't understand. But if you unify with them people, that's different because the numbers disparity means they will overtake you, and your name you won't even have your name anymore. Your great grandkids will have an African name, right? Like, come on, like you got to be realistic.
You're not being consistent, and that's the issue. Hold up, be like, you're not being consistent, Molly. But I'm gonna let Kings go, and then I'm gonna get to Juicy J. Go
Listen,
ahead,
my
Kings.
brother. I think what you said is wrong because you underestimate Africa. Africa, why is France in Africa? Why is America's in Africa? Why is China in Africa? It's because there's so much wealth down there. We, as black people, is not being, I'm saying we don't have the capability to work with them and use what they got to help us get out of where we at. If we unify with them, right? We can be the France. We can be the USA. We can be the China. We can use those resources for our benefit and work with them. To think that Africa is poor, the people may be poor because of what these countries are doing to them. Like Burkina Faso right now is taking over their country. All the resources they using it. They kick France out.
I agree with Kings. I'm not gonna lie. I think Africa has a lot to offer, especially Black
A
Americans.
whole lot.
Can I go?
Yeah, I'll let you. I'm coming. I thought I called on you. Did I not call on you before?
Oh no, you did. I just wanted to
Okay,
make
go
a comment
ahead.
about some of the stuff he said.
Go ahead.
Okay, first, I think it's an ignorant comment to say that Africa is poor. It's ridiculous because you gotta speak based on facts. Like, what facts do you have that Africa is poor? Speak some, like, I don't know, statistics, because Africa is not. And if every single continent right now, based on research, if every single continent economy was to clash, African continent is the only country and the only continent that will be clashing last, because it's full in so many resources. Each country in Africa has its own unique resources. Like he said, why do you think French people go there? Why do you think China is investing billions of dollars in Ethiopia? What? That's an ignorant comment to say Africa is poor. And then to say that Africans are strangers to us. Are you Jamaican saying Africans are strangers to us? What? Do you know who Haile Selassie is? To Ethiopia is an African country. How can you say Africans are stranger? They know every single Jamaican in Jamaica. They recognize Ethiopia, Shashamane. It's Jamaicans. It's like their own country that's there. So if you're gonna talk, at least speak facts. Like, not just throw some opinions. Africa's poor. That's the most ignorant comment.
And again,
Okay,
that's the type
okay.
of
So
assumption
wait,
that's
hold up.
dividing
Tell us,
us.
King of Kings. Wait 1 second. I want him to respond because both of you guys have addressed him. So I want him to respond.
Yeah, as far as Haile Selassie goes, I mean, look, Rastafarianism is a small subset of people. Excuse me, I'm eating some chips right now. It's kind of like Hebrew Israelites, right? Like, they not the voice for nobody but themselves. Yes, they might get a lot more attention because they loud and they they make music or whatever, but they're not really like as big as people think. Most Jamaicans don't rock with Rastas. Like, they're ridiculous. And that's what that is.
Oh my
All
goodness.
right. I'm gonna go to the new people on the panel, and then I'll go to the rabbit. I mean, I don't know what your name is, but you have the
That's
hand
okay.
raised.
Anything is fine. Rabbit's okay. So first, to unify people in general, you have to be willing to become more peaceful and stoic as a person. So you guys got to stop insulting each other just in this room. You're already trying to divide each other by race and creed and placement in the world where you were born. If you want to unify people, you have to look at people for their similarities, not their differences. So before we can unify Africa and Black Americans, we have to start by unifying America, right? If you practice Jesus and any of his teachings, you're not supposed to look at others and judge them. You're supposed to look at others and try to unify and see them as your brother, regardless of skin color, regardless of where they're from. That's our main problem right now that we're having. We have people trying to tear other people apart instead of trying to unify as a whole. If you divide things by skin color, nationality, religious beliefs, you're going to constantly have divide because you're dividing.
You mind if I jump in real quick? Hold on 1 second. I mean, if we
No,
can get to the new people, I'm one of them.
yeah, 1 second. Okay, rabbit. Okay, pound signal. You're on T-Kip, but
Oh,
it's
I'm
your
here.
turn.
Yes. Oh, so the prompt says, what will it take to unify Black and African people around the world? What is your opposition to unify? I mean, we need to get rid of people like Mali because they're very hateful. For example, like, and I'm not
Okay,
gonna.
don't insult him.
He was just insulting Africans. He's very
Well,
disrespectful.
I don't want
Like,
it the live to turn into that. I want us to have a conversation.
yeah. So okay. So me personally, like, I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna say this. If you were to ask the average African living on the continent of Africa what they know about Jamaica, they wouldn't be able to answer you. Like, we don't really know Jamaicans that much. So it's surprising to hear this rhetoric. We don't even know you that much. If anything, we know Black Americans because of American hegemony, but we don't know that much about Jamaicans. So I don't understand where this hate is coming from because we don't know you. I mean, I think that each group has to focus on its own problems. Africans have their own issues, Black Americans have their own issues, and Caribbean people have their own issues. We need to unite within the continent of Africa before uniting with the rest of the diaspora. We have our own problems to worry about. So And I don't think that unity will ever happen. I think it's an utopia. Like, it will never happen. Never.
And where you
I
from?
mean, I'm from the Seychelles and Ethiopia.
And
Okay,
I'm
and you
from
identify as black.
Tanzania
Wait,
and Burundi.
wait. Pound signal. Do you identify as black?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Then I want to go to, I think, Sierra. You're next, and then Isaac.
So unity again is not uniformity. Unity is totally different than uniformity. Uniformity is we all look the same, talk the same, think the same about certain things. I believe it's possible, and I believe it is a must, and it is a imperative for our survival. But one thing that I'm not hearing in this conversation is who benefits from our disunity. And those who benefit from our disunity, you best believe they are doing things to keep us disunited. They will pay somebody to say stupid shit. I ain't got nothing to do with them Africans. I don't have nothing to do with them Jamaicans. Look, I don't even pay attention to that level, to that conversation. When I hear one of my brothers from the diaspora or the continent say something stupid and regurgitate white tea supremacy talking points, be gone. Poof. You don't even exist in this conversation and this work that we're trying to do and unify our people for the purposes of survival. Don't have nothing to do with no. Let me restrain myself. This does not have anything to do with your personal anecdotal experiences. This has to do with our survival. Just like when Europe was going through what it was going through, they formed the European Common Market for economic survival. In America, they have what they call e pluribus unum, out of the many one. I know Jamaican got it too, but they gave y'all that to fool y'all on some bullshit. But in America, it applies to the Europeans. So in America, you come as a white tea person, you put your ethnic differences aside, and you practice this global white tea supremacy, so we can subject the people, non-white tea peoples of the world. That's what it means to be an American. It means you put away your ethnic identity as a white person and you practice global white tea supremacy under the title American. Now, most of us as black people are caught up in this naming of a continent or a place that white people gave it. So white people named Jamaica, Jamaica. You know, well, they recognize it. We know it's an indigenous name. But I'm not going to let where I am and the name that white tea people recognize separate me from my brothers and sisters throughout the globe. When you're trying to solve a complex math equation, they teach you to look for the common denominator. What is the fucking common denominator between black people and African black people all around the diaspora? Well, I make my food like this. Who gives a fuck? Why these other people are cleaning up the earth, taking the resources. We sitting around here arguing over bullshit. What will it take for us to unify? This ass whooping that we keep receiving on a daily basis. Take this and take that till you wake the fuck up. I land my plane.
You know what? I can't do nothing but agree with you. We arguing over this, that, and the other. These people are taking over the world. We know that Americans don't like Europeans. We know Europeans don't like the Russians. We know they don't like the Ukrainians. We know that these people do not get along. But when it comes to dominating this world, they're somehow able to get along and get that done. So I'm gonna go to the next person. I agree. So go ahead. I think that's the last person. Oh, we have a new panelist.
I
I'm
wanted to
gonna
say
and then I'm
something,
gonna open
and
it back
then
up. Hold up, I'm getting a new person in. Johnny.
Hey, how you doing? I got a rebuttal for the dude that just was talking. Dude, we not unifying with
Address the
Africans. I
prompt.
don't.
Excuse me,
It's not
sir.
gonna happen.
Can you address the prompt
What
first?
will it take for? What will it take
Do
for?
you hear me? Can
Black
y'all
and
hear me?
I'm. You hear me? I'm talking right.
Yeah, I
I'm trying to.
understand that, but I asked you to address the prompt.
I'm trying to address it right now, but you're not letting me.
But you're addressing him. I don't want you to address him. I want
No,
you
no,
to
no,
address
no, no,
him.
no. I heard what you said, and I redirected. I started to read the prompt, but you kept going.
Yeah, I did because you wouldn't stop talking.
Okay, can I
Go
read the
ahead.
prompt so I can reiterate it?
Go ahead.
All right. It'll never happen. It's never gonna happen because African people don't like us. They're not from the same people as us. We don't derive from the same ancestry. It's never gonna happen because these people have a low IQ. They feel as though
Facts.
they're some type of superior than us. They feel like we have a culture over here in the United States where when we see a black person, hey, even though we got an evil eye against each other right now, if it really comes down to it, we're going to protect each other. If it really comes down to it, yeah, we got an evil eye. We already know that. We addressing that. We already know the problems that we have. We don't have to focus on the problems that we as Black Americans have. We got to focus on getting all these other people away from us and starting to love each other. It'll never happen. It'll never happen when these other people is in our way. These other people is in our way, and I'm not. I'm talking specifically about Africans. I believe that the Jamaicans, the Haitians, and the Spanish people, they are somewhat a part of us. They got the same common ancestry as us. We can convince them to unify with us. The Africans, absolutely not. They are totally different people. We don't have no kinsmen with them, and they will never, ever, ever unify with us because their objective is to subjugate us.
Can I ask him a
That's
question
their
real quick?
objective.
Sir, Donnie, do you know about memorandum number 46?
No, I don't.
I can tell.
Don't insult. Yeah,
What type
don't
of what
start
type of what type
insulting
of
each
shit is
other.
that? Now
Time
can I
out.
insult?
Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out. Everybody mute up. The insulting gotta stop, y'all, because I don't want to hear it. I don't really want to hear it. It's not productive to me. He called, Africans low IQ. That's crazy. Like, just stop all that and just have a conversation. That's all we're doing. We're having a conversation. You don't have to insult anyone. Go ahead,
Can I
Sierra.
ask it? Oh,
So, but
One
but dear
second.
sister host, that's how you can tell, what type of mind you dealing with
Hold up,
when
so
they have
Sierra.
to.
Sierra, don't do that because you was insulting too. Like you
Is it
just,
okay if I
like you
speak
were
real quick?
I was
you were
being
insulting
belittling.
too.
I was being
So yeah,
belittling.
so it
I know
goes
that
both ways. I want
it
us to have a
does.
conversation, not insulting back and forth. There's
That's
plenty of
probably
lives
the
here that
only
you
Okay,
could
time I'm
okay.
gonna
conversation.
I
interrupt.
apologize to the brother. I apologize, but I just want to highlight this real quick. And this is from the National Security Council Memorandum number 46. And this was addressed to the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, and the Director of Central Intelligence. And the subject was Black Africa and the U.S. Black Movement. And I just want to read something very quick, and I'm just not gonna say no more on it because we all can do the research till we find it for ourselves. But this is what they said. It's really their playbook to deal with unity amongst black people in the United States and black people in the diaspora and black people in Africa. But they said appropriate steps to be taken inside and outside the country in order to inhibit, hinder, restrain any pressure by radical African leaders and organizations on the U.S. black community for the latter to exert influence on the policy of the administration towards Africa. This is, see, this government, United States federal government, this is what's missing from a lot of the conversation. What is the United States federal government stated policy towards Africa? What is the United States federal government interest in Africa? And can black people in the United States affect that interest if we saw solidarity with our brothers and sisters in Africa? We can disrupt their whole fucking program and that exploitation. You all saw the video of the senator making that Freudian slip when he said that so we can continue to exploit Africa. Then he said, I'm sorry, partnership.
Yeah, I do
I'm
remember that,
sorry,
and what he's
go
saying
ahead.
is facts.
These fucking
Did
multinational
I say something
corporations,
else?
these
Hold up,
multinational
I know you're not
corporations.
talking. I'm gonna come to you. I can come to you. I'm coming to you after Salt though, cause Salt want to say something too. King of Kings want to say something, so we have to sort of get
I'm
some.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm
Go
done.
can
ahead,
I ask
lay
it?
your
Can I
plane
ask?
so I can start getting these other people's in.
Okay, what I want to say is these multinational corporations continue to suck the blood of Africa and African people, and they parade before the world Africans trying to get up out of that, you know, and then they want to say, oh, they're poor. Africa has never been poor. We never needed white tea people, never will need white tea people. Our brother not Randall Robinson, I forgot his name, but he wrote a book called Walter Rodney, who wrote a book called How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. I think all of us should have that, and I land my plane.
All right. I'm gonna get King of Kings in, and then I'm gonna get Salt in, and then hold up. Did Seldom speak? Seldom, did you speak?
No.
Okay, Seldom. He's gonna have to skip y'all. I'm sorry, because all y'all have spoken at this point. Seldom. Then I need to get D Sandy in, and then I'm gonna come to Kings and B Salt.
What will it take to unify Black African and African people around the world? It's going to take a very, very deep and far-reaching strategy.
Yeah, you niggers need to shut up. I'm not joking.
Hold up. Who was that? Okay, go ahead, Seldom.
What will it take to unify Black and African people around the world? It's going to take a very deep, far-reaching strategy and a very strong and committed leadership that we've never seen before. And I'm not saying that it cannot happen, but it's going to be super challenging because the agendas of Black people around the world are not aligned, and that is what's most important. It doesn't even matter if somebody look like you or not, man. It matters whether or not y'all values and y'all mission statements align with each other. If not, y'all gonna find it. What we can do is say, listen, we're gonna try our best. We're gonna adopt a policy of harm reduction when it comes to each other. That we can do tomorrow, right? But the idea of just unifying because of skin color is not going to happen without some brothers and sisters with some staying power. So it's going to have to be like people with power and money and institutions coming together and putting their petty differences to the side. That's what it's going to take. So we're talking about anything in the next 20 years would be a miracle. Alan.
All right, and then I'm gonna see D Sandy.
How y'all doing?
All right, how you doing?
I'm all right. As to the prompt, I don't think unity is possible. I think right now we've gotten to a point, and I'm a Black American, but I think we've gotten to a point now people have drawn lines in the sand, and people are just starting to stick with their own. Um, Africans don't respect us, and to an extent, Caribbeans don't respect us. And they use things like FBA and blah, blah, blah to drive the wedge. I think the worst thing that comes out of it is more so the Pan-Africans because they cape for Africa the hardest and they disrespect Pan-Africans to their face. And we just sit there and watch it until they say something so overboard. Now we have to defend them. You see what I'm saying? So we've gotten to a point now, nobody wants to deal with each other. So I'm
You
just
think
going
it's
to leave it
beyond
at that.
repair?
I think it's beyond repair.
Because this
I
is the
don't
way
think
I
it's
look
to a
at it.
point where I would
Yo, host, why you let him
disrespect
just get away
the.
with that, host? I mean, for real, you got to check that man on a certain level. He
Time
know it's
out.
not that way. They who?
Okay, check this out. Okay, I. What did he say that was so bad, Sierra?
He just boldly lied.
And
He
said
said
what?
they. He said
I said from
Africans.
my point of view, bro.
Time out.
But they
Time out.
who? What Africans are
Time
you
out.
talking about?
Time
So
out.
Africans don't talk crazy
Time
to us
out.
online.
Time out. Time out. I'm just trying to understand so we can have a free flowing conversation. So Sierra, you're claiming that he lied specifically about what? Because all I heard was he lied about they. I don't know what you were
Basically,
saying.
everything that he just said, he blatantly, boldly lied.
I don't even think
I stand on that hill. He
So
did.
Sierra,
my whole
you're gonna
point of
have
view
to
is a lie.
time out. You're gonna have to explain to me specifically about what part of what he said was a lie.
He said Africans don't like us. Caribbeans don't like us. He said they have. It's just a
That's not what I
that
said, sir.
you didn't. What did you say,
I
sir?
said they
Can you
don't
repeat
No,
it?
respect
time out.
us.
Time out. Okay. So I want you to get out specifically what you say he lied about so when I give him the floor, he can address what it is that you lied about.
I want him
that
to
he lied
repeat
about?
it. I want him to repeat himself. Exactly
No,
what he
I
just
want
said.
you to tell us what he lied about because you just interrupted him to say that he lied. So I want us to be clear on what it is that he lied about, so we can so he can respond when it's time.
Okay, so everybody heard him say what he said. He said
You
that
still are not telling us what it is that he lied about.
by stating that they don't respect us, they don't like us. That's a lie. They
Okay.
who? They who?
Okay, I'm
Now,
gonna give him the floor.
you
No, no,
understand what
no,
I'm saying?
Sierra. I'm giving him a chance to. I'm gonna give him a chance to respond and keep going because you interrupted him. You did, and I don't want to change the conversation from what he was saying. I want him to address specifically what you said, and then keep going with his sort of opening statement because you interrupting him. So go ahead, Sandy.
All right, so to clarify what he said, whether they like us or not, I don't care. I said they don't respect us. They don't respect our culture. They don't respect us as our own individual ethnicity. And to an extent, there are Jamaicans who don't. I said also people have drawn lines in the sand to now where I think it's irreparable. So it's to a point where I personally would not disrespect a African or a Caribbean in front of white people. But we all know that there's an underlying tension between everybody. And that was all I was saying.
Okay, Sierra, did you want to respond to him?
Yes. So I've never in my life personally come across any black group of people from the diaspora or the continent that blatantly disrespects or dislikes black Americans. I have come across people with preconceived notions based off misunderstandings. Like I have come across a lot of black people from the United States who haven't traveled past their state, let alone had the opportunity to come in contact with different cultures of black people. I'm in Chicago, so I meet black people from all over the globe. And I have yet to meet a black person from any part of the globe that I say don't like black Americans just because we're black Americans. I'm like, that's a blatant lie. It doesn't make sense. Have you come across some that may have been ignorant about our struggle and where we came from? Yes. I met an African woman named Leopold Ling. Let that sink in. I met an African woman named Leopold Ling. She was a sweet woman, but it speaks to the miseducation that we all have received through colonialism and racism. And brother, you miseducated by saying they
You
who.
can't criticize his education. Y'all like gotta stop.
But why
Well, I'm
would he
not
say
going to take
they
that
don't?
personal. I can respond to
No,
it,
no,
but
I just don't
keep it
want it
short.
on my live though. If you think you
Okay,
can
I'm sorry and
question
I apologize.
yourself, I don't
I apologize, but
like.
why would he say? Would he be specific on the theys that don't like
I can
us?
respond to it or
Well,
just
I
keep it short.
would.
We don't have
So
to have
one
a big
second,
back blowout about it.
D Sanders. 1 second. I'll be honest with you, Sierra. I'm still trying to figure out what part of what he said was a lie because even in your statement that you just said, you just admitted that some of them are uneducated, and he probably have experienced that if he came across an uneducated African or uneducated Caribbean. So, I mean, and then we're talking about his opinion and his experience. Just because you've never experienced it doesn't mean that he's never experienced it and therefore he's lying. So that's sort of D Sanders. I'm gonna let you respond, and then I'm coming to King.
Yes, ma'am. So to this point, I mean, I get it. Maybe you just don't roll in those kind of circles. Me personally, I spent 17 years as a Green Beret in the military. I was deployed to 6 different African countries. Each country I've been to, they have a slur for Black Americans. Not only do they have a slur, they have told me to my face that we are nowhere near the same, and they would not accept me. If I got off that plane without a U.S. military uniform, I would have nowhere to go. That's number one. Number two, as far as where has this disrespect been, there have been Caribbean women that have come on. There was a Haitian lady that came on and said, we're dirty Black Americans. There was an African woman that came on and said she would strap a kaplawi to her chest and take all us with her. And this has been a ongoing thing. This is nothing new. So, and there are people, even to something as simple as we don't have a culture. This is nothing new. They do not respect us, and that is from my point of view. So I think it is beyond repair. That's all I'm saying. Now, everything you said is just personal banter, but we can't sit here and act like it doesn't happen.
Right? May I say something?
Uh, wait 1 second, Solemn. I'm gonna go to Kings, and then I'm gonna come to you, and then I got you.
Where am I to
Kings, did you
line
want to
up?
jump in? And then
I'm
I'll
not gonna
go.
go back to what they're saying. I just wanted to say something, and then I'm gonna drop that.
Okay.
Listen, there's this thing that's going between the FBA and mostly it's toward the Haitian, which I'm Haitian. Um, the notion is that everybody think Haiti is a poor country. The Haitians are poor. Haiti is not poor. We the people might be poor because of what we've been subject to. Now, FBI asking for Haitian to go back home. We don't mind. We want to go back home. But our country is not safe because of things that's coming in that we don't make ourselves, but they find themselves in Haiti. Now, if Black Americans want Haitian to go back, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of billionaire Black Americans, right? Haiti is the second largest after South Africa, with what you call uranium. Instead of letting white people come down here and take that from us, why don't the Black billionaire come down there instead of letting white people buy land in Haiti? Come and buy them. Come and invest in Haiti. Buy and abstract those uranium, and then help Haitians so they can stay home. Because we cannot do it ourselves. White supremacy is holding us back. But in America, you guys have more privilege than us in Haiti. There's a lot of billionaires that can invest in Haiti. Use those resources, make money. At the same time, Haiti can make money also. So instead of calling us name, bring that division among us. A father may have different children in different countries, but at the end of the day, they're all brothers and sisters. We may look different from different mothers. We may look different from where we act, where we grew up. We act differently, but at the end of the day, we all have the same DNA in us. We all carry that same DNA from our father. So the
So,
division,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry,
Go ahead.
the division between us. One Haitian lady may say something, but it's not the whole Haitian, community that said it. And we go after that lady. The Haitian people go after that lady to not say things like that about Black American. We respect Black American. Okay, I left Haiti like 20 years ago. I've been in America. I never knew what you call that racism was until I get here. I didn't know there was a difference between black and white until I get here. I know there was a difference between poor and rich, poor people and rich people. But when I get here, I get to learn. I went to high school. I learned history. I learned a lot of things I didn't know in Haiti, and that opened my eyes about white supremacy. What you guys been through is the same that we've been through in Haiti. It may be different island, different land, but it's the same problem.
So
Thank
tell
you.
me this, Kings. But I guess so. Maybe you don't have any issues with Black Americans, and maybe I would say it's not the entire population of Haitians. So maybe it's a subgroup. You can't say we support Black Americans. We get a lot of shit talking about from Haiti. So maybe I would agree with that. I think it's gonna be some Black Americans that have problems with you saying come go to Haiti and sort of invest in Haiti so we can kick the YT people out. I think Black Americans don't have an issue with that because the other. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go to Saddam. Go ahead, Saddam. You wanted to jump in, and then I'm coming to Donnie.
I
But
just want
host,
to,
I got a question for you, host, when you get a
obvious,
chance.
right? Right. So I just want to, is that when it comes to like the continent of Africa is not united, right? It's a very hard sell. Pan Africanism is a very hard sell for anybody who is paying attention. It's a very difficult sell. Because it's like, okay, well, if this is something that is natural and beneficial to black people around the world, then the people on the continent, the ones that have power in militaries and have control over their economies, they're not willing to work together. So it's a really difficult sell. I think that anybody who is professes to be a Pan Africanist in today's time, You got to rearrange the ideology. I think that black people in America, like American-born black people, should be focused on themselves. I think that's where everybody's going wrong. Send everybody this is and this is no disrespect. I want you to take this in. Send everybody back to their countries, wherever they're from. It's black people, wherever you're from, and I guarantee you those countries become better. I'm not saying overnight, but those people who spend time here in the United States, who are used to certain forms of government, certain forms of trade, who had interactions in different ways, you guys will make your country better. And I'm not saying that should happen. I'm not saying run you up out of here. I'm not being xenophobic. I'm just pointing out, man, that the most important thing that was exported from those countries were people who were capable. And we know they're capable because they're thriving here in the United States. But up to my last point, Pan-Africanism is a political ideology. It's not based on truth. It's an ideology that has to be marketed. And it needs people with brilliant people to market it. To think that people should automatically fall in line with Pan-Africanism is absolutely crazy. And you can see that because it's not working, not even on the continent. So I would suggest people who are pushing that ideology rearrange it in a way where black people from all over the world can just focus on their specific people first, and then have a meeting with everybody else, those people who have survived the storm. We will have a meeting after we organize ourselves here in the United States. I learned.
Okay, now I do have a question for people on the panel who are not Black Americans, who are living in America, but you're from someplace different. I want to know what you guys think about what he said when he said, go back home and build your own country. You're doing well in America. That means you can do well in your country. Any of you guys not from America?
So this brother again just omitted the fact, brother. Can you tell me and give me a list of how many African heads of state who were unalive by European and American
Sir, why would you
entities?
ask him that and I just presented a question to the panel?
I'm
I
just
can
saying.
answer
Okay, I'm
your
sorry. Go
question.
ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Trini. I did want somebody who's not from here to answer his question.
Yeah, so I feel like it kind of shows a lack of kind of information that a lot of Americans have when it comes to immigrants and why they flee. Just to give some background, 9 times out of 10, of course, people kind of throw in our faces, okay, well, if your country is so great, why do you even come to America? A lot of our families fled because America and other European nations, they actually take natural resources from our countries, and there's a lot of corruption there. So, we go other places for better lives. And there's also this common misconception that we don't go back. I do have a lot of family that spend 50% of their time in America, 50% of their time back home. They do pour into their homes as well. Some of them do go back. But I also do want to pose another question. If you guys were, say, Black people were solely the people in America, do you guys think, you guys wouldn't be like a lot of other Black nations, and, you guys wouldn't be taken from, and you guys wouldn't be in the same position as us?
Well, I want to go back to your first
That's
question because the
disingenuous.
first answer is the first answer because the issue is that we understand that America's in your country. What he's saying is that we want you guys to go there and fix the issues that you're having.
Yes,
That's
and
the
a lot of
argument.
us
Can I
absolutely
finish?
do.
I'm out.
Can
A
I
lot of
finish?
With
us
some FBA stuff.
Can I finish? Y'all gotta stop cutting me off. Like, I'm literally letting y'all speak. So that's the argument that he's making. He's saying that you guys are doing well in America. Why not push all of you guys out, go to your countries and push America out, push the Europeans out, push the Chinese out, the Asians out, push all these foreign people out of your countries and take it over and run it like every other country that is successful.
Yeah,
Host, can
so
I
I
add on to
think
your question as well?
Okay, go ahead really quick because I want her to answer.
So also, not only that, like most countries, most of your strong countries, they need a strong military. You see what I'm saying? So there's an influx of fighting age men that are coming to America. So if you don't have enough fighting age men in your country, as the host is asking, like, at what point do y'all say, hey, we need our people back home, especially the fighting age men?
All right,
Okay, go
can you answer
ahead,
now?
Pranny. I want you to answer that question.
Okay, host, you just not gonna let me answer no question?
You here? We are having a discussion about the question. He was before you. If
But it seems
you
like
And you've
don't
been having mad airtime.
like, if you don't like it, you really could go. Like, I mean, we're having a discussion. We're not gonna just stop the conversation so
but is
you can
this a
change the
FBA
subject.
live? I just want to know, is this
No,
a
it's
FBA
not
live?
a FBA
Why are
live. I'm
you
having a
taking everything
conversation.
personal?
Like, just control yourself. Obviously, we're in the middle of a. Go ahead, Trini. I'm not even going to entertain it. Go ahead, Trini.
Yeah, I got asked a few questions. So would you be able to repeat what your question was, just so I can answer that?
Want me to
Yeah.
ask?
So the original question was that he proposed that all the immigrants, black, white,
No, the one that was
Hispanic
asked like
immigrants.
after
I
I said
am
my piece.
answering. That's exactly where I'm going. That's exactly what I'm saying. What I'm explaining.
All right, I know I'm just
He's
asking you to
saying,
clarify.
no,
Relax, but I'm gonna
I
leave
am,
because
but
you
you
got a
guys keep
badass attitude,
speaking
girl.
while I'm
All right,
talking, and
bye.
that's why it's your. So his question is, we move all the immigrants out, send them back to their home countries, and then tell them to fix it. He's saying that we know there is Europeans in your country, we know the French is in your country, we know America's in your country. Go back and fix it. What's your problem with that?
She left.
Oh, okay,
He
great.
left, yeah, but
Um,
it's
I don't. It's
I don't understand why they being rude to me. I don't understand why people are
too
you're
interrupting
taking
nice.
me.
You
everything
too.
too
No, you too
personal.
Like,
nice.
damn. Okay,
They
I'm
mad
gonna
because
go
we
to
delineating.
yeah, go ahead, Donnie. And then I'm coming to you,
Yeah, go
Sierra.
ahead, Donnie. Donnie been clocking it.
Yeah.
I gotta address this dude here, host. I'm sorry, I just gotta address
Do
him, man.
not
He
be
been saying some real work.
disrespectful. Do
I'm not
not be
gonna be
disrespectful.
disrespectful.
Don't set it
Okay.
down.
I just want to know one thing. How could we unify with the people that sold us? We know
Is
the
that what you
truth.
wanted to say?
You sitting here telling us to unify with a bunch of people that organized the capture of our people. They organized it. It was highly sophisticated. You talking about read a book? Okay, you read a book about how y'all over there in the west coast of Africa rounded us up and sold us to the Europeans.
That ain't what
Tell
happened.
me
Time
that
out.
is what happened. That's exactly what happened. This was organized, man. This was not just no random event in history. It's been well documented. Why do you think it's so well documented? This was very highly organized. These people had insurance. These people had insurance on the ships that were leaving the ports of Africa to come over to America.
I agree with what you're saying. I'm just saying that when you look at your DNA, yours specifically. Some of the DNA are people who sold you, and your DNA is of people who sold you, bro.
But
Research.
no, that's not true. That's not true either. Because I trace my genealogy back. I trace my
Okay.
genealogy back to England.
Oh my
I
God.
don't want to turn into. I don't want the conversation to turn into that. I
No, I'm
want
just being
Sierra
real.
to. I understand. I
I
want you to
really
land your plane so that Sierra can respond to you and
okay.
then pose his question.
Okay.
So that's all. You could take your. I mean, you can go ahead and say what you want to say. I just want you. I don't want it to turn into a back and forth between you and Seldon when you address Sierra and he needs to respond.
Okay. What I was saying is, how could we unify with the people that don't want to unify with us? They sold us on a sophisticated level of selling. They didn't sell us just to sell us. They knew that we weren't their people. They knew that we weren't their people. They had it documented that we were not their people. It's highly documented. It's highly documented. All you got to do is do the research. I just want to know what's your thoughts on us unifying with you guys when you guys did that to us? What will rectify what you guys did to us?
Okay, so I can't speak to a history that I don't know that I just personally haven't came across the history that you're talking about. Now, secondly, I trace my genealogy. I trace my everything back to Africa. That's where I came from. I'm not indigenous to America. I believe black people weren't already here. I believe we came here vis-a-vis the transatlantic slave trade. That's what I believe. I believe the Portuguese kicked off something, Cape Verde. They created a buffer class of people. They sent those people to the west coast of Africa. And those people, history record as African chiefs. I have the documentation for that. The documentation for that. I don't have the documentation for the history that you speak of. The documentation I have talks about not countries, but territories ruled by kings. Some had chiefdoms. Some had different forms of governance. However, the nation states that we know of today did not exist. Ghana, Togo, Somali, Nigeria, they just didn't exist. So when you say my people knew who your people were and they knew they weren't the same people and they took your people somewhere to I don't have that history that you're talking about. So that is what frustrates me with your question. However, now I would address something Selden said. I think you admitted the fact that every time African heads of states rose up to try to use their resources for their people, they were knocked off. Over 20. Matter of fact, that's what we know about. And you admitted that when you was asking that sister a question.
You didn't answer my question. How do y'all
Donnie, I
No, you're
rectify?
already,
How
not
do y'all rectify?
interrupting Donnie.
Donnie,
You
I
gotta let
answered
him
your question.
finish.
So I think that's what frustrated me when you are pressuring them to go back home to solve a problem that their own leaders who have risen up. And recently, right now, they've already tried to unalive the brother Ibrahim Traore so many times. He does not have total control over his country. Maybe 60 to 70% of control that he has. The other 30%, those who want him out and gone and deceased, they are funding, what they doing. They do what they do. I mean, history here. Our leaders, through the COINTEL program, have been unalived by this government. Our own communities that could have been something thriving were destroyed in this country. See, what you fail to understand is America's domestic policy is an extension of its foreign policy. Just like us, when we are in the hoods, just like when we in the hoods, in the ghettos, and because of the government's war with smugs in our community, disrupted our communities. So those who had the means, what did they do? They fled the ghetto. And some moved into majority white T spaces and suburbs. That happens. You a fucking refugee in your own so-called homeland in a white T space now because your community has been turned to a veritable war zone. Selden, am I lying?
Yeah,
Yes, you are.
No, I'm
thank you
not.
for allowing me to
Okay.
respond. Thank you for allowing me to respond. Yeah. So it's interesting how we don't want to shift responsibility to those people who actually are in control of their own nation, right? It's interesting. At one point, do the people who are in charge of the entire country, because we don't got no problem with telling Trump, we don't got no problem with cursing out the leaders of this nation, right? We don't say, oh no, it ain't them, it's some other people. When it comes to other countries that you want to be pan-Africanized with, then it becomes they are children, they're not adults, and we turn them into fools instead of grown-ups who are making decisions for themselves and others. And then there's the other side of this, man, where you want us to, even though you're saying in one breath that we are all the one, which is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous, as if there weren't conflicts before white people came to Africa. There's historical records, man. There's absolutely been conflicts. People were not the same people. That's the only way that the Europeans was even able to get in and manipulate them, because they were against each other and involved in conflicts before the Europeans got there. It's just a fact of life. And now today, you're saying that we should organize ourselves with Pan-Africanists who don't even have, if they have a problem with people in their own country and they are untrustworthy with their own people, why should we align ourselves with people who cannot be trusted because they have a track record of not being trustworthy? This is ridiculous, brother. And I need and you can't pull that on me. Like you could try it with others, but you can't pull it on me. I'm very familiar with basic history, world history, just the basic patterns, and I understand what people need in order to progress. They're not running from their country and coming to America, man, because everything is beautiful. They're running because of that corruption, and you want us to organize ourselves with corrupt people, man? That is ridiculous. Now, when I told you earlier, I said, listen, you guys need to Pan-Africanists need to refine their idea of what Pan-Africanism is. That's what I told you from the beginning. And instead of you taking the time out to refine the idea, the ideology, you still pushing that same old rap song, bro. Stop.
Preach,
Be realistic.
preach.
You just danced around everything I said, but that's okay. I mean, I came to tango, but you want to play some other type of music.
All right, man.
I like
So
how
to
you.
his point though,
I like
didn't
how you
priority
pivoted.
people
Time
I
out.
like how
practice?
you
Time out.
Yo,
pivoted.
Time out.
seldom. Boy,
I
you
like
was
how
just
you
Time
preaching.
pivoted.
out.
You
Y'all,
heard
am
me?
I muted or do y'all hear me speaking? Like, come on now. I'm actually about to skip all of y'all for that. Go ahead, Basic. I'm gonna come to. No, who was in here first, Taylor? Silence
It
or
was
Basic?
MOE and then
MOE.
silence,
Okay,
then
okay.
basic.
Okay, go ahead, MOE.
Okay, so your question is how will we unify? Well, first, for those who may have experienced like the blackouts, where all the electricity was out and everyone in the country or in that specific grid had to um, unify because everyone needed each other because we didn't have a resource. Um, and then there's other things that are done, such as the belief in aliens or some existential threat outside of our world, right? So if we were to program our minds and really awaken and see the actual existential threat of the European and or the carbon 14 person being, then we would understand the existential threat. So once we're able to awaken and see from the same lens, then that's a part of unifying. You have to first have an existential threat to your survival in order to unify. That's one of the things. So I'm just gonna keep it as simple as that. I'm not gonna go up into all of the other political stuff and all that. Just survival and human nature. The European not being natural to the earth as a carbon 14 unstable thing, which only has 6,000 years on this earth, has a stronger self-preservation and in history has been proven to do some diabolical things to keep that survival. And currently now they're trying to reinfuse their gene pool. Some people believe that one day it's going to be one world of the same race or same pigment. No, we are natural to the plants and all that because we are carbon 12, blase splee. And I'm going to end with that. You guys go ahead and finish with y'all back and forths.
All right, I actually was gonna come to silence and then I'm gonna go to Basic.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, so I see the subject is the topic is what will it take to unify Black and African people around the world. So we all here we know the answer of this because it arrived that we're supposed to understand that we have one common enemy, and this enemy is the one that's destroying the people in Cuba, the people in Venezuela, the people in Haiti, and it's the same one that's destroying the American Black right here in this country. So once we realize that, we should understand that we are one, and we have to do what our ancestors did. Excuse me. So the same thing that Malcolm X was fighting for, the same thing that Toussaint Louverture and Jean-Jacques Dessalines was fighting for. We're supposed to follow these guys and do the same and repeat exactly what they were doing, so we can get our freedom from here and from these people too. So, like for me, there's no difference when it comes to Black Americans and Africans and Haitians. We are one. The second point is that we have to be more tolerable within us. We have to accept that yes, in my culture, that's the way I do things, and in your culture, that's the way you do things. So like we can put our differences and look at them and analyze them to see how we can coexist together. And that way, I think we'll be like stronger, and we'll be able, like, if we disintegrate ourselves from these people, and we can go way farther than them because we're stronger. Thank you.
Go ahead, Basic.
All right, appreciate it. So I want to say a couple of things. First and foremost, when these people come and say that we are one, we're all the same, that is literally YT people's rhetoric. YT people are the ones who created the concept of race. Now, all of a sudden, these people who do not come from a society that operates by race, they want to tell us to operate by race only over here. It's only pushed in the United States. And the reason why they push it is so that they can continue to do the things that they've been doing, which is undermining Black American heritage, Black American history, identity, politics, and economics. That's what they've been doing over here. They'll never address any of that, though. They just want to continue to preach this sermon about we're all one, but they don't act like it. If you go to Africa, they do not operate as one in Africa at all. So, when people get up here and that's their talking point, they're a liar, they're a deceiver, and they're not honest. We'll never have no unity with these people because we know better now. I can get on this internet and I can look up so many videos of these people before FBA was ever a thing. These people talking down on Black Americans all across Africa, all across the Caribbean. Everybody has so much negativity towards Black Americans. Now all of a sudden, when Black Americans say, "All right, cool, we cool, we gonna focus on ourselves," now everybody want this unity that they didn't want before, and it's because Black Americans are the trailblazers. We contribute to everybody's community while we don't get no contribution from these lazy people. So there will be no unity. There's no way to get around that. You cannot unify with people who do not believe in unity. They've never believed in unity. Before the YT man, who they say is everybody's common enemy, before the YT man got to Africa, they were already tribalistic over there doing all the things that they've always done to each other. This is literally no different. Let's see, what is the opposition to you? My opposition is the reality of it. Like, I focus on my own people. We have so many problems, and these people they've highlighted the problems in the Black American community every chance they've gotten. So those problems that they constantly talk about, like baby mama this and we on welfare and all this crap that they've been talking, cool. We need to go and fix our problems, and we can no longer fight for y'all and y'all problems.
Thank you, Basic. Truth be told, and then I think Sierra was responding to Sildom. What's up, Truth?
Oh, peace to the panel. Okay. What will it take to unify Black and African people? We don't need no unity. Not with Africans. Here's the thing: everyone is giving the pale skinned man too much credit as far as their supremacy. Okay, these people only been around for just a handful of years, so they ain't been around long enough to have power. Now, what they do have is a position, meaning they have been set up in their position. They playing a role. They're actors. Okay, now who are our real enemies over here? Who are our true enemies? Okay, think about the 7 nations that invaded us. Being Africa. Every title that you give our people, whether it be Black American, African American, all those titles tie us back to Africa, and that's how they leech off of our resources. They call us bottom feeders. Yes, because we feed everyone at the fucking bottom. These are not our people. These are indigent servers. These are workers. When they come over here, they come over here for work. They don't come over here to fucking assimilate with us or anything like that. You can still, the proof is in the pudding. We've been the only one that's trying to be cordial with these people. They haven't been trying to be cordial with us. And they don't go out there and protest for us. Not that we need it. We don't need anything from them. They need from us. I'm gonna leave it at that.
So can I go
Thank
now?
you. Truth be told, yeah. Go ahead, Sierra. Then we'll get to. Go ahead, host. You was about to say something.
No. You good. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Sierra, and then Seldom, Donnie, and Open Panel. I know y'all wanted to finish the
No,
combo.
no. I mean, actually, I'm done with it. I'm too intelligent. I know what I'm looking at when I see it. I might need glasses to see, but I'm just too intelligent to not call out BS when I see it. Host, you filled your panel with a bunch of FBAs, pretendians, and they are coming with emotion. They're not coming with any actual facts. I already talked about how this government, hold on, you got to say whatever you want to say. Let me finish, because you too old to say what you saying out your mouth.
Listen,
But you
you and your
being
people
Wait,
gonna
come
talk
on,
about
Sierra.
Bullshit.
Really?
time out,
It's
Sierra.
some
You being disrespectful.
anti-intellectualism.
No, Sierra, you being
go the fuck
disrespectful.
back to Africa. All you fucking Haitians. That's where you from
Time
anyway.
out. Time
Hold on,
out.
Truth. Hold on.
Time out. But you being disrespectful, Sierra. Like, I don't understand why this just cannot be a conversation when it has to always go to insults. I'm too intelligent for this conversation, this, that, and the other. I let the first one slide, but then you just went all in. Like, I don't want this to be another live. If you want to do that, there's plenty of lives that you guys can have that type of conversation on. But I'm not in it. So I'm going to let you respond. But I would say let's keep it clear of insults.
Okay, you asking me to keep it clear of insults, but most of the people that you've brought on have insulted, have been
You can
nothing but they.
go.
Hold on.
You can
Yeah, I'm
go.
so glad, girl. Oh my God,
Yeah,
my
you can
head.
go.
Seldom, Donnie, did y'all
Thank
want to say
you.
something?
Oh my God. I have no problem with what he's arguing. It's just that it's all like it's like I just that like I don't even disagree with him. It's just that he's just I think he moving just messing up the vibe. Like just let's just have a conversation and go back and forth with points and logic and that this, that, and the other. So like whatever.
It's
Go ahead. Who wanted to go next?
Can I go?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I just want to thank the brother, the brother that just came up, the one with the beard, the older gentleman. I just want to thank him. He just spoke nothing but facts, and he cooked. When I say he cooked, everything he said was 100% factual. Like, I'm gonna be real with you, man. African people are not even phenotypically the same. Yeah, it's some of us that was left over there. That's what a lot of people got to realize. That's why some of them people look like us. Look like us. We are scattered across the whole entire earth. We are in every nation. You can find one of us. You can find somebody with our features, our phenotype in every single country. And this is a fact. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something real quick too, host, before you say something. I agree with truth be told, especially Seldom, y'all dropping gems, and Sandy too. I just don't understand Pan-Africanist people like Sierra who sit here and try to be dismissive and try to cape for Africans when everything that we're saying, we have experienced, we have seen. They don't like us. They don't. We can't sit here and act like, oh, we don't go through that and it's not everyone and it's not. No, but like Truth said, they come to our country to work. They don't give a fuck about us, how we feel, what we go through. They come, they use our benefits, and they get out. But what's up, Prince? And then Reg Rock. What's y'all thoughts on the prom? I mean, Prince.
Okay. First off, I live. I'm from Haiti. I've been here about 30 years. I live in Missouri. Basically, I live in St. Louis. Um, you said we came here and we work. We don't give a damn about you guys, but which that's not true. I have a group of people here that actually we work with a lot of lawyers and trying to keep a lot of African American kids out of prison, and I mentor a lot of them as well. And the host had asked a question earlier about, I think she had said something about why we can't go back home. But let me ask you guys one question. How many of you guys in here live in the ghetto? All right,
What are you
probably not.
trying to imply?
Probably basically almost none. This is why.
No, yeah. What
Okay,
is that? What does that
okay.
mean?
All right. So the project, who created the project? Who controlled the project?
We
And
literally don't qualify
why
for the project. Like,
why
I
do
don't understand.
It
I have
wasn't made
Not
in
all
no.
Black
America.
listen
Americans
A lot
listen
of
live in
black
the
people did that.
projects.
What's your
listen
point?
listen to where I'm going with that.
Well, time out,
The thing
Prince,
is that
because
like
you asked,
once we go to
time out,
school,
Prince, Prince, you asked us the question. So you kind of got to let people respond if you ask them a question. Is that not valid? Is that reasonable?
right, that's valid. But
Okay,
it was
so
just
Donnie, do you want to answer the question?
Could you reiterate the question real quick so I can clearly answer?
no, it was just a yes, me or not me. How many of you guys still living in the project or in the ghetto?
I don't
I
qualify for the
mean,
project,
what
so
the
I
I
question? I
don't.
don't.
Why
understand. I
should
don't
we be?
understand what you. I don't understand what you're getting
All
at.
right,
I don't get it.
so where I'm getting at is um, here in St. Louis. I don't know if any of you guys ever been here. We have it's literally like they divided St. Louis. There's a part where there's only white people live there, and there's a part there was only low class what we call the project or the ghetto live there, and there's
That's
a
all
part
over
where there's
America,
like
though.
there was
Time
rich.
out, Donnie. Let can he finish?
There is a lot of rich black guys and white people who live there, and there's a part where there's upscale black people live there. So basically, like it's all separate. So where I'm getting at is the ghetto, which is the project, which they created the project because they want us to always be a part of their project. So everything that's not good, that's exactly where it's always end up in the project. So they drop guns, drugs, because we own none of those kind of
Can you use
like
TikTok friendly words?
We
I
love
know that.
TikTok shop. Please
I love
put fruits
TikTok
in the
shop too.
chat.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go ahead,
so
but just watch what you're
so
saying.
we own no guns companies
Can't say
no.
that word. You gotta say pew
You have to
pew.
Okay,
say
okay.
pew pews.
Sorry. All right, weapons, whatever. So we own none of that stuff, but somehow they always end up. A lot of them always end up in the ghetto. Um, and the thing is that like once I'm pretty sure pretty much almost all of us grew up there. But once we become educated and then we go to school and become something, we make something out of ourselves. First thing we do, we move out and we go ahead and live somewhere where our kids could go to school freely without even have to worry about gunshots and all the stuff. Some of us are weaker
Pew
than
pew
than
shots. Pew pew.
right. All right, pew pew. All right. Some of us
But
are
he's being
stronger.
intentional right now.
Cause are you being intentional?
Um,
Prince?
no, because this is my first time in this panel, so
Yeah,
I
but
don't
she
know.
done warned you a couple times, and you
I
still
don't know
going on the
what
same
is the.
rhetoric.
Okay, well, okay, so my bad. Um, when the whole reason behind this whole thing is that like I would never look at you and see my enemy. Which I don't speak for every Haitians. I don't speak for every African. I'm speaking for my perspective and my point of view. When I look at you, I see myself. I see my kids, and I see my friend, and I
No, you
see
don't.
a
You see a
friend.
benefactor.
Hold
You
You
on,
benefit
come
off
on
of
now.
us.
hold on,
Yeah,
truth.
hold
Come
on,
Hold
Truth.
on.
Hold
on,
on,
truth.
Truth.
I'm
It's
sorry,
all
y'all.
right.
Come on, man.
Continue, Prince, and then you gotta land soon.
Yes, and uh, uh, the reason why is because when a white police officer point something at us before he sees me has been a Haitian before he seen you as being a black African American. He only seen one thing, and he only seen a black person. And with all that, said, I want to go back home. I do, but my country have the same thing that happened here in the ghetto is actually happening back home, which is one of the reason why I can't go back home. I can't raise my kids back home because I'm afraid they will get killed on their way to school. Unalive. I'm sorry. I don't know how you guys talk in this panel. So basically, I'm afraid they will get hurt or on any kind of way. The same reason why um, we would never want to live in the project. So who control all these things? I would never point fingers at my own. We probably not this. You, man. The guy was talking earlier, and um, we are not the same. Really, we are not the same, and no one is the same as anybody else. I don't think for you. You don't think for me. I don't act like you. You don't act like me. And it's not because I'm Haitian. It's not because you are African American. And believe it or not, almost all my friends are from here, born and live here. And I even took some of them back home. And they before my country was the way it is right now. And a lot of them they actually really wanna invest into my country, but there's no way they can do that because we a lot of you probably don't know, Haiti is like it's a small little country, like the size of the palm of your hand. I don't even recall any state in America that's as big as Haiti. The first question we should be asking ourselves is why they are so focused on this little island. What is so bad about this little island that you have America, you have the French, and you have in the English. Uh, why are they so focusing? And they spend billions of dollars every year just to make that country the way it looks right now. And why are they so? What is that they so afraid of? And me, I'm like I was saying earlier. I'm speaking for myself. I bring everyone together. And in St. Louis, where I'm at, yes, I bring the Kenyans and the African Americans, the Nigerians, uh, the the Congolese. I bring everybody together. Every time I stand up somewhere and trying to do something, everybody come together, and they come together as one.
Oh,
And that's
I'm gonna
me.
land your plane.
All right, Prince. We
Can
gotta
you
go
go
to
ahead?
my bad,
Yeah,
host.
yeah. I was just saying the same thing. Yeah, we even gave you a timer. Red Rock, and then I'm coming to Truth Be Told, and then I'm coming to Donnie.
Go ahead, Reg.
Okay, go ahead. Truth Be Told. Oh, Red, are you gonna speak? I mean, we're waiting on you, sort of. Okay, go ahead. Truth Be Told.
Okay, I'm sitting there listening to the brother explain their plight. These are treaties and these are decisions that your leaders made. So just like y'all expect us to do the same thing over here to live with the decision that our appointed leaders make, y'all go back home and do the same thing. And yes, of course, that's definitely the reason why y'all don't want to go back home, because y'all know what awaits y'all. You know what, and for a long while, yes, my heart went out to you. But see, I've seen the cordiality that our people displayed to y'all in the BS rhetoric that y'all returned to us. So go back home and deal with your problem. However it ends with y'all, y'all put our people to this. I mean, we was cordial and when I say this to you, I don't just mean just the Haitians. I mean everyone that don't belong here, that's not That blood don't tie to this land. They all need to go. So it ain't just you. You just happen to be hearing it. Enough is enough. Everyone has fed off of us. Everyone has fed off of us, even the freaking elites. And they're not even the damn elites. We are. See, that's what nobody's telling about the story in the book. We are. History been flip-flop. Everything's been destiny swap. See, everybody's talking about, the Africans, they're trying to do a destiny swap. No, they already done it. So we catching it now. Man, I ain't got no more to say to these people.
Yo, what type of
Hold on, Silence.
where you
1 second.
from,
Hold
man?
on. Donnie, and then Sandy, and then Silence. Go ahead, Donnie.
All right, your prince. I don't. We not enemies. This is the problem that you don't get. We're not enemies. I do believe that you are my kinsman, or do believe because of what I believe in, and I would like to say shalom to the whole panel. Just put that out there. Um, I believe that you are my brother. I believe that you are part of my lineage, but we just got dropped off in two different places. I just believe that you guys are so far gone that you guys are trying to compete with us in a way that you don't have to. We opened our doors to you. We literally opened our doors to you. We said, yo, we're going to break bread with you. We're going to allow you to come over here and eat. And what we got in return is a spit in the face. You guys started off the right way. Then it turned into something different. I don't know what happened. I don't know what transpired in y'all minds to believe that you guys were sometimes so-called better than us or something. I don't know, but it happened. And I live in New York. I'm just gonna tell you, I live in New York. I live right next to a person that's Haitian. Me and him speak about this all the time. I live right next to a Trinidadian. I live right next to a Somalian. Only two of them my brother, and that's the Haitian and that's the Trinidadian. The Somali not my brother, and I know he not my brother because we don't come from the same lineage. But what you guys fail to realize is that we don't want to unify with y'all because y'all don't want to unify with us, and we waking up to the point that you guys are just detrimental to us and our cause. You guys are detrimental. It's not worth unifying with you. It's not worth it. But we will eventually, for my beliefs, and I'll end my plane.
Thank you, Donnie. Go ahead, Sandy, and then Silence, and then open panel. What's up, Sandy?
So, to this point about like the ghettos and the projects and all that, you got to keep in mind the ghettos and projects weren't really meant for us. Neither was Section 8 and all the rest of it. The biggest user of those are white people. And to an extent, the elite YT people do not associate with their lower class. The problem is that they made them believe that they are above us. Then they brought y'all as immigrants over to think that y'all are the same as them. So then y'all started to look down on us. Now we're putting the belt on y'all. So that's where y'all are starting to get the confusion at, as to thinking that we're supposed to be somehow scared of YT people or something. We just don't fool with them. The issue is when it's time to clash with them, immigrants, mostly Haitians and Africans, jump in the way. So now we can't really hash out the issue because now we got to deal with y'all and pacify y'all before we can deal with these white folks. And that's all I'm saying there.
So what do you guys think about that? What he just said. Did you have somebody you was going to next, Taylor?
Oh, I think Silence wanted to say something. Silence.
Okay.
I was saying I still don't understand what type of reflection that we truth be told projecting or like sending right here. So like I would like to know, do the black Americans were not in the transatlantic slave like the Haitians, like the Jamaicans, like the Trinidadians, like everyone that they dispersed throughout the world. Were they not? Let me know. I want to go back to school to restudy the Black American history, or the one that they taught us in college. Are they lying about it? Because I don't understand how somebody is saying that if I'm Haitian, I'm not black. I can't. There's certain words that I cannot say. If I'm Haitian, I'm not the same like him. That is a Black American. Where this come from? Where this thought come from?
May I
I don't
respond?
understand them.
All right. Yeah, go ahead, Truth be told. And then Prince, you could respond back to Donnie and Sandy. Go ahead, Truth.
Okay. To the gentleman up there in the right, when I say that we ain't like y'all, and we are not like y'all, we are not y'all. What do you think? Everybody comes. You got this mindset where every person of color or every person with dark skin comes from Africa.
No, I don't have
You
that totally in
this
my brain.
well, see, that's what you try. That's what you want. You want to believe everyone's over here is from Africa, as if we haven't done our genealogy to tie our blood to this land. So do yourself a favor. Just work on knowing who you are and where you from. You leave who we are. You leave that up to us as far as knowing who we are. And we ain't got no time, no place, and we don't even have to explain anything to you. I mean, be honest, who are y'all for us to explain anything to y'all? We've been trying to be cordial all along. Y'all giving us y'all butt to kiss. We ain't kissing butt, nor are we trying to be cordial to you anymore. Stay in your lane, and that's what we're doing.
Listen, brother. Listen.
No.
As I see, you have
You
hatred in
listen.
your heart.
No,
As I see,
there's
you have
no
hatred in
Silence.
hatred.
your heart.
Stay in your
Silence.
lane.
Silence. 1 second, truth be told. Silence, you're gonna let him speak like he sat there quiet and let you speak. You're not just gonna interrupt him. So I'm gonna let him finish and then I'll come back to you and then I think I'm coming to Prince, right, Taylor? Let me make you a mod real quick. Cause I
Yeah, I
definitely
got
don't.
you. Yeah, continue, Truth. Then we'll get to Prince, and then anyone who want to speak after.
Okay, I'll just finish with just a question. Is it hatred because we just trying to stay in our own lane? And I'll leave it at that.
Silence, would you like to respond before we get to Prince?
Yes,
All
yes.
right, go ahead.
So, like, I see that Truth be told have a lot of hatred in his heart. And that's true. I'm telling the truth. Because listen, man. So that was not only indigenous in the specific area where we call today USA. The indigenous were everywhere in this what's so-called the New World. The Haitian also, they are indigenous too. So right now, if you go and do it like a DNA test for a Haitian, you will have indigenous blood. You will see indigenous blood in their veins anyway. I don't understand what you guys talking about. So, like, truth be told, I think, man, you're supposed to sit down, rethink yourself, man. Rethink yourself. So don't just like, oh, we're not the same. Oh, like you're supposed to go. Listen, you're living in a country where you are integrated. So that means you were out at certain time, and then now they take you and get you inside of what you so-called the nation of USA. So let's talk real now. So would you glad to be disintegrated yourself? Would you be happy if you, or are you ready to do that too?
We're done, brother.
Are you ready to disintegrate it
Our
yourself too?
conversation is done, brother. Let them go on. Let them
No,
finish.
no. Let me see your power. Let me see you power so powerful. I
I'm
want
showing you
you
it right
as the
now.
same way. No. Truth be told, wait. The same way you tell us that, oh, I don't want to be mixed with you. Go back to your country. Go do this. Are you ready? Truth be told, are you ready to
Peace,
disintegrate it
peace to the
yourself
panel. Let's
with the
continue,
one
y'all.
that integrated you? Are you ready for that?
Peace to the
Or
panel. Let's
can you
continue.
do it? Or
Okay,
are you
silence. I
powerful
mean,
to
you
do
asked
it?
him a question. I mean, do you want him to respond or
Yes,
no?
please. Yes. I
Go
want
ahead,
him to
True.
respond. Go ahead, D.
Oh no, I said peace to the panel. Let's continue. He ain't got nothing that I need to respond to.
How
All
can
right,
you respond
Silence.
to
Well, you don't
that?
want to
Because
respond, so
listen,
we're
me
gonna
home.
move
So
on.
make sure that you get out of the white society where you were integrated to. Let me show you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Silence.
Hey, I
Next.
thank you for them jewels you just dropped.
All right.
Okay. Well, truth. Um, I'm not asking you to be united with me or become one with
Yeah.
me or none of that stuff. I'm not. I'm not because I am my own man, and I work. I make my own money. I do my own things. I travel all around the world and do all different kind of things. So, um, yes, America did give me that chance to conquer something that I couldn't conquer back home, and I happen to be here, and I end up being that person. And to tell you the truth, when I first moved to America, that was in '96. Okay, when I went to school, and I went to school with a lot of African American people and a lot of white people, and somehow the African American people, I was living in Florida then. They find it so I don't know. I didn't do anything to them. I don't speak to them, so they were fighting me every day. They would take my clothes, take my shoes, beating me up for no reason, and I didn't understand why. So one day I went home and I asked my mom why they have so much hatred towards me, and she said it's because they don't understand you. Um, you come from somewhere else, and they more afraid of you than you are afraid of them, and that's the reason why they act like that towards you. And she said you don't have to act the same way towards them, and always appreciate what people do for you. So when the George Floyd things happened, uh, I I listened to a lot of Haitians. None of them wanted to march. A lot of them didn't want to speak out. So I went on a Haitian radio station, and I clearly told them, and I said, "Who? What problem? Whose problem do you think this is? Do you think it's their problem, or do you think it's your problem too? Today it might be them, and tomorrow, guess what? It will be your own kids, because regardless of how you put it, you still look like them. Before you open your mouth, you'll be down on the floor. Before your kids could even open their mouth, they'd be down on the floor. Do you think they see you, or they see a black person? Their problem is your problem, because a lot of their people created the way for you to be here. And I got a lot of them, and we started marching, and we did. And same thing I did in St. Louis, and I'm still doing this, because when I look, I don't see, I don't. There was nowhere. It's just like some things that I'm like that I'm hearing here. I'm just so like confused. Like where is all this hatred comes from? Why?
All right.
Why?
All right. Anyone would like to respond? I mean, Prince, were you done? My fault.
Yeah. I'm done for now.
All right. Anyone want to respond to that?
Again, sister, is it hatred because they call it hatred when our people are just really just starting to come together? If we're not paying them no attention, now it's hatred. Man, go on with that BS.
No, but you've been hating me from the time that I got here. It's not just now.
Bro, we
Okay, let me
really
jump
didn't
in because
know
I don't want
y'all.
this to turn
Yeah, let's let
personal.
the
I
host
mean,
speak real
it's
quick,
it's
y'all.
not it's not personal to you. We're just having a conversation, so I don't want it to get personal. I want to sort of move away from that. Um, D Sandy, did you want to say something?
Yes, man. I mean, yeah, like don't take nothing we saying as like an attack on you, but we're talking about, you know, ethnicity to ethnicity. But as far as Haitians go, bro, we didn't know y'all, like, especially in the South. Like we thought y'all were Jamaicans until told otherwise. You know what I mean? So I don't think nobody hated y'all, but like right now, we just saying y'all got to hold your own nuts. That's all that is.
Anyone want to respond?
And I mean, and I will just add, like one thing somebody said on here, I can't remember who, is they was like, yeah, we want to go back to our own country. Okay, so you agree you want to go back to your country, and we're saying go back to your own country. Why are you offended? Why is that taken as hate? Why is that hate?
I
Anybody?
agree. And I was
Anybody
about
want to
to
answer
add to
that?
your point, host. It's not hatred. We don't hate y'all. It's just we just feel like y'all don't take accountability for the stuff that y'all say and do towards us. Like we actually did support you guys until we saw that a lot of y'all gave us, you know,
Like,
our ass to kiss. Go ahead, Silent.
so I think sometimes you guys supposed to stop lying too on the Haitians people, because I know Haitian people are not the type of people that going to attack nobody if you don't attack first. This
Well,
is
I don't
not in
think it's
our
fair for
culture.
you to call somebody a
So
liar because that's their
listen,
experience with
listen.
Haitians, though. Y'all know why y'all be doing that.
Listen. Haitian people are not going to insult nobody. This is not in our culture. I don't know about your culture, but I know my culture. We do not insult no one if we do not start first. That's the way we are.
But what about
And
the
then, and
lady
then,
that went
listen,
viral
listen,
for
listen,
saying dirty black
listen.
Americans?
Listen. The first time I saw this video, I know already this thing was paid for. This thing was paid for. We too intelligent to let people manipulate us like this. And then, like, the only way that I will accept with you guys, the way that I see that you talk, only if you are not part in the of the transatlantic slaves. If you are not part of that, I say yes, we're not the same. But if you guys were part of this or are part of the transatlantic slaves, there's nothing you can tell a Haitian. There's nothing you can tell a Jamaican. There's nothing you can tell a Venezuelan. There's nothing.
So
Then we
the
are
issue
now.
with
Like,
Silence,
tell
that,
the Haitian,
silence,
I'm not
silence.
done, my brother.
I
Tell the
don't. I
Haitian
want to
to go
stop
back
you
home.
because I think
Listen,
that
listen, listen.
you came out.
Tell the Haitian to
No,
go back home. There's no problem. We can go back home.
silence. You just talk. You just talk. And I'm trying to see, like, you came out and you said that
No,
she
no,
was
I'm
a
not done yet.
liar.
You tell me to
Then you
return
come
back
off
home.
mute. And then you come off mute. And I'm not even
Listen,
trying to have this type of live. But,
one
like,
second.
if I
Silence,
mute
silence,
you, don't
silence.
come off
Hold on,
mute.
man. Hold on. Silence.
Wait, Prince, because I'm speaking. So you came out and you said that she was a liar, but then you admitted that the video came out and you saw the video. So there is a subsection of Haitians that be talking shit about Black Americans. And I know every Black American in this live can attest to that. Of course, we're not talking about all of y'all. Of course, we're not talking about a majority of y'all. But to
You
say
guys,
that
the way you
no
take, the
Haitian,
way you take it,
time
the way you
out.
take it.
Then you come off mute to interrupt me. That is insane. So what we're saying is maybe you can acknowledge that at least a little part of your population is offensive towards Black Americans, not just come out and say we're lying about that if that's our experience. That's what we've witnessed. And I guess I'm gonna let you go, but I'm gonna give people a chance to respond to you. Go ahead, silence. I invited you to
I have
unmute
to
your
tell you guys,
phone.
those that like saying that, oh, the Haitians have to go back. Well, we don't mind. We don't care going back. But tell your government everything that they stole over there, the corruption that they put over there. So, like, our airport that they occupy right now, because they possess like nuclear weapons, they possess all this type of weapons. They know that we cannot retaliate to them. Tell them, leave us the f alone, and then we won't have no problem with you, Black Americans, and then we go back home. And then
Why
you see
would you
what
have a
happened.
problem with
I
Black
will stay. I
Americans?
will
We're
stay
not the
back home.
ones over
I
there.
will go back home. I will go back home and watch you on TV. Like, so, man.
Hey,
Because I
sis.
think you
But
guys don't know what you're
silence,
saying.
Yeah.
silence. Now you guys are mad at Black Americans. We're not the ones. We don't control America. So your beef is with YT America. Is with the people who are running the government. Black America doesn't have. It's not occupying your airports. I don't know why you guys would be mad at us when
He
it's not
ended
us
up
that's doing
leaving.
it.
But it just sounds
Good.
like that's what they do. When you hit them with facts and tell them about the experiences, now it's like now they start playing victim and then the other undercover racism inside them start coming out. Oh, this is why Black Americans this is why this like can y'all take the time to listen and understand where we're coming from? But we got Dion up on the panel. What's up, Dion?
Peace. Puppy, a cool tail of Labuve to the family. What's good, y'all? Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a couple things that I wanted to touch base on that I've been hearing from this conversation for a while. And I'm a kind of wag my finger at the FBA family a little bit. I am FBA, but there's a few things that are happening on our end that's happening on the across the Atlantic Ocean end, and it kind of got to stop. All right. What I said earlier was Black Americans, we do not have a homogenous history. So when you get people coming in and saying, none of us are from Africa, we all was here before that. That's not true. When you get people saying we all from Africa, y'all all African, that's not true either. When you do Black American history, prior to 1619, prior to 1526, San Miguel del Guape, and you see what Black American history is, yes, it's a combination of Black indigenous tribes. It's a combination of some of those ancestors that were snatched up by other tribes from the continent, and it's a combination of some European ancestry, some Black European ancestry. I got a cousin who did his whole genealogy, whole family Irish, black as the night, black as night. All right. So we have to stop the narrative of trying to paint every single family with one homogenous history. It's not that. What we can agree on is the fact that we did indeed have an ethnogenesis because of colonization, because of the vast mixtures of cultures and people, and because of our history, folkways, mores being stripped and us having to build a new one from the ground up. And we did kind of keep little pieces through, written through spoken word and tales and this, that, and the third and customs. But at the end of the day, we did have an ethnogenesis. And Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, we are a relatively, and I say relatively, new ethnicity. And I bring that to this. When people try to tell us you're African, you are just a watered down African or diluted African, you can't call us that. And I always bring this point up. I love to bring up, what would you have called an Englishman in the year 1026? There was no such thing as an Englishman in the year 1026 because England as a whole, as a country, as an ethnicity, didn't form until around 1066. So, people that are trying to paint us with one paintbrush, you can't call us something simply because we don't meet some pre-notion that you have of what an ethnicity is. Yes, we are a relatively new ethnic group or a relatively new tribe that has formed a new culture and that has formed a new identity. And for anybody to try to come along and tell us what we are, and for us to be painting each other with one broad brush, it's intellectually dishonest. My family, if you look at my DNA, I got indigenous DNA, I got European DNA, and I have African DNA. I got a homegirl from Nigeria, from Lagos. She is Igbo. She did hers. Her DNA test was completely concentrated to one area. Mine scattered all across the board. So we have completely separate admixtures. We have a different group of haplogroups and admixtures. So even genetically, if you want to bring up DNA, and I'm dismissing people that are just saying this for entertainment purposes, I don't want to go down that route. I'm just using what we working with. Even haplogroup wise, we are completely different than a continental. Our haplogroups look entirely different. Our genetic map looks entirely different. We are a completely different group of people, a different ethnicity, and we are claiming our identity. We don't hate nobody. We ain't hate nobody that got love for us. We ain't disrespecting nobody that don't disrespect us first. What we saying is we have a 60-year sample size of melanated immigrants coming over here and being disrespectful. And so what we decided to do, instead of being the poster boys for a global Pan-Africanist ideology that still ain't worked in over 100 some odd years, still ain't worked, because they over there going at it right now on the continent. I go in these African spaces, on TikTok, they over there going at each other's throat. The South Africans don't want the Nigerians there. The Ghanaians don't want the Nigerians there. Don't nobody want the Nigerians in their country. I don't know what Nigeria did, but they on heels. So this whole ideology of Pan-Africanism, it is a fantasy, right? It made us feel good inside. But now with delineation, we're saying, hey, we've been here long enough. We have an exclusive group, an exclusive ethnicity. We have an exclusive culture that we've made that everybody's emulating. And it's time for us to put a stamp on it and say, this is who we are. This is what we're doing. And yes, each of our families may have a slightly different history than each other. But at the end of the day, this group, this ethnicity, this tribe that we are now is what it is now. And so people have to respect that. And if they don't respect it, then it's nothing but smoke for them.
Thank you, Dion. Reg Rock.
Can I?
Hold on, Prince. Hold on. Reg, I see you up here. Did you want to try and speak again? All right. Prince, you wanted to respond to that, and then we'll get to open panel.
Yeah. For the brother that was just speaking, I truly understand you, and literally we are falling into the trap, because one thing they want us to do is fighting against each other and turn our back against each other, while they all collabo with each other, and then they want us to turn our back on each other. And really, for real, if you go in Africa right now, they all like this place is fighting towards this place. They don't want this people in their country. They want that. Yeah, it's actually really happening. As far as a lot of you guys talk about that Haitian girl that she made a speech and her speech go viral. If I tell you this, you probably not believe me. I have never even heard of that video she made, because no one speaks for me, but me. Okay, no one speaks for me but me. When I first come to school here, my teacher was one of my history teachers. He was black, and I asked him. I said, "How come you didn't speak a different language?" He said, "Well, it's because they didn't want us to speak our language. They wanted us to speak their language." And he said the same thing has religion. Then me and him started exchanging history, and I said, well, it was the same thing with me and my peoples. They didn't want us to speak our language, so they strip our language from us, so we create one. And so when all that comes and say, I mean, I don't want you to be the one that turning against me. I don't want me to be the one that's turning against you. Let they already trying to turn me against you. Okay? Because to tell you the truth, from the beginning, the white people, they didn't want African American to go overseas to any other black countries, because the image when I moved to this country, the image that they showing about my country, about a lot of different country in Africa, was ridiculous, because I've been all over these places and I've never seen these things. Do you know, before I moved to America, I didn't know there was homeless here. I didn't even know poverty leave exist here.
I want to, if I can interject with you, brother, because I know you. That's not exactly historically correct what you just said.
Well,
There are
I
several
didn't.
instances of the
This
United
is
States
this is what
attempting to
he
send
was.
Black Americans out of America, and it just didn't work. It failed every time because we of the soil. This is our home. This is our country. Lincoln tried to send us to Haiti, bro. He tried to send a bunch of us to Haiti, and it failed. Everybody was dying. It was horrible. Look it up. This is not something I'm making up in my head. Abraham Lincoln tried to send Black Americans to Haiti. They was like, well, how do we solve the NEGRO problem? Well, let's see if we can send them there. So there are times where they try to, but it doesn't work when you remove people from the soil in the country that they built. We literally are the bricks of this country. The culture is us. Everything that's good about America comes from us. Our issue is the fact that the rest of the diaspora collectively seems to know we're our own ethnic group, except for when it's beneficial to them. Then we're watered down and generic and this and diluted. But that's why we are standing on business and saying, no, we are our own ethnic group. Y'all not about to keep mislabeling us. We will tell you who we are. And y'all have to respect what we telling y'all. If y'all don't respect what we're telling y'all, and y'all don't respect the identity that we have for ourselves, there will never be unity. The unity is out the window because we got smoke for everybody. We've been fighting everybody for 500 years. It's nothing to go another 500 with them dukes up.
Woo!
Well, you know, like my country, this is the reason why we are actually going to what we're going through right now, because we were the first around here that have kings, emperors, all that stuff. and all that stuff gets stripped away from us because of one thing that we said. One thing that we said on the declaration. We said if you are anywhere around this world and you don't feel like you are free, and you don't feel like you are welcome, and you don't feel like you are safe, you could always come here, because around here we don't discriminate. You are free, and we are with you. We are one. And because of that, they say, nah, we cannot let these Negroes cannot go anywhere but in Haiti. This is what
Please,
they say.
please, please. We love TikTok shop. Please put fruits in the chat, y'all. You cannot say that word. You're gonna
Okay,
have to say the N
sorry.
word.
Okay, we cannot let these N people uh, um, go anywhere. They have to stay within their own island, and because of that, we couldn't trade with any countries for years. And they say to us, if we ever catch you trying to trade with any country, we're gonna catch your ship and we're gonna hang you guys up and we're gonna burn the ship down, and we're gonna catch you as a pirate. And because we spend too much money on slavery for you to come and corrupted them. We have a lot of countries around the West Indies to get their independence, and we're still paying for that until today. One Before I go, let me tell you guys one thing that yeah, you guys probably don't know. Okay, like I said, I've been a whole lot of places. The power of African American, the blacks who are living here, the power that you guys have over this world, not just in different other black country, but over this world. Do you know that if you don't wear it, if you don't wear it, they don't wear it. Your style, your style is not just in here; it's over there too. The way you talk, if they don't talk like this, you're not in style. If they don't wear it, prime example, hip hop, hip hop. You think hip hop is just here? No, it's all over the world, even in China. For them to be cool, and now I'm talking about China. For them to be cool, they have to swag down just like us. They got to wear the stuff that we wear. They have to talk exactly how we talk. They have to walk exactly how we walk, and they have to even act exactly how we act. And that is not just in China. That is all over. And believe it or not, the people up there, they don't like that stuff. They hate us, but their kids, their grandkids, their kids, all acting like us, all want to be like us. This is the power that we have over this world. And we sitting here fighting uh, each other. There's a bigger war that's about to come towards us that we don't even know about.
Can I
Because
ask you a question?
because we
Hold up.
how
Let me ask you a question.
what we do influence the whole
You keep
world.
saying us. You keep saying us, man. You keep saying us, and I gotta stop you there. What Haitian influence is being known worldwide? What are y'all
Oh,
known for doing worldwide?
oh man, come on now. We have a lot of them, man. We
Where
have we
are
have so
y'all in
many of them.
sports worldwide? Where are y'all in music worldwide? What big influence? Unless y'all trying
Every
to cosplay us,
every
what are y'all doing worldwide?
every Latin music is coming from
Miss us
our
with the bull
music.
crap. See, that's why
Okay?
you like to say us. You want to tie us to y'all.
No,
You want to
no,
tie y'all
no,
to us.
no,
There is no
no,
us.
no. Before you was playing music, I was playing it first.
Yeah. Okay.
Before you
See,
before you put
hold on,
shoes
Prince,
on
Prince.
your
Let me
feet,
let
I
me
was
let
I
me
was
Yeah,
wearing it
interject,
hold
brother.
on,
first.
Because
Prince. Let
Prince,
Dion
let me
respond to
interject.
you.
Because I listened to what you said, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's I'm a man of respect. You know what I'm saying? As long as there's respect, respect is a two-way street, and you've been relatively respectful. I'm gonna be respectful to you. You're saying us, right? But you're also making sure that we all know that you're Haitian as well. So is it we or is it he?
Because from what I see, bro, when I went to Japan, they was dressing Black American. When I went to Legos, they was dressing Black American. All right. When I went to Thailand, it was cats out there with the hip hop, but they 20 years behind us. But they would show. I seen somebody with a FUBU shirt. I said, I'll be dang. So the Black American, bro. And that's part of what our issue is. Every time, right, that it's something that's beneficial. Everybody is all of us. We all one people when it's a Black American trend going across the world. But then when it's something exclusive to y'all group, right? Then it's just y'all. You know what I'm saying? When I go to Little Haiti down there in Florida and I go into little Haitian spots to eat, it's all love and respect, but they know, they know I'm a Black American. Right? I got long locks, bro, but they can look at me and be like, you Black American? Yeah, and it's cool. But it can't be we and he. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. Y'all have to give us our proper dues, bro. Give us our propers. Say, hey, y'all made hip hop. Everybody love hip hop because of y'all. When people show us respect and give us our propers, then we can get on. We can get on the same page. We can politic a little bit. But as long as everybody keep co-opting everything we do, and then to still treat us like an outsider and isolate us when we go to their countries, and they know. My sister, I got a very interesting story, and I'm gonna land my plane after this. My sister was dating this Nigerian cat. Right? She went over to Nigeria to Lagos with him. Okay. They was in the car riding. The police pulled him over. The first thing he did was turn to my sister and said, don't say anything. If they know you are American, they will rob us. Don't say nothing, because if they know you American, they're going to rob us. And the police shook them down because they asked her name and she told them, and they shook them down and took half the money they had on them. See, they know that we a different ethnic group. They know we a different ethnicity. They know we a different group of people. So just what we're asking, give us the respect when it comes to our propers. Give us the respect when it comes to our inventions. Give us the respect when it comes. We the mothers and fathers of the modern world. Give us that respect, and then we can give y'all respect for being the first free Black nation in the Western Hemisphere. Right? Everybody got their own little accomplishments, but ours is popping hard and it's global, and that's cool. It's cool to accept that. But to try to co-opt it and be like, it's all us, like that's what we have a problem with. Recognize us when we tell y'all who we are. And if y'all can give us that respect, it's all good.
The fuck up. Get the
All
hell
right,
off the
host,
panel,
can you
weirdo.
remove him? Host, can you remove Michael? I think Michael's a troll.
He a
Cause
troll, yep. A big fat sleazy troll that probably live in his mama basement. Just a clown.
Shut the clown up. Clown.
Your mom is a clown.
Yeah, and you got it in your throat.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Take
Don't
it
talk
out.
to
yeah,
her pussy
host,
ass.
please
She got
remove
swallowed.
him,
She got
host.
swallowed.
You got it in your throat. I don't even understand why you
Shut
got
the
it in your
fuck up,
throat
fat
so
ass
deep.
bitch.
God damn, you choking.
Hey, I
You're
don't
choking.
argue
You're
with women. I don't
choking.
argue with women. I don't argue with women.
You're choking.
You're a
Experience.
grown man named Donnie.
You're choking.
And you're stuttering.
You're choking. It's in your throat. Calm down.
All right. Thank you so much, Dion. Prince, you can respond to that, and then we'll get to Pomp. Prince.
Sorry,
Donnie, go on me like a
I
good
was
boy,
speaking. I
Donnie.
didn't know I was on mute. Uh, Dion, like we always said, we'll recognize real. I give you your props for everything that you guys had created. I give you your credit for everything that you guys had created, and I never trying to take any. Well, I would say my people. We never trying to take any credit for things that you created and to say that it's ours. No, we will never do that. And deeply, we respect you guys. If you think, if just like Dion, you said you went to China, right?
Japan.
You went to Japan, right? For as far as I know, for my belief, they make us think that Japan don't like us, Chinese don't like us, these people don't like us. But until we go to their country, and you will see the different in how they treat you, and it's the same thing as back in my country. like when he says if they know you come from America or it's not American. If they know you come from America, that's the thing. If they know you come from America, they will rob you. Yes, because they automatically think that you have money. Okay, it's not nothing towards your sister. It's basically like even if he was Nigerian, and once they know that he came from here, they automatically think like, oh, he have money. And it's the same thing back in my country. It's the same thing back everywhere. Even in the project, you go over there, you dress a certain ways or you drive a certain car, you will get robbed. I mean, I got robbed in the project before, but which I didn't have much
But
on
the
me.
projects is not another country, Prince. And you keep mentioning the projects, the ghetto. I think you think all black Americans live like that. But Dion, I'm gonna let you respond to that because I want to know.
I mean, it boils down to that. I mean, it boils down to the fact that they know that she's an American. It wasn't about no. It was like, yo, if they find out you're an American, a black American, they going in them pockets. So that's a clear shining beacon that we are completely separate ethnicity. Regardless of what the perception of the money is, they knew she was different. And that's what it is. And it's okay that we different. It's cool. It's all right that we different. All that we're telling everybody is that we different. We standing on it. And our culture, our accomplishments, and our ethnicity is not a free-for-all for everybody to come grab, latch off of, and take credit for. We not diluted Africans. We not generic Africans. We not one boat stop away. No, that's that. All of that flat blackness is done. That's done. It's just done, bro. We done with that. What we doing is saying, you got your group of people, y'all got y'all language, y'all folkways, y'all mores, y'all cultures. We got our tribe, our folkways, our language, and our cultures, and we got a completely separate culture than y'all. And that's what it is. And as long as everybody show respect, two-way street, it's all good. But we're not letting people come around anymore and snatch up all the things that our ancestors has fought for and our ancestors have accomplished, and then everybody else get the credit for it, and they act like that's how people get erased, my guy. That's how ethnic erasure happens, and we're not going to allow that to happen. I'm gonna give y'all a cautionary tale, if I may, real quick. All right. Some of the ancestors that fought in the Revolutionary War. See, I'm a true historian. Some of the ancestors that fought in the Revolutionary War for the United States. A lot of them fought for the British. Why? Because the British said any black, any GRO that fights for Britain is going to get their freedom. So guess what started happening? Cats start vamping off them plantations and putting on them red coats and fighting for the British. So when the British lost, those people were sent off to Nova Scotia. Some of them were sent off. Many of them were sent off back to Britain, and they lived in these enclaves in Liverpool. And what ended up happening in Liverpool with all of those black Brits, those foundational black Brits that were there for centuries, all of the immigrants came in, the Windrush, and all of that happened after that, and those people were ethnically erased. I talked to the descendants of one of them people, and he told me firsthand, bro, my ethnic group dang near don't even exist no more. We're not going to allow that to happen. We're not going to allow everybody to come in, stomp all over us, and treat it like we don't exist. We too deep in the soil here. But that's happened to some of the ancestors that chose to fight for the British and got shipped off. They got ethnically erased. People don't even talk about the foundational black British no more because people act like they don't exist. They act like every single black Brit is from the continent, and that's not true. There's a small amount of them that have been there for centuries upon centuries, but they've been erased out of history. We not letting that happen to us, bro. And until people respect that, it's nothing but smoke. I'm sorry. That's just how our spirit is.
All right, so you missed the whole point, though. I mean, not the whole point. You missed the whole part of the history that you say your people fought for the British as well. Okay, but let me stop you right there. I'm gonna tell you exactly how this thing went down. Okay, when America couldn't win this war against the British. Okay, the only place they could have got help from was Haiti, because of what we stand for. We stood for something that is nobody would stand for. And until today, if America ever decided they needed us, we will be there for them, just like any other country. Okay, they went back home to my country and asked us to fight for them, and it's a lot of free slaves Yes, we said we will fight for you, but you will have to free your slaves. Because if we help you win this war, you're gonna have to free your slaves. And they agree that they will free the slaves and have the slaves fought among us. So we came to America,
What battle was
and
this?
the same battle you was talking about. And
Well, no, no. What battle? What battle?
as we
What
were
year?
doing this,
What battle?
as
What year?
let me finish. Let me finish.
What
Then you
battle? What
let
year?
me finish.
Okay,
Let me
time out.
finish.
Truth be told,
Oh,
Prince, do you want to specifically identify the battle?
I will. I will. I will.
I mean, like right now.
Okay. For we was fighting the British for America independence. Yes, that was like in what year was that? Anyway, uh the British turned around and actually say the same thing to the slaves. It was like, if you fought among us, we will set you free after the war. So we fought for America along with a lot of slaves that was here, and they also have a lot of slaves that fought for them. And after the war, the America won the war, and the British left with a lot of slaves, a lot of Africans American. They left with a lot of them, and we was like, hold on, you said you was gonna free the slave. How come you let them live with the slaves? Then that's when George Washington was like, hey, you got to bring these slaves back. So they didn't go to
George
they didn't
Washington.
go
You said
they
George
didn't go
Washington. Oh my
they didn't
goodness, dude. Oh my fucking goodness,
Are
dude.
you serious,
This dude
Prince?
is crazy.
was
This dude is
it
crazy.
hey, look, I don't even remember the name of the president around that time. So so
Listen,
they went
hold on.
on and dropped
Hold on.
these
Here's
slaves
a little
off.
thing. You guys y'all like to brag about that battle of 1804 or whatever. Y'all
No,
talking about y'all won that.
it was in
You said
1804.
y'all won that. Y'all say y'all won, right? But y'all been paying France ever since. Now, last time I heard, anytime I beat somebody's ass, I went back and got something. If you won, what did you go back and get? They kept double back and getting money out of you until a couple years ago. Y'all ain't win shit.
No, it's not that. We fought the French for 12
Listen, man,
years.
everything coming out your mouth
After
historically right now is
after
BS. Go ahead and stop it, man.
after fighting the French for
Just
12
speak
years,
morally instead of
we have
historically.
no more
How about
energy of
Truth be
fighting.
told? Okay, cool, Prince, I'm gonna let you land your plane, then I'm gonna give Truth be told a chance to
No,
respond.
I'm done with him.
And then
I'm done
Pomp.
with him
I
saying.
forgot to let Pomp anthologies go. I'm so sorry, Pomp. Go ahead, Prince.
So they went on and took those slaves and they dropped them off on the Caribbean. That's the reason why, like you see, like they dropped some of them in Jamaica. They dropped them off all over the Caribbean. That's why you seen a lot of like Caribbean countries. They speak patois, and that was the cause. Okay, that's where they dropped them off. The amount of slaves they took to back with them was just a handful. Okay, so with us, like I was saying before, we're not trying to conquer anything. We just want to live life, and I don't mind going back home. I don't mind that at all. But you have a group of countries that putting their foot over the neck of my country. If they lift those feet up, I will gratefully go back home with no regrets and leave home and leave at home as if my whole life depend on it. Yeah, I would drop everything here and go back. Yes, I would.
All right, thank you, Prince. Truth be told, go ahead, and then we'll get to Pomp and Corey.
Man, do us a favor, man. Stop trying to speak historically. Just speak morally. Like tell people what to do good and stuff like that. Don't come and tell us about history, what y'all did for us or the lack thereof. Because you losing us. You brought up George Washington. Oh my! Like I said, enough is enough with y'all. Y'all lasted on long enough. Don't you think so? I mean, think about it. Y'all from Africa and was sent to Haiti. Y'all ain't Haitian. Y'all Africans. So that's why y'all want to keep the narrative going. It's okay. Just say it like that. Just say that you are part of the Boule program. We peep game. I'd rather a person come and just, hey, I need that, instead of trying to damn sweet talk it out of me. Just say, just be honest, man. Y'all lying. Y'all leeching off of us, and it's over. So all that banding together, all the kumbaya that you've been talking about the whole time, keep that rhetoric going. Keep the kumbaya going, but don't speak historically no more.
Thank you, True. What's up, Pomp Anthologies? I'm sorry to keep you waiting. What's your thoughts on the prompt, or what you think, what you heard?
That's okay. I kind of forgot what I really wanted to say. I'm just going to compliment the movement, because I sense that I'm older, from an older generation, and we were brainwashed by some of the terms that people threw at us, that were like meant to confuse us. But one thing that I would like to make sure is that we accept, lock in, and make unavailable to anyone else any terms that were used for us, even if we don't use them anymore, where we were supposed to receive, whether we actually got it or not, any type of benefit or right. Like, I'm a little bit concerned about some FBAs and Black Americans who are denying being from the trade. I'm not sure about the wording in the 14th Amendment, but it specifically said that it was for, I think, the African slaves in the United States or something like that. And even if that's not you, even if that's not your people, because I do believe that some indigenous Blacks did exist. I'm not a member of that. I don't want them to be excluded, because I feel like there's some type of multiple trickery going on that's trying to get us to deny any identity that connects us to any rights, and deny any attributions or accomplishments we've made that have been listed in literature, whether it was a term we accepted or wanted or was accurate or not. There's something else I wanted to say, but I want people who identify as belonging to me, whether they want me or not, to be careful, because you can't not care about people that shared something with you. And because I'm what they call a freedman, and there's some people have told me that I don't count as FBA. I say as of 1866 I did, but I want them to be careful of rejecting terms. I say it's better to say it was wrong, it was inaccurate, it was forced upon us, it's defunct, but you can't use it. Because I've noticed that a lot of people from Africa are now calling themselves African American. There's tons of history books that attribute our creators, like Charles Drew and Phyllis Wheatley, to African Americans. It's incorrect, but that's what they do. And then they can be like, see, we were the ones who were here a long time ago, African Americans. So you just say I wish people would start saying it's a defunct term. It no longer exists. We didn't choose it. They forced it upon us, but we do claim it as an inaccurate term that refers to us and us only. And that's it, because that's all I remember.
Okay, thank you, Pomp.
Thanks.
Time out, Taylor. I got a question, Prompt. So do you think that the fact that some Black Americans don't identify as African, you think that's the biggest issue that's preventing us from uniting?
No. With Africans?
Yeah.
No, the biggest issue that's preventing us from unifying with the whole diaspora is their hatred and despise for us.
Who is they?
Foreign Black people. Oh, you can't say Black. Foreign BLKs.
Okay. I just asked you that because I think that the fact that some Black Americans are not identified as African, I think that people try to make that the top priority, and that's the reason why we can't unite. I just disagree with that. I
don't. First of all, the reason why we can't unite, because like I said, I was from the 90s, part of that resurgence of a Pan-African movement that came about in the 20s. So my mom always taught us you don't treat them badly because you don't treat people badly that look like you. But actually, you don't treat anybody badly. I was not allowed to say racial slurs, to say racial things against anyone. And we yearned for a connection. But every time you reached out to them, smack your hand, nope, we're not the same. And the fact that they're trying to claim the BLK term, I don't understand that, because I'll call them classmates, because they specifically told me, you're not my friend. We can't be friends with you. I'm nice to you, but you're not us. They rejected the term BLK. They specifically told me, almost like verbatim, like they had been taught it. BLK is the term for a landless, powerless people with no culture who were conquered and who are generic because they don't know where they came from. So if we don't know where, I think that's what my point was. If we don't know where we came from and we don't know our culture, how can you claim us as you? And the trick about Ghana telling Black people that they can come back to their country, just like one panel member mentioned, is a trick. Because after slavery ended, there were a lot of organizations that rounded us up and tricked us into going back and shoved us in a country in Africa. And that was an act of colonialism. But what are you going to do when people are telling you, when you have groups of people with guns at you telling you what to, oops, I probably shouldn't have said that. Sorry. Delete that word. Sorry, TikTok. With GUNS telling you to go, then it made a conflict. And then they formed their own community, and then they thrived. And then that community, because they thrived, accused them of trying to colonize them. And in the 70s, they, I'm a bad speller, mass UNALIVE them. They were descendants of Americans. So that is a trick. So I want to make sure that no one tries to do any trickery with the law, trickery with words, to send me to a land that, first of all, I feel, at least my ethnicity, rounded us up, sold us to the Europeans off to a faraway land, and then you want to reclaim me? No. Once a child is adopted, they're no longer part of that family. There's something different. If the adopted family is abusive, that's really sad, but they're no longer part of that original family. And it's up to the child to decide if they want to go back. But if that first family is abusive too, they're just kind of between a rock and a hard place. But I don't believe we've now seen the light and seen the hatred, and there's no way that we can connect with the people, and it's been our demise. Also, all over the internet, they've been telling people that we do bad things, like that we RIOT, that we BURN. And I'm like, no, that's not our people. We've never done that. And I'm beginning to realize, like someone mentioned the ghettos or the projects, and they love to attribute that to us. That's not us. If you look through our history and the things that we've done, we have continually built beautiful, thriving, segregated communities in the midst of a sea of hatred. They come in and they BURN it down, and they mass unalive us, and then we build it again. They take it down again, and we build it again. Do those ghettos look like the product of a people who have built themselves up over and over again as people slash us down because no one has reached out to help us like other people do? There is no rebellion or revolt in history of a people that succeeded without the help of another country. Not the United States. They received help from France, I think in Denmark. That's why my obsession with Marie Antoinette. And all these countries, there's somebody else backing them. And I feel like this rebellion against newcomers, this colonization against newcomers here, is mass funded by other nations, probably European nations. I don't even think that they need the support of American people. I believe that it's foreign funded. Why? I don't know. Maybe just because I think they know that America needs American BLK, whether they know it or not. And a way to destroy the whole nation is to get rid of us. And then what they're going to come in and say, very, very bad, America, you did something wrong, just like they did with that WAR in Germany. And then they're going to come in and do the other half, split the United States up, and run away with the spoils. I'm very, very suspicious at this moment of this movement, but I just want people who I believe are part of my people and I can't help but care about to be very careful about which terms you reject. Now you can reject or refuse to acknowledge once represented your people, whether it was accurate or not. It's very, very legal. That's it.
All right, then I'm gonna go to Corey.
Thank you.
No problem. Corey,
Yo,
what's up?
I'm gonna just answer the prompt, but I don't think black people around the world will ever be unified. Like, through history, there's always been some sort of conflict. Like, we can't expect to be unified with people that descendants of motherfuckers who sold us in the first place. How can we go back? How can we put our differences aside when they already have in their mind like who we are? Like, a lot of them get their ideologies from movies and shit they see online and bunch us all in a group. Like, it ain't 50 million black Americans in the United States. Even more, that ain't even on the census records. But yeah, like, I don't see that happening at all. Like, we best just focus on what we got going on for real. Yeah, that's all. And I agree a little bit with Punk was saying and stuff.
All right, well, I got a question for you. So, I think that both parties on both sides has been propagandized. Like, I
Yeah.
know when I was growing up in America, I grew up in the 90s. All I knew about Africa was 2 cents a day. Yeah, 2 cents a day, you can feed a starving child in Africa. That's pretty much all we learned. Now, people in America, black Americans, correct me if I'm wrong, or that's all the part of Africa that we was taught growing up was 2 cents a day.
Facts.
I mean, I saw it on TV, but I wasn't particularly raised with those stereotypes simply because of like my family, and my family was real cultured as far as like African culture and this, that, and the third. As far as my dad's side goes, but we saw it on TV. We saw the flies. We saw the, you know what I'm saying? We were sending the canned goods to Somalia when everything popped off in Mogadishu. You know what I'm saying? We were doing the whole 9 yards. But yeah, I mean, that's definitely the propaganda that they gave to us was basically, yeah, look how starving and terrible these people are doing. You got to help them. You know what I'm saying? And guess what? Our hearts went out to them. You know what I'm saying? Our hearts went out to them. Guess what? We piled up them canned goods and sent them over there. You know what I'm saying? When Haiti had that earthquake, we sent plenty of bread over there. The Clintons ran off with their bread. Have a problem with them.
Well, the reason why I was saying that is because, like, maybe that's where we get this whole Africa's poor thing. Like, I mean, of course, like, majority of the people are struggling. So you could argue that, but like, for as far as like, just like in America, like, majority of us are struggling, but we know America isn't like a poor country. Now, it isn't dead, right? You know, all that, but ultimately it's still considered to be a powerhouse, a superpower, even though the people are struggling. So I think that both parties have been sort of propagandized. They've been propagandized to think that we're just all boys in the hood, the movie, and then we've been propagandized to see that all of them are 2 cents a day.
That's
So it really
just
go on both sides.
I have
Can
a
I say
question.
something real quick?
Who was that? Who
Well,
said that?
I want to ask a question real quick.
He was first. Truth
Okay,
was
go ahead.
first.
Then I'm gonna come to you, Prince.
Okay. All right. I don't follow the out of Africa theory or nothing like that. I don't. Well, as far as my genealogy, my family line, what I'm saying. But let's just say this out of Africa theory was true. Now, notice that about a year ago, the Ghanaian came and asked for reparations on our behalf. Well, last time I checked, didn't they say that they sold us? So shouldn't it be us asking them for reparation instead of them asking America? I mean, don't that make sense? I mean, we as so-called Black Americans asking America for reparation for so-called cattle slavery or chattel slavery, or however they want to call it. But then at the same time, why not go to the root of the problem? The ones that so-called sold us. Don't they got a hand in this too then? Not, I mean, like I said, I don't believe in the out of Africa theory anyway, but since they want to push that theory, let's talk about that right there.
I gotta agree with truth be told, and if I can piggyback on what you're saying, brother. As far as, because the out of Africa it's a theory, so that it's the current theory, right? Science changes with what with technologies and information come available. Science tends to change. The current theory is the out of Africa theory, but I wasn't alive, obviously. I don't know the origins of man, but what I do know is going back to what I can trace on paper. They were very involved. Even Cujo Lewis, who Vic Mensa came out and made a story. He made this story on his little Orange Tree Talk or whatever, and he brought up Cujo Lewis, right? And Cujo Lewis, he was part of the what is current modern day Benin, quote unquote Yoruba land. His tribe was snatched up in the middle of the night by the Dahomey. You know what I'm saying? And they made Woman King about the Dahomey for the few little tiny years they wasn't SLAVERs. They made a little movie about them, even though their whole economy was based off snatching up other tribes. So even if you're looking at it from a perspective of we do have some ancestors that came from there, guess what? When them other tribes came and snatched up our tribe, it might have been 109 people in that tribe. It might have been 200 people in that tribe. The tribe is obliterated. It's gone. Once it's snatched up by somebody else and sold off to the European, that tribe don't exist no more. Everybody came over here. We were integrated with the Black indigenous. We were, unfortunately, some of us forcibly, integrated with Europeans genetically, and we are a new tribe now. You know what I'm saying? That just is what it is. But they was very, very much involved in it. They were very, very much in on the dang heist, and now they talking about we need some you ain't getting nothing because we coming for y'all too. Because y'all was in on the heist. Y'all just mad because y'all got a bad cut.
And on the back end of that, America supplies all these African countries like Nigeria, Uganda, Kenya, all of them get a minimum of $2 billion a year. Y'all can research that now.
That's back to my original question. How can y'all rectify that history and believe that Black Americans are just gonna let that go? Like, we not letting that go. We is putting that straight in y'all face. We is not letting that go. Hell no. Y'all enslaved us purposely. That's facts, bro. And when I did have a Pan-African ideology, when I was a Pan-African nationalist, and I was RBG all day, and I was running around Patrice Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah, Thomas Sankara, Steve Biko, I was repping the whole continent. All right? Guess what? They wasn't repping me because I didn't belong to no specific tribe over there. They said, you don't know where you come from. You are a lost African. You have no idea where you come from. I know that some of my ancestors, according to my genealogy map, some of my ancestors, it came from 9 different regions over there. 9. That means y'all was snatching cats up all across the continent. Y'all was in on the heist. So I had some ancestors that came from various different tribes, and those tribes were obliterated and destroyed. And we made a new tribe here. But y'all was in on the heist, and we know that y'all was in on the heist. Pan-Africanism tries to glaze over that and make it seem like, oh, those are just the white tea supremacists, man, coming up with ways to divide us. Nah, bro, we got the documentation. Y'all was in on it, getting good paper. All right. And a lot of them got old money. All right. A lot of them got 18th century money, 19th century money. And we want that too, because y'all was in on it as well. We not letting none of this go. We not going to dishonor our ancestors by letting nobody
let no fault be held without accountability. People talking about accountability in the chat, in the comments. Accountability is holding y'all accountable for what y'all ancestors and y'all tribes that currently exist were doing to our obliterated tribes because they wouldn't pay y'all tribute. Because they wouldn't give y'all a goat. Because somebody's daughter wouldn't marry your daughter, so you snatch everybody up in the middle of the night. We ain't forgot that ancestral energy is in our DNA. That's why we fight so hard. They snatched up the warrior class. They snatched up plenty of people that didn't have anything to do with the politics over there, and they sold them off just like cattle. So everybody that was involved is on the radar. We not letting none of it go.
So what is the difference between you and I?
Who was that? Who you said that? Prince? Was that Prince?
Prince. Yes,
Prince. Okay,
yes.
Prince. You Haitian, bro, right? You
Yeah,
Haitian, right?
yeah. And I
So
was brought
this
there
is
the
the thing.
same way.
Right. So y'all had a different ethnogenesis than us. Yes, some of your ancestors were taken from the continent. Yes, you might have some Taino ancestors as well. Yes, you might have some European ancestors as well. You might have a more similar combination of admixtures to me than a continental would, but y'all speak French. Y'all are Haitian. Y'all had a different ethnogenesis. Y'all created a new tribe of y'all own the same way we did. The difference is we not all running around saying we Zoe. We not running around saying this is ours. We ain't running around saying Desaline and all of them dudes is our dudes. We saying them y'all dudes, y'all did good work. We can politic as long as there's two-way respect, bro. But we can't be the generic people that everybody can snatch up stuff from and claim our stuff. We just not. That's just what it is. And what we're saying is, after this 60-year sample size that we've had since the 1965 Immigration Act, is 60 years that we got of seeing what's been going on. Now, at first, we all looked at everybody as brothers and sisters in the struggle. We all looked and said they melanated, they are brothers and sisters in the struggle. They gonna serve as reinforcements for us. But then everybody got over here and we started seeing after 60 years, it wasn't that energy. So now we taking a step back and saying, okay, we're going to have to draw the line in the sand a little bit stronger and make sure we know who's who from where, what's what. So that way we know how to act accordingly. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's how you protect yourself as a people. That's all that is, bro. You know what I'm saying? Even though your admixtures might be more similar to mine than a continental would, y'all speak French. Y'all have your own culture. Y'all have your own musicians. I was listening to some Haitian music the other night. I couldn't really get with it because I didn't know what was going on and the rhythm wasn't, what I'm really used to. But I was like, okay, this is a little vibe. But guess what? I can't go claim that because I don't have no Haitian ancestors. I don't have nobody from Haiti. You know what I'm saying? So I can't claim to be Haitian. All I can do is give y'all the proper respect as Haitians for being the first free black nation on the Western Hemisphere, in the Western Hemisphere, and I give y'all that love and that respect. But it got to be two ways. That's the only way. It got to be two-way street with the respect, bro. As long as people try to snatch our culture up and take credit for everything that we've come up with, it's not gonna work. We just gonna keep throwing them dukes up.
Well, so we did well, just like you were saying. Yes, we actually Haitians, and we fought. We do this, we do that. Okay, that's all. That's all us. At the same time, I'm not gonna sit here and take all credit for everything that Malcolm X did, for everything that Martin Luther King did, for everything that all the African American people did in the U.S. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you this, and if you want, you could believe me. If you don't, that's fine. Before I came to the U.S., okay, before I came to the US, the picture that the white man picture inside of my head about African American was not a good picture. And believe me, if you go if well, it's now time changed because of social media, and Africans and Haitians and people from different countries started seeing uh, uh, um, uh, the different of what they've been telling us. Okay, before I came here, I was told that you was nothing but thieves, drug dealers, robbery, all the bad things you could name in the book.
Who
Just
told you
so,
that, Prince? Who
just
told you
so,
that?
I'm coming to that. Just so I would not be friend with you when I come here. Just so I would not tell you or show you a certain things. Just so you cannot tell me and show me a certain things. And when it came down to it, I wasn't stupid. I got here. Of course, I was looking. Of course, I was alert. I was being aware of everything. And some of my friends, some of the guys that was sitting next to me, they weren't the one that used to beat me up. They were African Americans also, and we were having straight A's. When I moved to St. Louis, it was a totally different ball game. It was nothing but lawyers, doctors. Even at my firm, we have at least like about 17 or 18 black lawyers. All these things, and it was like, damn, why would they do that? This is the only question I was asking myself. Why would they told me? Why would they taught me these things? And it was nobody else but the white people that did that. Clearly,
They taught y'all that
clearly,
because
yes.
they didn't want y'all to do what we thought y'all was going to come in the country and do, which
No,
would
they
serve
didn't want
as
me to.
reinforcements.
They didn't want me to unite with you.
They right.
United with you.
They didn't want y'all to come over and be reinforcements for us.
Exactly.
So
Yes,
I'm gonna ask you a
with
question real
you.
quick, Prince. While I got you on the line. So you immigrated here. How old were you?
Huh?
When you immigrated here, how old were you?
I was about what was that 16?
Okay,
16,
so
17.
I keep hearing, because I got a lot of, I got friends that's immigrants, man, melanated immigrants. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't hate nobody. You know what I'm saying? I just stand on business about my people. And they all tell me the same thing. They watched this video in the immigration office, and it was this dude with a red hat, and he was bumping a loud boom box, and it was a BLACK American dude walking around with a loud boombox and a red hat. He was playing this loud music, and he was walking past a family of YTs, and they were saying, these people are bad. Don't do this, don't do that. Did you see that video? Because I ain't been able to find it. I'm trying to find this video, bro. I want to know, do this video exist? Because I
It
keep
was
hearing
it
about it and
wasn't
I ain't
it
found
was
it.
at a video. It was the picture. The picture inside of my head was not a good picture. And they wanted me to know if I wanted to be successful in this country, for me never be friend with you.
Is that what they said
That's
verbatim,
yes.
or is that just something that they implied?
Well, basically, that's exactly what they meant by that, because they specifically make it
Hold on, Prince,
clear.
real quick, Prince. Is that what they said verbatim, or is that what they implied?
Verbatim.
So they said, don't be friends with these NEGROs if you want to stay.
Well, not if I want to stay. If I wanted to be successful in this
If
country,
you want to be
basically,
successful, don't be
yes. Or
friends with
or
the.
even stay, because if any of us that did something wrong, they ship us back. So yeah.
So they scared the daylights out of y'all to stay away from us. I keep hearing
Exactly.
it.
But you know what? That didn't scare me, because when I came here and I see you, all I could see was another one of my friends back home. When I see you, all I could see is one of my sisters, or one of my. You look
Right.
exactly like me.
Phenotypically we're similar, right? And
Hey,
Yes,
yo,
I get
yes.
that.
let's
We
go ahead and
probably
say
didn't speak.
the loud
We
part
probably
out.
didn't speak the
Let's
same.
say the hard part out loud. Dude, you've been lying the whole time.
Truth. Stop
You've
it.
been
Truth.
cosplaying the whole goddamn time. And dude, you've been saying shit that you think we've been wanting to
Hold
hear.
on, truth. Hold on,
The
truth.
whole
Hold
dang
on.
on
No,
time,
no.
man.
I am
Dude,
speaking the
listen,
truth.
I'm telling you. I'm
Nah,
telling you to your
Prince, you
face.
you got some childhood trauma or something, because you keep you doing anecdotals and say, "Oh, y'all did this, y'all did that." Like, I don't get
And
it.
constantly trying to justify himself.
Yeah, like
What?
you have something against us Black Americans. That's what it's
No,
giving me.
I don't. No, I
And so,
do
Prince,
not.
this the thing, right? When
You really
we
do
would
though.
see all of the
What?
terrible stuff, right? Some of us are older millennials, what's called Zennials. Some of us are Gen Xers. Some of us might be Gen Z, right? Some older Gen Z folk. This is a pretty mature panel. But we saw in the 90s what was happening to Haiti with Clinton. We saw the earthquake that happened, a little over a decade ago. We saw these things. When we see these things as FBAs and as quote unquote indigenous Americans, we don't say, "Oh, I'm staying away from them people." We be like, "Oh man, I can't believe they doing the folks them like that. We finna ride for the folks." Black Americans was ready to go strap up and fight for Ethiopia. We have a history of fighting for everybody in the diaspora, and this is documented. We got a history of being ready to strap up for everybody in the diaspora. Why we don't get that same love, bro? That's what it is. It's like when people get here, they be like, "Oh, Oh, here they go. Oh my God, I'm gonna stay away from them. They get in their own enclaves, their own community, start their own restaurants. They don't do nothing for the rest of what's supposed to be their brothers and sisters. So why is it that the love that we've been giving out for centuries to cats? We opened the doors, bro. They wasn't letting nobody over here. We said, nope, you're not gonna do that. You're gonna allow other people to come over here. Melanated immigrants need to come too. We kicked the door open. They wasn't letting it in. They didn't have it creaked open. We kicked the door open for everybody else. But when everybody got here, bro, after a 60-year sample size, I think it's safe to say that everybody know what we talking about. And I think it's safe to say that not every Black American on this panel is just absolutely lost their mind and is just imagining the disdain that the rest of the diaspora has for us. So it's not hate. People keep throwing this word around, hate. It's not hate that we have for the rest of the melanated immigrants, for melanated immigrants. It's not hate that we have for the diaspora. What we doing is protecting ourselves because we realize, oh snap, y'all on that too? Now we got to knuckle up with y'all too? And that's not what we expected. That's not what our forefathers fought for. So why is it that everybody else can't get on page with what we doing and say, you know what? They kind of got it figured out. They kind of been successful in fighting these folks. Maybe we should figure out and click up with them and see what they doing and learn something. When you want to become a blacksmith, they don't just put you right out in the field. They put you with a master blacksmith and you are an apprentice and you learn from that master blacksmith until you got enough skills to be able to get busy on your own. So why is it that everybody else look at us and say, they must don't know what they are doing. They don't know. They are just akata. They are just this and that. Why the love ain't being reciprocated? Because we showed love for too long, bro. Why the love ain't being reciprocated?
Well, I don't know about where you guys are. Probably in Florida or New York or somewhere in the South. But try to come to St. Louis. Try to come to the middle, to the Midwest.
I'm from Milwaukee. I got family in St.
Totally
Louis, East
different.
St. Louis, the whole thing. I got family all across the board.
It's actually a bit. It's a big different. It's a big different. Like I was saying before, I cannot speak for every Haitians. I cannot speak for every Africans. I can only speak for myself. And you know, I understand your frustration. Believe me, I do. If I'm doing all these things for all these other people in all these other countries, I mean, where were you guys when I needed you guys?
What?
But
He basically saying, yeah, he understand why we mad because he's recognizing, and these are undisputable facts. He's we spawned off and kicked off all of those independence movements over there for them African countries to get independence. It ain't no coincidence. All of that was happening during the civil rights movement. There's no coincidence. Kwame Nkrumah came over here to a BC, to a black college. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no coincidence that these cats was coming over here and getting educated and under us. We was the ones that started wearing dashikis. They wasn't wearing dashikis over there. We was wearing dashikis. We made them cool.
Facts. We was.
You know what I'm saying? It's so much stuff we done done as Black Americans. We done put our hat in the, we done put our piece of change in the bucket, and we done said, look, y'all, we done did that thing, and we expecting everybody else to throw their hand in, and everybody else said, man, skip y'all, man. Y'all ain't nothing. We want to get under these folks. And now we recognizing it after 60 years, and we saying, okay, no more. And now people talking about we hate them? Come on, bro, that's gaslighting. They got to stop gaslighting. Y'all, Prince, what I would suggest for you, brother, anybody that's Haitian, and I'm sure you know some Haitians that still feel a way about Black Americans, you go tell them. You go spread the word. And you say, no, man, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. We wouldn't have this if it wasn't for them.
Man,
you put some respect on their name.
You know he is not going to say that because he thinks the same way that lady.
Don't do that. Don't do that because I did that before and I will do it again and over and over and over again. Because if it wasn't for African American who fought for me to be as successful as I am in this country, I would not.
Black American, bro. Black American.
Black American. Okay, if it wasn't because of them for what they've been through in this country, my kids would not be able to go to school here. I wouldn't be successful here. None of my friends who are from other countries would not be able to because it's you guys who pay the way for us. Regardless of how you put it, in this country, you pay the way for us. And I'm not speaking about my country. So
time out. Because Prince, I want to let you finish, but we have a new panelist we got to get to. Go ahead, Prince.
So where the truth is, you better let it out, because I'm not gonna sit here hiding out like as if the black American didn't do anything for us. No, I'll
I
be
got a
so
question.
ungrateful.
Where's the reciprocity though? Where's that?
We got a new panelist. I'm gonna let you answer. I'm gonna let me hold that question for me, Donnie, because I want to get this new panelist in. Can you unmute yourself? Oh, Gunsa, maybe.
Um,
Yo,
my name is
Dion. Oh, I'm about to
yeah,
leave.
my
I'm
name.
sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on a second, brother. I'm about to get off because I have to go. Yo, D.
Yeah.
Yo, man. Big props to you, man. It was nice talking to you. You pretty much like in the level that. Yes, I feel you, bro. I
Man,
feel you,
add me, bro.
and
We
I
can chop it up.
understand
Like
you.
I said, you can add me, bro. We can chop it up. Like I said, I have respect for anybody that got respect for us, and I got smoke for anybody that got smoke for us, and it's as simple as that. You know what I'm saying? That's how you got to keep it in life, because you can't let somebody dog walk on you just because you phenotypically similar to them. That's not how it works. You know what I'm saying? That's how you get your head whooped. So hit
Right.
me up. You know what I'm saying? We'll chop it up. We'll
Prince,
politic.
before
Thank
you
you,
leave,
host.
could you
Thank you,
answer
host.
mine? Prince, before you leave, could you answer that though? Where's the reciprocity at?
Be more specific.
Where's the reciprocity for what we did for y'all? Where's it at?
I'm just. Why am I here?
Where is the reciprocity for what you guys got and gained from us? Where is it?
I can speak for everyone else, just like I was saying earlier.
So for yourself, what did you do for us to show your appreciation? Because I guess I gotta break it down in layman
All right,
terms.
so
What did
let
you
me
do
take,
for us?
just like I was saying, that I could speak for myself. All right, we have over 17 lawyers that I work with every day, trying to keep a lot of black American out of prison every day, and I mentor a whole lot of them all the time, and I'm still doing it. And there was so much more that we do here in St. Louis. It's crazy.
We need
It's a whole lot
tangibles.
more. From my
What
point of view,
tangibles have you done? What tangibles have you done? I understand what you did in your job. What tangibles have you done?
it's
What tangibles? Like physical things you have done for us. What have you done for us? Have you fought with us?
um just
Have you stood with us?
let me see, when was that? There was a big earthquake that happened, not earthquake, a tornado that happened in St. Louis, and they were refusing to pay a lot of, and he hit the black community so really hard, and a lot of insurance company was actually refused to pay for those properties to be fixed and all the stuff. Okay, so what I did was contacted my lawyers, group of guys that work with me, and we fought
You
for them
know,
and make sure they all, most of them, until today, we still fighting for this, because some of them would not get what they deserve.
you know what we
Okay,
did for y'all? We allowed y'all to be on the world stage with us. We shared the world stage with y'all. We shared it. We said, you know what, over the last 60 years, we said, you know what, we're gonna give these guys a chance to come on the stage with us, and we let y'all be exactly who y'all wanted to be. Y'all wanted to be exactly the way y'all wanted to be, and we allowed y'all to.
all
We
right,
sat
that's
back,
fine,
we
and
watched, and we
we
studied.
thankful for that. We thankful for
So
that.
what have y'all done? So what have y'all done? What have y'all done to reciprocate that?
Hey, like I was telling you earlier, I cannot speak for everyone. Okay, I can only speak for myself. And if you really want to ask that question, I will gather a group of
How come
black
we can never get
Americans,
how come we can never
and
get a direct answer
they
from
will
you
answer this,
guys?
question for you, for me.
How come we can never
Okay.
get a direct answer when we ask this of you guys? We asked the whole diaspora the same question. I've seen it on multiple different panels. I've seen it on multiple and said in multiple different forms, and nobody has answered the question.
Well, the answers you're looking for, I probably don't have it, but
Because
I know
y'all done
myself.
nothing.
I know
because y'all
Like
done
myself.
never
nothing.
do.
I know what I've done. I know what I've done. I know myself. I know what I've done.
Okay, that's you
So
individually. You
what we
said
would
you
need to
helped
see,
the.
Prince, what we would need to see, Black Americans, right, collectively, what we need to start seeing in order for us to really take what y'all saying of less than a grain of salt, we need to start seeing y'all as a collective front come out as a collective group and say, we appreciate these people. We appreciate this tribe. We appreciate what the doors that this tribe has opened. We appreciate the things that this tribe has done. We appreciate this ethnic group. We understand that we wouldn't be here without them. We don't see that collectively. We don't see that in enough numbers that makes us believe that what you're saying is sincere. So even if you are a one person, right, that does that, you know more than one Haitian person because you a Haitian man. And I know y'all click together. Y'all click tight. So I know you know more Haitians.
Oh
We need
yeah,
to
we have
start
a group here.
seeing,
We
yeah,
have a
we need
group
to
here.
start
Yeah.
seeing more than just one of y'all come on the panel, more than just one of y'all come on the TV and say how you as one individual have done something. When we start seeing y'all in mass numbers come out and show appreciation and show that y'all care and show that y'all actually willing to put y'all ASSs on the line the same way we have, instead of just telling us, why aren't y'all fighting for us? Because we didn't fought already, y'all. Our arms are tied when it comes to fighting for everybody else. We fighting the whole dang world at this point. And guess what? It's nothing because we done had them dukes up for a long time. So it's nothing, but we ain't finna keep fighting for folks unless we see some folks actually collectively in mass numbers come out in difference making numbers and show the type of appreciation that we have shown for the rest of the diaspora and the type of accomplishments and achievements and essentially progression that we have made. Because right, quite frankly, a lot of the diaspora is behind the ball, brother. And y'all need to catch up. And we ain't finna keep helping everybody catch up and getting disrespected.
And Prince, on
See
another note,
that
and
was
Prince,
one
on
of
it, hold on,
the
Prince,
things. Go
Prince,
ahead. Go
hold on,
ahead.
real quick, Prince.
Go
And on
ahead. Go ahead.
another note,
Go
we
ahead.
we in the 1920s, we in the 1920s, and it's Joe Jackson in that motherfucker, or whoever the fuck that nigga was that was the first black heavyweight champion. It's the 15th round. It's the
Jack Johnson.
15th
Yep.
round. We are tired. Yeah, Jack Johnson. We are tired. I'm talking. We're so tired that we're in the 15th round, and we on the point of we're about to knock you out. We're about to knock you out. This is where we're at. We're in the 15th round, and we're knocking off everybody that has anything against us. We're knocking y'all off. It is what it is. Y'all have to accept it. We're knocking y'all off, and we're not going to open the door up again.
Well,
When y'all start calling out the rest of the diaspora and giving them the same smoke that y'all give us for just for essentially claiming our own identity, and drawing our own line in the sand. When we see y'all calling out the rest of the diaspora for how they've been coming at us, then we can politic, bro. But until then, as long as everybody keep turning their fingers at us and wagging their fingers at us and making it seem like it's a us problem, we got no problem throwing them dukes up, bro. And it's not about you're divisive. Delineation doesn't mean divisive. Delineation is synonymous with specificity. It means being specific. Okay, we're just being specific. And until everybody else gives the same smoke to the rest of the diaspora that they giving us, we gonna keep them dukes up.
All right. So, not just one Haitian can speak for all Haitians.
Hold
And
up. Oh, Prince, y'all gotta come on because I was going to another panel and y'all didn't turn this into a 5-minute conversation.
sorry.
So,
All right.
Prince,
It
go
was
ahead.
nice
Yeah,
talking
I
to you
was going
guys.
to another
I have to
conversation.
go. Host, thank you for having me on your panel. I really appreciate it, and thank
No
you guys
problem.
for battling up with me. So it was a nice convo. So probably hopefully next time I'll be able to give you guys videos of what I'm actually doing here, and yeah, I'll be able to see some things. Okay,
Oh my God. Janet in the chat,
go ahead.
girl. Nah, oh, you're fine. Let me go to this new panelist, so he can join in on the conversation. Ogunsa, you gotta tell me how to pronounce your name because that's what I see.
Yeah, my name is Ogunsho Adewale from Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. So I saw the prompt that you shared. Said, what will it take to unify Black and African people around the world? And I was also listening to the conversation between Donnie and Prince. And one thing I can pick for you from that conversation is that you guys were a bit aggressive. Like, we're just putting him on spotlight. Fine, you have a point to make, but you also have to understand that respect is reciprocal. That if you have African immigrant in your country, as much as they deserve to respect you, you also have to respect them in return and not be too overarching over them. So if you want us to work as blacks across cultures, there has to be mutual understanding and respect for each other, not just one side. Um, because you must also understand that the Africans who are leaving their countries, coming to America to search for a better life, they also have their story. They have what they are coming for, and God help them, they succeed. They also have families back home. They attend to, so the respect has to be both ways. It shouldn't just be one sided. And to tone down the tone of aggression by the Black Americans, we need to respect each other for us to unify and work together. That's just how it works. And instances where somebody is bending over backwards to understand you, and you are not even making any attempt to also understand the person, where the person is coming for, then it becomes one-sided, and there is no way there can be cooperation across borders. That's just my own submission. Yeah.
Okay, so I got a question for you. So you think that, so when you say that respect has to be a two-way street, what are you saying? That Africans are not being respected by Black Americans, or Black Americans aren't respecting Africans when they come here?
Yeah, well, just by taking some of these instances where John was engaging what you call friends, the tone was too aggressive, and it was more or less like one-sided. You want to be understood.
Hey, I'm from New York. I just want you to know that I'm from New York.
You
That's how
seem
we
to
talk.
want to understand the other person too. Also, the person's perspective, his own aspiration. So it's one-sided. So when you're talking about, when you're seeing things from just your own lens, you are not trying to see these things for the other person's lens. What is his own story? What is his own story to America? What brought him to America? What's his own aspiration? What's his own dream for himself and also his family? If you don't also see from the other person's lens, then there is no way both of you can work together or see each other as brother. There has to be empathy on both ways. That's
So time
just
out,
my
because I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're arguing. So your argument is that Black Americans don't take into consideration, we don't respect Africans when they come here, we don't respect you guys' journey. And I want to move away from that example that just happened between the conversations. I want to go more so in real life. Directly, what a part of what is it that you believe Black Americans aren't understanding when you guys are moving here? And do you think that Africans understand Black Americans when they move here? Because I understand you saying it's one-sided, but I mean, do you see that Africans are giving that same sort of courtesy to Black Americans when they come here?
well, from because I have friends in the US, and well, the engagement is not all the same, but I can actually pick from what the way Dion engaged, what's his name, Prince this evening, that it's almost becoming like a pattern, you know, that
Can I
black
address him, host?
black
Can you finish,
Americans
Tony?
Yeah, I'm
own
gonna
lane.
be. I'll be next. I'll let you go, Donnie. But I'm gonna chime in next, because he's mentioned me a couple times, and I want to make sure that I'm talking to brother Ogunswa. Am I pronouncing that right, Ogunswa?
Yes, you're pronouncing it
Ogunswa.
correct.
Okay. Yeah. I want to make sure I'm having a conversation with you as well, because you mentioned my name. So I want to. But I'm gonna let Donnie go ahead and talk. Donnie from New York, man. If you think I speak aggressive, man, you ain't never been in New York, dog.
I'm trying to tell him. I'm trying to tell him something like he don't even know. I'm
Well, I
talking
would
nice right
want
now.
to, yeah, I would want to just sway away from that in its entirety, because I just think it's a different culture, a different society. Like I don't think that you were aggressive at all, but I think that that's just because I know a Black American. I know how like we speak, I know how we communicate with each other. So maybe it's just a different culture from what he's experiencing, where he's from. So I
And
really
it's
don't even want
crazy
to
because
address
I
that
was gonna
because
say
that's something
it's
that
it had a I was gonna say it had a racial undertone just because he called me
Slick,
aggressive and I'm
slick, slick,
I,
slick, and maybe he doesn't know that that is aggressive is used against Black Americans in the United States.
Yep.
yep, and
So maybe he
it
doesn't
kind
know
of threw
that.
me
So
off guard.
we can't like I don't want to fault him because he doesn't know that. But I do want y'all to address him since he addressed to you. But I want to make sure that he landed his plane.
We can use the moment to educate, sister. We can educate. It's cool. We
Okay,
use that to
okay.
educate.
Just don't. Okay, don't.
So
Dion. Just
okay,
keep it light, keep it
yeah,
respectful.
I'm gonna
Let's
keep
have
it
a
nice.
conversation.
I'm
Right.
gonna say I wasn't being aggressive. I'm from New York, and if you don't know nothing about New York, this is the way we speak. We speak this way. We speak direct. We speak straightforward, and it's not gonna be no flowers to it. There's no flowers to it. This is just how I was raised. I'm sorry if you felt as though that I was being aggressive, but I wasn't. Um, and over here, when you say stuff like you're being aggressive, that got a racial undertone to it. You can't do that to us. That's weird to us. It makes us feel some. It made my skin crawl because I looked at you, I looked at you, I looked at you, and I said, you know what? This guy's got to be a white T man. He's using all of the talking points that they would use against me. But you don't see that because you're from another country and you don't understand the atmosphere over here. You just going off based off social media and what propaganda that you got. I'm gonna let Dion chime in and I'm gonna let him get you because he know how to break it down a little bit better than me.
Appreciate you, brother. So, Ogunswa, you from Lagos, you said, right?
From Lagos.
Okay. You Igbo, Yoruba, what?
Yoruba.
Okay. So here's the thing, right? Let's say if I were to come to your home, right? You were to invite me into your home, right? In order for me to operate effectively inside your home, meaning I need to be able to navigate to the kitchen to cook something, navigate to the bathroom to relieve myself, I would need to listen to you and follow the directions that you have in order to find said bathroom or kitchen, right? So I wouldn't be able to come into your home and say, hey, the kitchen is upstairs. And, it's not, right? The kitchen is in the kitchen. So that's essentially what we're dealing with here in America, right? We, Black Americans, have opened up the door and said, hey, we forced the United States government, we forced Congress, we forced the senators, we forced the politicians to open the door for our melanated immigrant, what we viewed as brothers and sisters across the diaspora, to be able to come into our home that we have fought for and made pretty cushy for the melanated person. Okay. And what we found after 60 years of a 60-year sample size is that people are coming into our house and telling us how to run our house. Oh, you are too aggressive. Oh, you are too angry. Oh, you are too this and you're too that. But how can I come into your home, right, Ogunswa, and tell you how to run your home, right? That sounds a little silly, don't you think?
Dion, you have to understand the context in which I was attending. I was highlighting some of the things you said. So I was looking at the conversation between you, I think was it Donny or you and Prince, and Prince was receptive, but you were like, in my own opinion, not just by the tone of your voice, but the way you are just directing the question at him. I feel that it was too aggressive. The way you were
Right,
down,
but see, no, I want,
even
and
while you
not to
were
cut you off,
speaking,
brother, because I don't want to
even
cut you off, but I want to pick. I know you've made that point, and I
Wait,
want to
but time
piggyback off
out,
what you're saying.
time out, time out. I
so
don't
you were
want this conversation to turn into whether or not you were aggressive because I'm not going to police you and I'm not going to allow, we're not going to police them and I'm not going to police you.
Thank you, sister.
I
Thank
don't
you.
want to turn into whether or not you were aggressive. You could disagree with his approach, but I mean, okay.
Right, and see, that's the thing, Agunso. What we are saying is, guess what? Prince didn't think I was aggressive because Prince has been here since he was 16. He knows how we speak here. So Prince didn't once call me aggressive. Why? I didn't disrespect him and I didn't say anything to him that was out of pocket, right? Prince understands that we speak with a level of conviction here. We have an ancestral energy, Black Americans do, that is a warrior spirit. right? So when we are passionate about something, right, we speak with conviction. That is a cultural thing. So when people come into our home, we want people to assimilate or at least understand and respect our culture, and that is not what's happening. So I believe what you're saying, I know the sister don't want to go too deep into it, and I know it's her panel, I'm gonna respect it, but what you're saying is a prime example of one of the types of microaggressions that we are talking about. We're saying people are coming into our home and trying to make us do what they want us to do. You can't go into another man's home and disrespect him and expect him to fall in line with you. You are a guest in his home. You must fall in line with him.
So do you feel
I
like
want to let Ogun respond.
Okay.
You are a troll. I'm dismissing. I'm a disconnection. Go ahead, Ogun. I'm talking to somebody else.
Okay. Talking about well, I'm not in America. I'm in Nigeria, but I have friends in the U.S. But talking about
Have you ever been to
immigrant,
the States?
no, I've not. I've not.
Oh, okay.
But
Go
I have
ahead.
friends in the States. We discuss most times. Very
Thank
good
you.
friends. Even I have families in the U.S. Yeah, but I'm in Nigeria. So, talking about dictating how you should live in the US. Can you give me instances where immigrants dictate for who are Africans in America, dictating to Black Americans how they should live their life in America, or controlling the narrative as to Black
I would
Americans in
respond to
America?
what you just did now. You're sitting here, you're complaining about him being aggressive. Like, who are you? I
Yeah,
mean,
when
that's exactly what I'm saying. Like,
so
that's
so
your example right there. Is you
so
saying
so
or
you're
he
having
came at the
somebody
other
have a
person
conversation.
aggressive when
So
they're
you're
having
having
a
somebody have a
conversation.
conversation with you, and you say the person doesn't acknowledge. So how do you want him to acknowledge the sacrifices you've done to let him enter your country? What are the things you want the person to do?
Well, you're moving the goalposts from what you just asked. I think Dion wanted to respond to the first question
I did.
about
I did.
the immigrants. Yeah. So,
Yep.
okay, I answered that question. Go ahead, Dion, and then I'm gonna come back to you for your second question.
All right. So I'm sure every Black American in this room and on this panel can give personal instances of and numerous instances of individual times where we have run across a melanated immigrant that is in America and there is a quote unquote cultural clash. But I can give you a specific one for me myself, right? In the workplace, I knew a young lady from Lagos, Nigeria, right? And she we sat down, we had a conversation, and she explained to me why she did not want to have lunch with the rest of the Black Americans. She would rather have lunch with the white tea Americans. Okay. And she sat down and explained, and she said, well, the reason is because I forget when I go
Stop
home to
with the
Nigeria.
accent.
I'm
Stop
telling
with
you
the
how she was
accent.
talking. That's how she was talking, y'all. That's how
Stop.
she talked. I'm trying to
Stop.
get my little Yoruba on because she's Yoruba. But she
Stop with the
basically said,
accent.
when I forget that I am Black when I go back home, I forget that I am Black. It is only when I come to America that I am Black. It's only when she comes here that she remembers that she's BLACK. So what that means is to operate within that racial construct within a society in a country that was built off of the foundation of that particular construct, you should probably listen to the people that were used to being inside that construct. She admitted herself that she doesn't identify as that when she's back home. When you are home, and I'm asking you personally, when you're home, do you identify as BLACK?
He ain't never been here.
No.
Right. You are Yoruba when you home, right? When you home, you your tribe. So when we're here, right? And this young beautiful Nigerian woman tells me, no, I don't want to have lunch with y'all because I would rather be closer to them and learn what they have to have in stake. What we did was we viewed y'all as brothers and sisters in the struggle. So to have numerous of y'all tell us we are not y'all when y'all get here, and not you personally, brother, I'm just saying, but I know a lot of people, y'all, you're Yoruba. to have many of the diaspora melanated immigrants come here and tell us we're not going to associate with y'all, right? That's a kick in the face to us because we kicked the door open and welcomed everybody in just to get spit on. Do you see how that can even hurt to a certain extent?
Yeah, I understand. I'm very hurtful. Yeah.
It's not like we just want to single you guys out and just jump on y'all or under that. This is a big sample size that we have. We have 2-3 generations of melanated immigrants that have come over here, and they have pretty much let us know, hey, y'all a different tribe. We're not going to mix in and mingle with you guys, even though you're the reason we're able to get here. That is grounds for us to delineate, be specific, and say, you know what? Enough is enough. And that's not disrespect, brother, because like you said, respect is a two-way street. That's not disrespect. That's just self-preservation.
Leon, to be candid, right? From my own perspective, Africans or blacks all over the world wouldn't have the kind of freedom unless there was the movement that happened in America by the blacks and their sacrifices. That is for a fact. Whether you went to Europe, so when that liberation happened in America, it became a model for other nations all over the world. There is none of us who are students of history who can deny that. None of us. We all know these things right in our subconscious, that we will not be accepted as black all over the world because we're seen as second class. We're seen as subhumans. So for that narrative to change, took the sacrifice in America. Everybody knows this. Every African knows this, and we totally admit it. The only part where I see that there is a little bit of adjustment on the black American is the fact that we see it. I'm trying to be a little bit sensitive in the use of my language.
Please, because don't say what I think you about to say. Do not think I just hope you not about to say what I think you about to say. But go ahead, okay. Still get the floor. So you can take your time.
So sorry if this sounds offensive. Like for an African, when you meet an African, I don't think you need to like explicitly express it in front of him. You should understand that he knows, and we all know, and we acknowledge it. So when you now like put it in our face, we see it as you being like not wanting us around you, and the first instinct is to just stay away, seeing the person as not welcoming. That's just the way it sounds, the way it seems to us when you like put it in our face.
How can a pop call
Donnie,
kettle black?
Donnie, I know you hear this man talking, and I actually want to follow up with him because I want to make sure I'm following him directly. My bad, y'all. I'm Yeah, I want you to land your plane because I want to clarify that I understand.
Okay, when you meet an African for the first time and you put it out to his face, he sees you as not being friendly.
I don't think we doing that. We ain't doing that.
Withdraw from you. It's just
we're not doing that though. You receive information from your African, your family that lives here, that when they meet a black American is saying, don't forget we're the reason why you're over here. Is that what's going on? I'm talking about in real life, not on TikTok. Because the topic may be
okay.
I'm talking about in real life. Black Americans doing that.
You have to understand that communications are in 3 ways. What you say, your body language, and your disposition to such person. So the person is speaking all the cues of the way you are relating with him or her. to actually put you in that corner of either a friendly person you can relate.
Wait,
They
so how
feel
are you
he's not
guys
very
getting?
friendly with you. So
Okay,
it's,
okay.
it's so those are the three cues that the person picks up from you when you are communicating. It might not even be that you are saying it directly, but the emotions, the energy you bring across, the manner of engagement and everything. The person inside class you as being friendly person that is meant to get close to, or somebody that is not friendly that is meant to withdraw from. So it's just um, human communication, so to
Okay.
say.
Okay, so let
So
me
there is a way you
clarify
can
so I understand what you're saying. I want to make sure that I'm following you. So what you're saying is that when Africans come to America, they feel as though we are reminding them that we are the reason why they're here and they need to thank us. So of course the Africans are getting offended by that. And the way that they know that we're saying you need to thank us because we're the reason you're over here is because of the way we interact with you guys, the way we look at you guys. And it was another thing. It was sort of like a cue that you guys are interpreting. Is that what you're saying? I just want to make sure I'm following you. Anybody else can tell me if that's what is that
I
what
mean,
you're
that's kind of
saying?
it feels like what he's saying is we're unfriendly, and so we're viewed as unfriendly. Like like I said, I'm gonna call you O because I don't want to keep saying your full name, brother. I hope you don't mind, but that's what we do. Black Americans, we give each other nicknames and stuff. All right,
In
so
my
I'm gonna
heart,
call you
but
O. All right, O. What I'm saying, like, it sounds like you might be saying
oh,
that our mannerisms are generally unfriendly and we seem hostile to y'all. Is that what we get? Like, I'm trying to figure it out, brother.
go ahead, oh, go on.
Well, I won't say for everyone. I won't say for everyone. I won't say for everyone because I've only met a few Black Americans in my life, so I wouldn't like. But what I'm saying is, if you have the mindset that Africans are not respecting you enough and they are not acknowledging you enough, it will definitely reflect on the way you relate with the person subconsciously, whether you like it or not. You might not really say it directly to the person, but somewhere or somehow it will reflect in your mannerism, and the person will definitely be able to pick up your energy that something is off, and you will see the person not wanting to relate with you. It's just normal human communication.
So, I got a question because I don't want to go too deep into that because, like I said, I mean that's a negative misnomer that's placed on FBAs and Black Americans by
What?
all types of people, right?
Mine,
That's
what?
that's
That's
a
the
negative
same
misnomer.
thing with like black people, while white people telling us we're aggressive because we talking or we here, we don't live here, we don't belong here. Like that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. We're thugs based on the way we dress. Like it's just insane.
Yeah,
But
that's
that's
a very
exactly what it
negative
is.
thing. Oh, it is. It's a negative thing, and I don't want to fault you because I know you've never been to America, so I'm not going to fault you because you may not know, right? But we are a people of soul, right? We are people who speak with conviction. We have a warrior spirit. It doesn't mean that we're going to go out and harm everybody. What it means is that when we're passionate about something, we speak with that conviction. We speak with that passion. I've seen Nigerian men, both Igbo, Yoruba, speak with the same type of conviction when they are passionate about something. So that's not something that's exclusive to Black Americans. To paint that broad brush over us it's kind of problematic. So I want you to kind of think about that, because you have Black Americans telling you that's not a good thing to look at us as. But what I'm going to ask you, what do you think that continental Africans who migrate to America should do to correct the issue? What type of suggestions do you have for, let's say, a Yoruba, for someone who's Yoruba?
That's what I'm saying. Beyond that, you have to also understand Africans who are leaving Africa to America for a better life. The question is, what is his motivation to come into America? His motivation to come into America is to have a better life. and to also give a better life to his family back home. So him coming to America, he's coming there to hustle. He's not coming there to. There is no. The purpose of him coming to America is just to make a good life for himself. So when somebody have that kind of mindset of coming to America, um, I don't think unifying with the black community will be top of his priority.
Facts.
Because
I'm sorry to
he's an
say.
immigrant
I
first.
don't
Yeah,
think
he
that
has
would be.
completely separate. And I'm gonna let you speak, brother. But you're making a valid point, and this is kind of why so many Black Americans
Black Americans
are
are
not
not,
jumping behind and
yeah,
protecting immigrants anymore.
yeah, this is why it
That's
is.
exactly
That's
why.
exactly why. Because y'all come over here and essentially don't give a fuck about our fight. No unification. I'm over here to make money. I don't give a damn what y'all going through in America.
Yeah, I mean, y'all come over and this
That's
is once
sad.
again, this is a continental African that told me this. But she said, and this is the same young lady, she said, when we come here, we're immigrants first, then we're Nigerian, then we are whatever tribe we are, and being Black is like fourth or fifth on the list. That means that y'all have foundationally different principles than us. And unfortunately, those principles clash with what we have over here. So what that means is if your principles clash with us, that's a op. That's called an op, sir. That's called
Well,
an
hold up,
opposition.
Dion,
I have
because
a
I
couple
definitely
questions.
hold up, Solomon. I'm gonna come to you after, but I want to make sure that Ogun is able to speak his piece. Like we kind of interrupted him just then, but I want him to have his turn, and I'll give you chances to respond to him. But I want him to finish.
So John, let me paint the picture for you. So let's say I have a friend or a brother that wants to come to the US, and while he was going to come to US, um, people had to sell their lands. The entire family had to raise money for him to enter America for a better life. That when it gets better for him, it's going to get better for the entire family. And having had so many sacrifices back home, getting to America, do you think such a person will suddenly get to America and wanting to get into the black American struggles in the American nation? I just want to paint that picture for you.
Oh, I
Like,
understand. Oh, yeah, yeah. I understand, brother. I do.
you
I
get
mean,
what I'm saying?
y'all have, yeah, when y'all come here as immigrants, and not you specifically, but just melanated immigrants, when they come here, they're thinking about their family. They're trying to make a couple dollars to send back home so that they can provide for their family back home. We know that American dollar is worth quite a bit over there. And guess what? If I were if I were from an immigrant family, I could empathize with that, right? But as a Black American whose family has been here for centuries upon centuries, who is a part of this soil and who actually made it possible for that person to come here, and then that person has fundamentally different interests, and that person, right, is saying, I'm not going to join you guys. I just want to keep my head, duck my head, and get together with the dominant society and make my money to send back home. Why? My question, is why wouldn't that person think that they could make money with the richest Black population on the planet? Why wouldn't that person join what is supposed to be, quote unquote, his people to get them dollars? Because we're the richest Black nation on the planet. So why wouldn't they join with us to get some money? Because our money green just like them other folks. So why wouldn't they want to get together with people who are, quote unquote, phenotypically similar, who are supposed to be their brothers and sisters? Why don't they want to join and get with us? Why do they want to go get the white tea man ice and think it's colder?
Damn, that's a good point. You know what? I've never heard that. That's a good fucking point. But that changes the conversation. So I'll let you guys go. Go ahead. Go ahead. That's a good question. That's a good fucking point. I mean, we are the richest Black people in the world. Why not team up with us? But maybe because we're so unorganized. But I'll go.
So
Go
they're
ahead.
not hiring.
Hold on, that's a good question. I'm gonna let Ogun answer that. Then I'm gonna let Seldom. I'm coming to you, Seldom. And Lori, oh my God, y'all, we got a new panelist. We gotta get to the new panelist.
Yes,
But
hi.
I'm gonna let Ogun answer that question. I'm sorry, y'all, but I want him to answer that question.
No, it's okay. Continue. This is good.
Go ahead, Ogun.
So John, I'm very happy at the point you just laid down now that we all have different perspective and we also have to see things from each other's lens. In fact, I'm in Nigeria right now, and I will tell you most certainly there's a lot of money to be made in Nigeria. The Chinese are coming to Nigeria, they're making a lot of money. The Indians, the Pakistans, they're coming to Africa, they're making a whole lot of money. And I'm very appreciative of this panel. I'm saying that what will it take to unify Black and African people around the world? I can tell you for a fact, Dion, I don't know the kind of business you do, but I can assure you that if you come to any African nation today to set up the same set of business that is in America, just to provide some of the things that is being done in America, you can turn to a billionaire overnight. Because you being in America, you have access to information, you have access to so many other things that the typical African might not have access to in his own country. I see a lot of foreigners come to Africa and make a whole lot of money. So I do see a lot of sense in what you're saying. Maybe they are not seeing it because I trust very well that anyone who has the mindset of coming to America and sees relating with the American and Black American community in America is going to amplify his access to wealth. Definitely, such a person will want to identify with the Black Americans. So you do make a lot of points in that regard.
And I get that, brother. And that's all and that's my thing is, even, from an economically intellectual standpoint, we tell melanated immigrants when they get here all the time, like, bro, if you try to link with the dominant society, it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how articulate you are. It doesn't matter how much you imitate their vernacular and their tone. They will never accept you. We've been here centuries upon centuries. This is our land. We know how they are. Sometimes our brothers and sisters from the continent or from the Caribbean or wherever they may be from, they don't have the same experiences with this devil that we do. But we're telling you from personal experience, they won't accept you. And then when they get rejected by them, then they come running along and say, brother, sister. And we like, nah, bro, we try to tell you. But we are a people that has survived by having that warrior spirit, by having that conviction, by protecting ourselves. That's how we've been able to become successful inside the belly of the beast. So what we are trying to explain to the diaspora, brother, is that this is not what people think it is. People might think it's one way and it's not. And we're seeing that now because guess what's happening with the dominant society? They all clicked up together and said, get them up out of here. And they're doing it because they want to slow down them becoming the minority population. That's all it's about. It's all about slowing down them becoming the minority. That's the only reason they're getting y'all about, melanated immigrants out of here. And so we've been trying to warn people for the last 60 years and no one's listening to us. So why is it that we should continue to put our necks on the line for people that don't even listen to us? We've got enough issues that we have to figure out on our own. So now we're just circling our wagons. Oh, it's no disrespect. I love my brothers and sisters from Africa. I love brothers and sisters from the Caribbean, but I am part of the foundational Black American tribe. And I have to look out for my living room and clean my living room before I can go clean the block.
All right, let me go to Seldom.
So if you, they say there's a saying that says that if you eat the king's meat, eventually you're gonna have to do his bidding, right? So if you're not providing jobs and those types of things for the people coming in, they're gonna do what they need to do. They don't have their loyalties is not towards Black Americans. It's towards sending that money back home to the people that sponsored them and everything else. And we got to just accept that, right? It's just almost like in a how tapping in. Remember, there was this thing about whether or not you should check in, like when you go into different states. That's kind of what we asking them to do without any course of action that would incentivize them checking in with us, right? This is what the problem was when this was happening here in the United States within ourselves. It's like, okay, what am I checking in for? The reason that you're checking in is to let people know that you're not here and you're not up to no good, right? You sneaking into my city and you're not telling anybody anything because you up to no good. Something go wrong, right? Something go wrong, you deserve whatever happened to you because you ain't checked in, right? So in order to have this relationship with people from other countries, there has to be something that there has to be a carrot, right? And there also has to be a stick. Otherwise, it's just lip service. They're gonna do the king's bidding because that's who paying their bills, and they're gonna stay away from us. Even if you pay attention, there's a lot of communities of Africans. They always border on where the European is, and regardless of what city you go into, what town or state, they always build their communities close. Not all, most of them. They usually build their communities, near the mother people because that's who paying their bills, bro. That's their network. That's where they want to be, and we got to be okay with that. But they also have to be okay with how we handle them too, though, right? We gotta no more endogen and juice. You on that side. The difficult thing is it's hard to distinguish them. This shit is, excuse my language, it's almost like the Matrix. You can't really tell all of the time. So it's a complicated thing, but I'm glad that it's being addressed.
Real talk, real talk, and I can appreciate that perspective, brother. One thing I do want to say though is the narrative of FBAs and us not being able to create jobs and us not being able to dangle a carrot or whatever. The analogy you used, which I think was perfect. I think we need to start really looking at that narrative and seeing how true it is, because since as far as I can remember, but let's talk recently, since even COVID, you've seen more, and really since the internet era, you've seen more Black entrepreneurship, Black American entrepreneurship sprouting like wildflowers. So the entire narrative that we're not providing or we can't do these things, I can't subscribe to that. And me personally, like I said in the comments, my family has dozens of businesses, and we employ Black people only. Okay, and and it's not that we're trying to leave anybody out or wedge anybody out, but we understand that we have a specific need, and that need has to be addressed. And so I believe that people who have that mindset that we don't and can't provide, they really need to reevaluate that, because we provide quite a bit. It's like I mentioned earlier, we're the richest Black nation on the planet. We one of the only first world Black people on the planet. So, we got to really start really looking at the narratives that we are, using and spinning, bro. And we really have to evaluate whether or not they are accurate in 2026.
Accurate. They
All
definitely
right, 1 second. Hold up, Selden. I gotta get to Lori, then I'm gonna come back to you, Selden.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, for letting me on here. Okay, first, I just wanted to ask first, is anybody in here like FBA? And I don't mean FBA that African American or Black American, because that's a whole culture and identity. I mean, nobody else in the world is Black but FBA, that type of FBA. Because I can't talk to people like that because there's no conversation.
I'm foundational Black American, but I don't subscribe to Black being exclusively American. That's something I've always had some pushback on, because phenotypically, Black is determined by phenotype. I mean, that's just what it is.
Okay, great. That's great. Okay, then I can talk. Sorry, because I'm just like, I'm not gonna have a beautiful discussion. Okay, great. Yeah, no. So no, I was just listening to what y'all were saying, and yeah, no, I thought it was really interesting, a good convo. So I'm from Philly. And I'm Liberian. And this topic is always interesting to me because in Philly, like there's just a very high Black population and a high African population. And it's always like coexisted fine. Like I have so many Black American friends, a lot of them Muslim because Philly's a big Muslim city. People come down to Woodland Ave all the time to get Liberian food and stuff. So this is always interesting to me. But I guess I was just wondering, like, in terms of opposition to unifying, how does that look like to you? Because I see that as like, people having businesses or pouring into the community. Like my mom had a hair store. She was one of the only Black hairstyle owners in Philly because most people are Chinese, owners. So a lot of people will go there. I'm studying in school right now because I want to be a psychiatrist. I predominantly want to work in Black communities like Philly, like Baltimore. And that's who I feel called to serve and be with. So I guess I was wondering, how does that unification look like to you? Like, do you think it's something similar, or is it more so a putting yourself first, which is completely fair too, because again, you always have to take care of your house before you can help somebody else's house. But yeah.
Anyone want to answer that?
What exactly is your question?
I said, what does unifying look like to you? Like, what is the opposition? Because it says, what is your
There.
opposition to unifying? Yeah. Hmm?
Unifying look like what unifying look like to me. I'm going to unify with my people, the people that identify as foundational Black American. Nobody else need to be inside our group and within us. We got to fix ourselves from within. We don't need nobody telling us what we got to do. We don't need nobody telling us we bad people. We don't need none of that. We already know what we got to do, and we're doing it. It's a progress. It's a work in progress. Just because it's not happening because you want it to happen right now doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It's going to happen. It's just not happening as fast as you want it to. And to further land my plane, you said you lived in Philly and that you guys live coexist within each other. That's cool. That's you said that most Chinese people own the businesses down there. Why do you think that is?
I know
Because
why that is.
Black Americans got money. We got money to do stuff. We just can't get the loans. You
I'm
understand
aware of
that?
that. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
So why would you ask that question? It
Could
was
I answer?
disingenuous.
What?
Could I answer the question?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Answer the question.
So how it looks is not unifying at the individual level, unifying at the tribal level. So the group, Liberia, right? Let's just say Liberia will have a twin city relationship where one of the cities in Liberia will connect with, let's say, Philly. And the brothers and sisters in Philly will have a great relationship with the brothers and sisters in Liberia, but the brothers and sisters in Philly would organize themselves into a group and separate themselves so that they can become a one strong unit, so that they can have strong relations as a tribe with other tribes instead of the individual level. I think that's the best way to go. But that first, the brothers and sisters in Philly, in every city, have to organize amongst themselves and tribalize so that they can be good hosts and be able to, to exert their will if they need to, if someone violates the agreement. But it's not individual; it will be tribal.
I can agree with that, Seldom. I want to say, even as a foundational Black American, I've always and still will believe in a Pan African economic strategy, which is very similar to what Brother Seldom is saying. If you look at, I'll use for example Hmong people. I don't know if any of y'all live in Minnesota or California or Wisconsin, right? But Hmong people who are quote unquote the BLACK people of Asia. They come over here and they don't get along with Laos people. They don't get along with Cambodian people. But when it comes to spending them dollars, they gonna find each other and spend them dollars with each other first, regardless of their cultural differences and they beefs that they had. They go spend their dollars with each other first. We ain't got to get along. We ain't got to love each other. We ain't got to be all that. As long as it's respect and we generating dollars between each other, then shoot, that's all I really, you know what I'm saying? That's all that really matter. That's how you dig yourself out of a hole. We unfortunately are not patronized by all of the other groups. They don't spend money with us like that. We're looked at as the consumer race. They know what to sell us, but they ain't gonna come find us and buy nothing. And so it is up to us to make sure that even though we got these differences, even though we have these issues with each other on a tribal level, we at least gotta understand that green is green no matter what hand it come out of.
All right. Anyone else wanted to answer that question?
My own contribution to what she just said is that we need to build businesses across borders or within our states. And I see this a lot even in Nigeria when you look at the Lebanese in Lagos. So when they set up a construction company, they set up sister companies within Nigeria with connections back to Lebanese, back to other countries where they move money across to set up big businesses, and they continue to conquer one country to the other with their business. So if you're an engineer or you're into construction in America, it doesn't take you anything to have a construction registered name in Nigeria and lobby for contracts and also get seen. And it's big money right here in Africa, in Nigeria, in most African countries. Or you have a business idea that you have, or a business you are running, you can have a branch in other African countries because Africa is where the real money is. And I know a lot of Chinese or Lebanese who are making it big in Nigeria. That's just my own contribution.
Okay, so for me, when I talk about unity with black people, I'm gonna be honest, I'm talking about all black people. Like, I'm not asking us to all agree on what religion, what sexuality, how many kids, none of that. But like the way we see other races working together to create power, resources, money, build their own infrastructure, build their own countries and nations. That's sort of the vibe we need to be on. We need to be competing. And us as black people around the world, we're not competing on the global stage. We're really the population that other races use to exploit to build their own wealth, right? Like, we need to be competing with the Asians on the beauty market, competing with the Arabs on the more oil market, competing with Russia on the gas market. Like, we could be competing with these nations and we're not doing it. And I agree with the individual tribes, sort of states like Nigeria, Ghana, Black Americans. I completely agree with us being individual in that nature too. But it's just when it's time for us to create power and domination over a sector in the world globally, that we're able to come together and agree, okay, we're finna take over. We're gonna produce them. We're gonna become the number one oil producing country, nation. We're gonna let Nigeria become the number one. You know, we're gonna prepare them to be that. If we agree to that, then we all need to be on board to support that. If one of us are attacked militarily, maybe we got other black nations that's willing to back them up, like the Europeans got. Like, what's wrong with us being right there neck and neck with them to protect ourselves? Not be on the offensive where we're trying to exploit them, but just build ourselves up. What's wrong with that? See, I see us arguing over this little bitty stuff, but then I'm looking at like what's going on with the world. These people are fighting over resources. These people are fighting over like taking over the world, right? Becoming the number one nation in the world. That's what these people are competing with. And you know, we not competing. We're not even in the running. We're in the running of being exploited. We're the nation that we are the group of people that are exploited. So like, if we can come together, I'm not saying Black Americans can't identify as Black Americans. I'm not saying that Nigerians gotta all agree on. We don't have to agree on everything. The Europeans don't agree on everything. They can't stand each other, but yet somehow they're able to come together and exploit the hell out of us. So that's the vibe we need to sort of be on.
So mutually guaranteed destruction, right? Europeans, in order for them to be in conflict with each other, they're gonna what they do. So you ever see two lions fight? They usually just be roaring at each other because the two strong lions, once they hurt each other, the third weaker lion is the one that actually gets control of the pride. They roar at each other. They may do some underhanded stuff, some behind the scenes Cold War stuff. Real overt conflict, they don't do that. It's because they both can inflict damage on each other. This is like, we don't quite understand politics globally, right? And I heard people say this on this app, and I always went against it because I don't like talking greasy about our people. But the typical everyday, we don't quite understand that we have like this. What we see in here in America with black people, it's like, oh, it's black organizations, man, in conflict with each other, trying to win control over the hearts and minds of black people in America. That's what you're watching everywhere. That's why they can't get along. They always talking about each other. This group talk about that group. This leader talk about. It's because they're in conflict with each other, right? So the way that this thing actually works is not a democracy. It's going to be conquest. That's the way it actually works. It doesn't have to be violent conquest. It could be it could be economic. It could be cultural, but conquest indeed. That's the way the world works. When we get together, it's going to be because we're powerful, they're powerful, and we got a third, more powerful adversary, and we need to work together in order to win. Other than that, it's just all a pipe dream.
So you don't think that we can voluntarily just start building something? We can't. You think that we can't all agree as one people, like Black Americans, say, okay, let me change the minds of these people. Somebody influential says, let's build this in Black America. You think that that's impossible?
Impossible is a very strong word, right? But historically, social movements don't last long. Institutions do. Institutions, hold on. Institutions last long, and powerful families last long, and organizations last long. But social movements, it go and then it come. We're not gonna like if you said, listen, the most powerful families in Black America are gonna marry the most powerful families in Liberia. That would create a ripple effect, and yes, it would happen. Because that is how it's done through
I agree
marriage.
with
It's
that. I agree with
how
that.
you marriage is how you build empires. That's how it's done. It's nothing but mergers and acquisitions. It's either going to be a merger or it's going to be an acquisitions, and not all acquisitions are non-hostile. That's the way of the world. And I apologize for this reality, but that's the way it all works every single time. Social movements, social movements require a million people to agree with each other. How long you think those things gonna last? And then they meet opposition and they don't have a strong enough leadership, and they don't have enough resources to be in conflict over multi generations. That's the reason why social movements fail. But unions, right? The unions, they last a long time. The Bilderberger Group, these families, they last a long time. You got to have either a family, you got to either have a tribe. Like these things last a long time, but social movements, no, it's a joke.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about building institution. I'm not talking about no Black Lives Matter. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about building institutions when I say build.
What's the institute? So what is the institution for? Like, think about this.
For us.
So you know what? Here's an institution. The vice lords. How long you think they've been around? They've been around
No, I'm
70
talking about
years.
something that we need, like a hospital, like a bank, like a
So you
manufacturing
got to
plant.
right. You need something before you get a hospital. You got to have power. So power before you get an institution like that specifically, you got to have powerful families that back it. Powerful families. That's what it's going
No,
to take
I'm
for
thinking
those
you
types of
need money.
institutions.
I'm just thinking you need money.
Come on. Yeah, it's
I'm
not.
thinking
It's
you
not
need
right.
money.
It's right now. If somebody can hit the lottery and then buy a hospital, it wouldn't last. You need powerful families to support it over generations. An institution lasts generations. If you just got enough money for 10 years, it's not going to last. That's the reason why you lock on with powerful families. That's why they named those hospitals after powerful families. Even the hospital would be named something, and then a wing of a hospital will be named after another powerful family, and then the waiting room will be named after another powerful family. That's how you do it. Everything else is a pipe dream. It's a pipe dream. Powerful. You gotta have powerful families to support it, because social movements fall apart. And thinking that you're gonna listen, we had hospitals already. Anybody ever ask why they fell apart? Man, you didn't have access to tax dollars. They didn't want to build a road to your hospital. It went out of business. You didn't want control of the government, so the hospital went out of business. There's a lot of moving parts, but it begins with powerful families. Tribes and powerful families is our answer. This is the reason why we keep talking about community. You know why? They gave us that term. What we want is a tribe. We don't want communities. Communities do not protect each other. Tribes do.
Anyone wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I thought that was oh, I'm sorry, Dion, go ahead.
No, Lori, go ahead. I've been talking all day. Go ahead.
Yes, you haven't been speaking.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was like, I definitely agree with that. I see what y'all are saying in terms of like, wanting more so of a tribalism or rather than community because it's more like I think a deeper tie. A lot of people feel more deeper tied to something that's like a tribe than just their community. So they're willing to do more. I think going back to the institutions, I think that is possible. Like you said, there are some. I mean, there's Howard University Hospital that's in DC. We have HBCUs. I mean, there's, issues and stuff with that there. But I think it kind of goes back to what you said with like families, right? There's not necessarily people backing it. But then even sometimes when there are families, it could be very elitist, right? Howard is a very elitist school. Even, if you don't necessarily come from like more of an affluent family or if you don't have certain ties to Howard, like it's very, very difficult to get in now compared to some other HBCUs, So I think that is a good idea, but I think sometimes, unfortunately, an elitist mindset can develop and then it ends up leaving, the people who need the most help behind. I think that's also just a little bit of human nature, though. I guess some people are just selfish, so yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she actually touched on what I was about to touch on. I was going to say, I mean, yes, that and seldom I can see you a very articulate, very intelligent, highly intelligent brother. You know what I'm saying? And even though we don't agree on everything, you and I both know that we have the same underlying goal, right? We want to see our people doing better. So even though your methodology or your ideology behind it might differ from mine, we understand that in order to make some type of progress, we will have to meet at the table and figure out something, right? And that's essentially where the having a strong tribe would come from. And I think what's happening now with what's being viewed as a social movement is really just the establishment of a strong tribe. For so long, Black Americans have been told we have no tribe. We don't know where we come from. We don't know this. We don't have a history. We don't have a culture, right? And so this is essentially what you're seeing with foundational Black Americans and with, to a lesser extent, ADOS or, indigenous or whatever, but you're seeing the shoring up of a tribe. You're seeing this tribe shore up because we've been in the wilderness too long. We've been running around for too long. And even in the Pan-African circles, once again, I was a diehard Pan-African nationalist at one point. And essentially, when I was in these circles, I would hear the rhetoric that was being thrown around. And it did not make me feel good to identify as a Black American. It did not make me feel good to identify as what I truly am, what my grandmama and my granddaddy and my great grandmama and my great granddaddy and all of them, the NEGROs and colors, etc., what they identified as. And so what we're doing now, I feel as if the delineation movement is kind of that first step you're talking about, brother, which is establishing that strong tribe, establishing that self-assertion, establishing that dominance, and not culturally, but just establishing, the confidence, right, in your own tribe and understanding, shoring up the history, shoring up, the accomplishments, shoring up the culture. Once you can do that and you have that strong sense of self-determination and that strong sense of self, and not being told that you lost and that you really just an African in America and that you really just this and you really don't know this and you really don't know that, instead of down talking to people, right, and denigrating the same people that you're.
Did
you go out?
Oh, you went out.
Oh,
Dion, you went out. We can't hear you.
Anxious got him.
Right?
Put him in the trunk of a Cadillac right now,
So my own
tribe.
Okay.
Oh, Dion, please. We ain't heard nothing for the last 30 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody started calling. I tried to ignore them. I'm so sorry, y'all. But essentially,
we missed all of that.
I'm so sorry. But what I'm saying is, what you're seeing now is we establishing that tribe, right? He says it's about tribe. We're establishing that tribe as foundational Black Americans because for so long, even when we were in the Pan-Africanist circles, we were told that we didn't have a tribe. We don't know where we come from. We don't know who we truly are. And then we supposed to grab some miscellaneous place from a continent that a lot of people haven't been to and families haven't been to, and we're supposed to just try to find something to resonate with. Well, we're shoring up our culture, shoring up our tribe, shoring up that self-determination, and I believe that's the first step in what you're saying, brother, is that strong tribes, Then we can get to the other stuff. Then we can get to establishing those institutions and establish.
Calling them again.
That person keep calling.
That Cadillac, bro. When you see it, run, bro.
So my own take is, what is that economic philosophy?
Sorry, y'all. But yeah, that was it. That's it. I land my plane. I'm sorry.
That's the one thing, that we can learn. Like, we can learn from everybody, bro. I learned that when I was watching those brothers and sisters from Somalia out there in Minnesota, it made it very clear the distinction. They were able to obtain leverage, financial and political power because they operate as a clan. Clan is a little higher, depending on how you look at it. A clan can be perceived of as a little higher than a tribe. But a clan is made up of tribes. You can have more than one tribe in order to have a clan. But all of it begins with family. All of it begins with family. All of it begins with marriages. That is how, bro, that's how we get back. That's it. And what's dope about it is that we have complete and utter control over that. We don't have to do anything other than find people who believe as we believe and raise our children and families and marry them off to people who believe as we believe too. Before you know it, we back online. We got an actual tribe versus a community. Community is just you could have a community of cat lovers. You ain't never heard of no tribe of cat lovers though, right? So, well, and
Respect to everybody. I got to get out of here because I got my phone blowing up. Folks looking for me, but I appreciate y'all love and respect to the family. Anybody that want to add me, feel free to. You know what I'm saying? And whatever we can, whatever ideas we can bounce off each other, however we can build, I'm all for it. Puppet Ekute Lalavule. Peace.
Yep, me too. Thank you guys so much.
Go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead, Saddle.
Believe that, man, when we accepted the idea of community, that's where we started to fall off, right? Because a community is not something that is protective of itself. That's where we allow these people to give us these words and never question what it meant, right? Back in the day, 50, 60 years ago, Harlem was a tribe. They had Malcolm X, they had Adam Clayton Powell, they had Bumpy Johnson. They had all of these different tribal leaders within the tribe, and they operated as one whole. You couldn't go to Harlem with that bullshit, right? But now it's completely different. We need to get back. But then at that time, we didn't even call it a tribe. We still call it a community. We have to be okay with building a tribe and calling it a tribe, and then making it local, just like the Egyptians, just like in Kemet, they were city states. Each city got to be its own tribe, and then then what we do is we marry those tribes until we have one big clan and a couple big clans, and then we have a nation.
Okay, did anyone want to respond? Oh, Goon, did you want to respond?
So
this is over.
I can understand what Seldon is saying. But one question I want to ask is, what do you think is unifying economic philosophy across blacks and Black Americans and African that we can unite after?
Group economics, man. Group economics. Build cooperatives and things like that. That's how we do it, right?
Yeah, you're totally right. Have you ever heard of Igbo's I've forgotten what they call it. There is one family economic and philosophy by the Igbos.
No, I would love to. I want to hear it though.
So what happened is, so there's a businessman who is making it, and he brings his kinsmen to come and serve with him for some number of years. And after serving with him for some number of years, he empowers the person to set up a subsidiary of that business. So that's how it's actually traditional. So that's how they operate. So when you are, let's say you're into this business, you bring your kinsman, might not actually be your brother or your sister, but the fact that the person's your kinsman from your village, You bring him over to Lagos. He works for some number of years. After serving his position for some number of years, you empower him, you set him up. So in a way, it becomes like your channel of wealth without you having to lift a finger. It takes over from there like that, like that, like that. So they have a chain or web of business. If I get the name of their structure, I'll still share with you. I think I had it. Let me show that whether I added you. Yeah. So yeah.
Well, I don't necessarily think I disagree with him. Ultimately, if we get to where we gotta go, then I don't give a damn how we get there. But to be quite honest, I'm not gonna argue with him about that. Um, yeah, I do agree with that. No, I'm just reading the comments, y'all. Yeah, I'm just reading the comments.
You know who a tribe? Nation of Islam is a tribe.
Yeah.
So, but so are vice lords. They're a tribe too.
So what is just like a tribe? Like define it. Define tribe then.
It's like it's a group. It's a group of people who are bound by the same identity, who generally have a specific geographical area. It's family ties, right? A bunch of families make a tribe. Bunch of families make a tribe. So it's that uniting identity, that protection. You know what I mean? It's that,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's that. But the modern version of it, it's gonna look a little bit different. You know what I mean? It's gonna look a little different. But listen, but remember, I told you we not gonna be around, man. But 50, 100 years from now, man, these street organizations that we call gangs, they're gonna be different. They're gonna be tribes, man. They're gonna be a different. They're gonna do it. It's gonna be a different. They're gonna be different. You can see it now. A lot of them brothers, even though that they, claiming those things, they got businesses. They get money. They doing all kind of other stuff, but they still claim, those old organizational ties. So, eventually, over time, now what do you think Divine Nine is? What do you think? All of the different fraternities. What do you think those are? They may not be tribes. They may be something quasi tribe, quasi, you know, organization, but it's similar. It's going to be that. Those type of things are going to be how we come up. It ain't going to be from individualism. It's going to be from tribes and organizations and rich and powerful families. That's the way it has always been. It ain't never been nothing different. Even in communist countries, it's the same thing. In socialist countries, it's the same thing. They have oligarchies. Oligarchies are made up of powerful families. America is an oligarchy. If you don't believe me, you can do this exercise on your own.
No, I
Go
see
into,
it with YT people. I ain't gonna argue with you. I see it with YT people.
but it's black. They got powerful black families too. You ever heard of the
I
Fords?
know, but I'm saying like as far as it being embedded in like their cultures, like you know what I mean, like the way they've built their society. I see that they have influential, families. You know what I mean? You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
No, I see. Yeah, but they came here on that though.
Yeah.
Listen, look at this. Tell me that this makes sense. Whatever city you from, look at where the name comes from, right? Look at the streets. They named after people, powerful families. If you down south, cities started out as plantations. Large plantations became towns and cities in the south. And that's the reason why it's named after the people who actually ran the original plantation. And though you think those people went away, they still around. They just have married and got different names, but when they have their meetings, everybody come together under one banner. They are, but so elite families is a little bit different than tribes. Elite families is not based on numbers where tribes are. You know what I mean? So every so often you run into a group. But this is what the exercise that I wanted you to do when you get a chance. Anybody, go in, whatever town you in, ask ChatGPT who are the rich and powerful families that control the town, and they're gonna give you a list of names. Those are the oligarchs that run your town. And then you say, okay, well, who are the rich and powerful families that run the county? They're gonna give you then say the state, then say the region, then say the country. You're gonna see how the entire American power structure is set up. That's the grid. That's the grid of power. Psst, crazy. It's right there in our face. That's how it's set up. And these powerful families, they belong to organizations. They belong to organizations. That's how it's done. And these organizations are a little bit different than tribes, right? Because Comcast is an organization, right? Ran by rich and powerful families, right? Think about it. Whatever your cable company is, whatever your phone company is, it's controlled by powerful families, and a bunch of people work there, and a bunch of people a bunch of people wear their brands.
So
Yeah,
you don't
that's the
think
way.
there's any other way?
No, unless you're gonna do
So it's just like the
unless you
monarchy. So it's just like kings and queens.
right nobles though. Nobles. You know what noble? You know what the word noble actually means? It means famous person. That's what it means. The
So
fact
instead of
people.
us having a king, we have a clan of nobles that's running.
That's what Congress is. That's what Congress is. You know, the Senate. Senate means old man. Did you know that?
Mm-mm.
Old men. That's what it means. That's the etymology of the word. It takes you to old men. It's the old rich. It's the nobles, the rich and powerful aristocrats. Those are the ones that run it. And this is how they got rid of the king. Like we get a new king every 4 years, but he or she don't have no real power. The president don't have no real power, right? Because let's just say you, right? If you had a new grandmother every 4 years, your whole family would be shot to hell, right? Every 4 years, I got new recipes for the banana pudding. Every 4 years, I got different macaroni and
Do
cheese
y'all
recipes.
hear him in the
Now,
chat? Do y'all hear him?
right? So if you right know that your family couldn't survive having a new grandmother every 4 years, you know the United States is not actually ran by a president, right?
No, I get
Because
no, I understand it. You ain't gonna get no argument from me on that. If they
yeah,
got any damn power,
right. It's powerful. Look, here go another thing, right? This is where it get a little. This is where I be catching people. A government is made up of people who are influenced by powerful families. That's the reason why governments will have a different agenda 1 year and then they have another agenda. Because it's rich and powerful families who control the governments. That's how they keep power. But the rich and powerful families don't get along with each other. They be set tripping too. So at the local level, your local level, wherever town you in, right? When somebody runs for mayor, somebody else is running for mayor. One rich set of rich and powerful families support one group, one mayor, another rich and powerful family supports the other mayor, right? But it's not just the mayorship that the rich and powerful families want. They want control over who who gets grants, who gets the construction contracts, who get contracts when it comes to who's going to supply the food for the school system. This is where the powerful families are in conflict with each other over who controls, and they use government in order to do that, right? So this is the reason why there's conflict in the United States, because you got a rich and powerful family that set of rich and powerful families that control the FBI. You got a set of rich and powerful families that control Homeland Security. You got it's rich and powerful families that got power in all of these different government agencies, and that's where the real conflict comes from. And that's the reason why America is in the conflict that it is now, because of one reason: because there's more you know how many new billionaires there are in America? Like 500, right? Whenever there's a new set of rich and powerful people, it dilutes power, right? That's where the conflict comes from. You ever hear that saying, too many chiefs, not enough Indians? Whenever there's too many chiefs, there's going to be conflict. When there's one leader, everything is good. But because we keep producing rich and powerful people, America is becoming fractured. Because every time a new set of rich and powerful people come on the scene, you get a whole different injection into the culture. So that's the
so they
problem
can't
that
get
we're having.
along.
Yeah, because you ever see a bunch of rich people in a room? bunch of rich. Just go to the club right now. You see people battling over bottles right now. That's what. But they do that in the United States. Remember when a couple of months ago when they shut down the government SNAP benefits for everybody, all Americans.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that was really about?
What?
Walmart. That was about Walmart.
What Walmart mad at?
Well, so now check this out. Anything that I'm saying, hit ChatGPT to back me up, right? Or any one of those things. The people at Walmart had when immigration when there was an immigration issue, Walmart was losing out big time, right? Because a lot of the people wasn't full citizens, right? That's one thing. So what happened? What the leader? It was a woman. I'm not going to say the leader of Walmart. One of the aristocrats, right? She was a woman, of course. She funded the No Kings rally. Remember the No Kings rally?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
She put her money behind that, and because she put her money behind that, Trump was like, "Okay, you want to play? We shutting down SNAP benefits for the entire America because guess what? 70% of people who are SNAP use their money in Walmart. Did you know that?
No, but I knew it was a big percentage. I know they rely on it.
70. Right. So they shut down SNAP benefits for everybody in America to make the Walmart family. They was like, kiss my ass. Get it how you live. That's what that was. They demonstrated powerful families against powerful families. If you want to have a powerful family, our road to the riches don't necessarily come from powerful individuals. A tribe and an aristocrat, that's something different. Rich and powerful families, it'd be like 10 of them. A tribe, it's 1,000 of them. So our approach is not necessarily to become aristocrats, but to tribalize and move as a unit. That's how we get our power.
Okay. Damn. That's interesting. I know. I would highly doubt if any American president got any power, especially since it's so obvious in our face now. Like we don't even control nothing. They give us the illusion of control, and I mean, I'm just not gonna argue with you about that.
Right? No, I agree. They get more power when they're not the president. When they leave presidency. Now I'm gonna prove this to you right now at the lowest level. If you ever ask your chat GPT, who is the most powerful and rich families that control my town, it's all gonna be ex-mayors, ex-Congress people. It ain't gonna be the current ones. It's always the one when they leave power is when they get more power.
So why do you think that's the case?
Because when they leave power, they could do more things.
Okay.
Then they cash in. That's the reason why they get richer. There ain't no president. Every president got
Yeah.
richer once they leave power. Remember that, because they cash in on all of their network. Right? They went around the world making friends, and when they leave the presidency without the scrutiny of the CIA and the American public, they can get that bread. They get more power once they leave presidency. They got too many people, too many eyes on them, too many people watching them, and too many people willing to expose their hand. When they leave power, they could do what they want. This is
So
where
do
they get
you
their
think
real
the
money.
presidents? Do you think the presidents are plants then?
Well, not plants, but if I told you, I said, listen, so we're gonna elect a president, but it's got to be somebody that live in your house. The people have the power, but voting shows who has the power. Voting is not the power. It shows you whose campaign was more successful, right? So we think voting is the power. After all the hard work is done, then people vote, and that shows you who was successful. So the president ain't gonna be if the presidency was legit, our grandmothers would be president because those are the best people in the world. But grandma ain't never been president because it ain't about being good. It's about being selected by the powerful family because they got to be able to trust you, or you know what's gonna happen to you. You're gonna go the way of the buffalo. So why would somebody Why would you let somebody become the head cashier in your restaurant and you can't trust them? They handle all the money. It's got to be somebody that you know that comes highly recommended and that you can go through their history and see who they are. They got to have they have to have a public life. They have to have been a congressman. They have to have something you got to be able to look through their records and see exactly who they are. And then those powerful families got to vouch for you. It's the way that you would do it if you had a $1 billion company. Would you let that dude that was in here yelling and screaming be the CEO? No. It's got to be somebody that you can trust, and that if you need to, you can pull his behind up out of there. So you not only does it have to be somebody that you vouch for, but it's got to be somebody that you can exercise some level of control over.
I agree with that. I agree with that. They got us tricked and bamboozled, y'all.
Once you find out, once you figure it out, they either got to knock you off or let you in. Once you understand the game, how can they stop you? They either got to let you in, right? So that's why we get this, in order to be successful, like really got some bread and be moving around, you got to belong to something. You can't be by yourself. You got to have some protection. You can't be running around America with $500 million, $500 million and not belong to something. You got enough money to go to a small country and take over. Like, it's not a game. You become you're a problem now at $500 million. $1 billion, you could literally go to one of those small towns and small countries and change everything, right? So yeah, you got to belong to something, or they're gonna come for you. Wherever there's money, there's wolves. Wherever the real money is, the real wolves are. The more dangerous the wolf. So
do you believe in people just like working really hard and becoming one of these people, or you think you have to come from a certain bloodline to even get access to it?
bloodline mostly, but you can work hard and be willing to do whatever is possible to get to it. That's the difference between America and everywhere else. You can get to it in America. It ain't happening for you nowhere else but the United States. You ain't gonna be a person working at Denny's and then be that don't happen nowhere else. You got to be tapped in. But in America, you can make your move right now. You and 10 people could say, "Listen, we in the next 30 years we gonna control the South, whatever town you live in. We gonna control the South Side when it comes to real estate. You could do that right now. 10 people, y'all can do it. 30 years, y'all have it. Most places you can't do that. You're gonna end up in a box. The people who already got it, they're not giving it up. It's gonna be, but it's like that anyway. It's like that anyway, right? Wherever there's money, there's wolves. Wherever there's money, you got those where the serious people are. So if you want the South Side of Chicago, somebody already got it. You got to take it. Yeah, yeah. But it could happen. Just got to work together. You know how difficult it is to work together? You know who work together really well? Black women. Black men don't. Yeah, black men don't work together. They've been programmed to see each other as adversaries. But black women work together really well, man. So a lot of things are possible within that sisterhood that's a little bit more challenging when it comes to the brotherhood, because brothers don't work together. Like I said, they see each other as adversaries. Girls could be mad at each other and don't even like each other. They're frenemy. They'll work together though.
They'll go to Miami.
They'll spend that, drop it they'll do all of that and don't even like each other though. Don't even like each other. Be talking about each other from one second to the next. You see Love and Hip Hop, they talk about each other, and then the next season, they best friends.
You know what? That's so true. But we can spin it towards a positive, like you
Right.
know what I mean.
Yeah, brother, you gotta get the men. So when the men get on that though, that's when everything gonna change. Women just sustaining everything. The men are the ones that advance everything. Women just sustain. When the brothers get together, right, and say, listen, we're gonna put these petty differences to the side, man, everybody gonna be feeling good. The men, the boy, little kids gonna feel more safer, right? When you feel safe, man, your mind work different. You know what I mean? As a woman, do you know that women who have babies and they are insecure. This is gonna sound a little bad. They have more girls than boys. Did you know that?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. In order for women who are under duress, they generally have more girls than boys. You can look that up. It is universal too, so it's not like like one study. They've been studying it for a very long time. Yeah. How about that? When
Damn,
you
that's
serve
crazy.
right,
I'm
but
looking at my mama. She had 3 girls.
man, just imagine how much duress
She had a
she
hard
was
life
under.
too. She had a hard life too, though.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
That's what you're
So
saying.
that's what I'm telling you. And it's not. Listen, it's statistics. So that means that sometimes somebody will have a hard life and still have a boy.
Boy,
It's
yeah.
statistic though. It's statistics. It means that statistically, it's going to be 5 girls and 3 boys. When under duress. But hold on. Here goes something else that you could put to it. And I don't know the connection to this, but bees, right? When bees go through a difficult season, they kill off all of the men, the boys. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that.
Look it up. They kill off. So with the difficult, they call it's a name. It's a name they give it. So what they do is they create a circle around the queen, right?
Yeah,
Like
okay.
in a hard winter, they create a circle around the queen and they beat their wings and they create heat to keep the queen alive. But they don't let the boys in. They don't let the male bees in. The male bees die off.
And why
But
you think
then
it's that? Why you think they doing that?
because the boys ain't got but one job.
That's to
You know,
procreate.
that's it. So they're the ones. But she already got a bunch of eggs in her to create more boys anyway. So she don't need you. She got what she came for, right? So she got enough boys to start up next season. So we'll see y'all next. We'll see
Damn.
y'all next year. Yeah,
Damn.
yeah. So they get rid of them because they don't go out and get they don't go out for honey. They don't create honey. They don't go none. They don't do none of that. Lay around and getting booty. That's it. Yeah.
But I guess the most important, right?
Well, now that ain't that clearly it's not that most important.
I
I
mean,
mean,
no, I'm
it is
saying like,
important, but it
but
ain't
if I
most
need you to
important.
procreate, then you got a very important fucking job.
I mean, it is, but guess what happened when But in the insect kingdom, think about this. In the insect kingdom, usually the queens, the females are larger than the men. Did you know that?
No, I
In
don't
the insect
research.
kingdom, check it out. The insect kingdom, usually in the insect kingdom, the females are larger than the males. But do you understand why? Because if the
No,
males were larger than the females, they would eat them all, and they would put
damn.
themselves out of business. Some very wise and intelligent being, right? Whatever name you want to give them, made it to where the female insects are larger. Otherwise, they would go extinct.
Let me answer this prompt.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Human.
Uh, what would it take to unify Black and African people around the world? Vibranium. Uh, Vibranium. What's that shit that's on Wolverine bones? Antimanium, Vibranium, and Wakanda. Other than that shit don't exist. Stop preaching that dumbass shit. It don't mean nothing. It has zero benefits. It's all talk. It's all the ideology. Anybody who preach that shit to you, specifically if you a Black American, they don't love you. Anybody preaching a failed ideology to you that you know does not benefit Black Americans to a Black American, they don't love you. They don't care about you. They don't want to see you doing well. Ain't nobody in Africa that's taking all them resources out of Africa, them Chinese, them Dutch, them French, them Russians. Ain't now one of them motherfuckers identifying with African ancestry. But they got control over all the resources and all the land, and they even building shit over there, teaching their ass Chinese for when they take over, they gonna be speaking Mandarin and Chinese. Hey man, that shit sounded good when we was kids. When we really was kids and we was really thinking how we were thinking as innocent children. But as a grown adult,
that worldwide unity just based off of skin and ancient African ancestry, that shit means nothing in modern day society. There ain't nowhere in the world you gonna go in and be like, hey man, I was trying to get this done, but on the low, I got the secret code word. I'm African. You was not gonna get a fucking discount. You was not gonna get no extra free points from saying you African or identifying with ancient African ancestry. That shit does nothing socially, economically, or politically in the United States of America. So me speaking directly to Black Americans, let that bullshit go. That shit is like some demonic spell work that means nothing. It's just tying you to a foreign land that's doing fucking horrible right now.
So, quick question: do you think that other groups have that, right? Where they say, you know what, we're going to deal with each other, and we're not going to deal with black people. Do you think there are other groups that have that policy?
What other groups are you talking about?
I said any other group.
Any other group?
Yeah.
What is you talking about?
Say that what?
You said is there any other group that's not gonna deal with black people?
Well, I didn't say that. So what I'm saying is that what I am saying is, do you think that there are other groups out there that say, listen, we're gonna work with each other, and we're not gonna work with black people unless we have to? Do you think there are other groups out there?
They already fucking do that.
Right. So
So
wouldn't it
just
be
any other groups. I'm not living in a fantasy hypothetical world. I'm living in observable reality. I got a
right?
homeboy that's in the
Okay, hold on,
Let me
bro.
finish. I got a homeboy that's in the entertainment industry. He does entertainment on the sideline, him and his wife. A very, very lucrative business entertainment industry. There is a Liberian company that does business with only Liberians. When they thought that his wife was Nigerian, they got real close to his wife. As soon as they found out his wife wasn't Nigerian, aka a
Liberian?
African like them, yeah, Liberian. She was Liberian, and they thought that his wife was Nigerian. Once they found out that his wife wasn't of African descent and she was a Black American, they didn't fucking do business with her. So people absolutely, like the Somalians, everybody practices dealing with their own ethnic group and their own tribal affiliations, Nigerians, Africans, Somalians, whatever the fuck. Everybody practices cutting people off when it comes to doing shit. But somehow, some way, Black Americans are supposed to be all inclusive when everybody else practices closed traditions. Miss me with that bullshit.
Quick question. So do you think that
Hey man,
in
who are
that,
you? Where you from? Who are you and where you
bro,
from?
did you come here to be a problem, bro?
I ain't no motherfucking problem asking you who are you, where you from. You keep questioning me. You don't like questions, my nigga? Who are you and where you from? Is that hard? Hey, my name is Cleophas Bartholomew Jenkins
Right.
III. I'm from Memphis,
All right.
Tennessee. Who are you? Where you
My
from?
name is Jimmy Giuliani, and I'm from New York.
No, what's your ancestors from? Because I can hear your accent.
You can hear my accent.
Yes, absolutely. You think I
Right.
can't?
Oh my God. So what accents do
Do
you?
you
So we're gonna
have
get
any
past.
ancestor outside of the United States of America? And why are
I
you
do.
ashamed of it?
He don't want to answer you where his
I could.
ancestors
I could.
from.
No. I can answer that. My ancestors are from America, bro. They Black American. I just didn't like the fact that you cut me off in the middle of me talking to ask me that. That's it. I don't have no problem with being who I am. I hear your accent too, but you sound like you from the South. You don't sound like you from Jikawakia.
Right up on the south.
Right. So the point is, right, is that the question was, because Italians, when we see Italians, we see just one group of people, but they're literally made up of different groups. They are geographically geographically segregated in a sense, right? They operate within their group first, and then they operate with the larger Italians. You know what I'm saying? So even how the Italian La Costa Nostra is set up it really was based on where you were from initially, and then they did business with other Italians, but they really tried to stick to their own little town or area geographically that they came from. So it's possible that brothers and sisters could be pro FBA, but do business with other sisters and brothers, but just put their particular tribe before they put other people's tribe. So, but here's another example. Maybe in around 1989, 88, the Italians got into it with the Cubans. One Italian family got into it with, the Colombian cartel. And what they said, they had a meeting, and all of them came to the meeting, regardless of where you were from, regardless of what family you belonged to, and said, listen, if we don't handle this, right, as a collective, they're going to look at us like we saw. And they was able to, put their thing down on the Colombians, and it never occurred again. So it's possible, right, that we can definitely operate as a collective, but we should be mindful to keep the bonds open for future business. Because at times when police pull a brother over, they don't know whether he Liberian, Nigerian,
I ain't
or
gonna care.
he from Orange Mound. They don't know.
Yeah. This I ain't gonna cap. You just said some shit that's my pet peeve. My blackness is not tied to police interactions. My blackness is not tied to the continent of Africa. My blackness is not tied to how a racist white cop sees me when he pulls us over. My blackness is not tied to none of that stereotypical shit you was talking about, but I appreciate it. I absolutely know the difference between somebody from Orange Mound, North Memphis, East Memphis, or Westwood. I know the difference between the motherfucker from Nashville and the motherfucker from Chattanooga. I know the difference between somebody from Newark, New Jersey, and South New Jersey. I know the difference between a New Yorker and somebody from upstate New York. I know the difference. Just because nobody else
I don't
knows the
think you.
difference
No,
and
you
thinks
don't.
some shit,
You don't.
I definitely
Where
do.
I'm from? What
I
town I'm from?
definitely do. I
What
definitely
town I'm
do.
from?
Can I,
Tetherville.
y'all,
Tetherville.
I don't want this conversation to turn into that.
Well, but look though, man, all that we can come together shit. Hey man, Africans been over.
We can't hear you.
Name me one
Mr. Moore.
organization. Name me one organization. One from any continent. No, I'm not. Let me make it specific. Name me one organization from the continent of Africa, any nation that has done something specifically for Black Americans, not the other way around. Go.
No, it ain't.
You said what?
Don't know any.
Oh, I appreciate that, man, because I live in observable reality. And if I was to put my money into a stock or a bond or some sort of investment and I didn't get shit back for 61 years, to me, that's an unalive stock, my G. That shit means nothing. You've been over here for 61 years and you talking about unity and the way y'all act towards each other on that I'm talking about just looking at the land where they live at. Why would I want to subjugate myself to doing business or working with people that slam themselves out? I'm sorry, but if you want to, cool. But I don't agree with that, and I never said it to my people because I love my people too much, G.
But you show up for work every day, right? Oh, he left. Man, that's some good questions for you. You show up for work every day for them people, right? You don't have no problems with taking out the garbage and wherever your job is, right? You show up. That don't ain't no black people that run that company you work for, but you show up. You're willing to cooperate as long as you were willing to cooperate as long as the people have more power than you. But when people don't have more power than you, you can't find a way to work together. That's it's borderline slavery. It's,
I'm actually about to end the live. I got a call. So I
let me just say
appreciate
this.
us having.
This is what I wanted to tell you. You are an incredible moderator, man. Like you top 5 moderators. You kept order in this place, man. You kept the top. You are dynamite. I'm always gonna patronize your room. Always.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I just want us to have a conversation, and that's pretty much what the lives are going to be about. It's just like, let's just have a conversation. Let's agree, let's disagree. Just like, let's just have a conversation. But I appreciate the time you spent with me. I appreciate the people in the chat. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I'll try to do it as much as possible because I know, like, it's hard to find the conversation on TikTok. I already know because I be looking for it and I can't find it. That's why I be starting my own lives. So I do appreciate y'all coming in and stopping in with me. But I'm gonna go ahead and end it because I do got a call at 4 and I wanna get myself prepared to be on the phone. All
Thank you.
right, thank
See you
you.
later.